Quest Audiobooks presents an unabridged recording of Death by Plane by P.F. Ford, narrated by Andy Creswell. Prologue. It was cold, and it was dark, and she was beginning to wish she was somewhere else. Crouching behind the tail of a small aeroplane parked about 30 yards from where he was, she watched him busily removing the canvas cover and guy ropes from a similar aircraft. He was working by the dim light that spilled from two distant security lights and a head torch he was wearing. She thought he was maybe preparing for takeoff. But why was he working in the dark? Surely he would need more light than this. At the very least, he would need runway lights, wouldn't he? 10 minutes ago, she'd thought about giving it up as a bad job and leaving him to it. She had been thinking maybe following him hadn't been such a brilliant idea. But then it had occurred to her that whatever he was doing out here, he had to be up to no good. If she could just find out what it was, maybe she would have some leverage, something she could threaten to use against him. Then he would have to listen, wouldn't he? As she concentrated on watching him, she was taken by surprise as a small figure appeared beside her. She felt the sharp stab of a hypodermic needle plunge into her neck, and then, remarkably quickly, she found she couldn't move, and everything was going black. The pilot was not a happy man. Carrying an unconscious passenger all the way to France wasn't part of the deal, and she certainly shouldn't be in a heap on the floor of the tiny cockpit. But when the boss points a gun at you and insists you are going to do as you're told, your options become severely limited, and he had no doubt the threat was genuine. So here they were, bumping along the runway, struggling to get off the ground because of the additional weight he hadn't bargained on carrying. The engine was screaming as they felt the wheels lift from the ground, and they were airborne at last. The pilot focused his attention on the controls as they lifted away from the airfield and began to climb into the darkness. He'd done this plenty of times before, but it was always risky and required total concentration. He thought he heard a grunt from the body curled on the floor, but the boss would have to deal with it. He had his hands full flying this thing in the dark. Such was his focus, he was suddenly shocked to hear the aircraft door bang open and feel air rushing all around him. The tiny aeroplane jerked violently to one side, and it took all his skill and attention to keep it under control. By the time he was able to look across to see what was happening, all had become calm again, and the door had been closed. To his horror, he realized the unconscious girl was gone. "I think maybe better this way," shouted the boss above the engine noise. "Say nothing to anyone now." "But you can't do that!" screamed the pilot. "It's murder!" "It's done." The boss smiled, and the pilot caught sight of a pistol. "You have problem?" The pilot had plenty of problems with the way things were going, but the sight of the pistol made him swallow his words before they got him into trouble. He chose to say nothing. "No?" asked the boss, smiling broadly. "It's good. It's very good." Chapter 1. The Phantom Flasher had been at large for 4 weeks now. Or at least, DS Dave Slater was told reports had been coming in for 4 weeks. Of course, the guy could have been waving his willy around Tinton for years without anyone even noticing. But whoever he was, and however long he'd been pursuing this particular hobby, he'd now officially become a nuisance. The most likely scenario was that it was some sad case with too much time on his hands, but there was always the outside possibility that it could escalate into something much more serious. This was why Slater had been chosen to carry out an investigation, and hopefully apprehend the villain before the outside possibility had a chance to develop into reality. Slater had not been best pleased when DCI Bob Murray had passed the case on to him. "But, boss," he had protested, "this isn't me. I want something I can get my teeth into." "That would probably be a very effective way of stopping a flasher," growled Murray, returning to his paperwork. "But I'm sure it wouldn't meet the approval of the health and safety people." Slater looked at Murray in amazement. His boss wasn't noted for his sharp sense of humor, and his face very rarely showed his true feelings. Slater couldn't be sure, but he could have sworn that was supposed to have been a joke. It had taken Slater a further 5 minutes of futile protests, steadfastly ignored by Murray, before he reluctantly accepted that he had indeed been lumbered with solving the case of the phantom flasher. Then, just as he turned to go, Murray had added to his burden. "I'm told we have an outbreak of dogging in the area," he'd said, without looking up from his desk. "Dogging?" echoed Slater. "Yes, dogging. I don't have to explain what that is, do I?" No, boss, of course not. But I thought that sort of thing was frowned upon rather than prosecuted." "Yes, it is. We prefer to deter rather than waste time on pointless prosecutions. And in this case, I'd like you to be the deterrent. Try to find out where it's going on. Take a couple of uniforms along and carry out a raid. That should frighten the crap out of the buggers. Tell them to go and practice their dirty little hobbies somewhere else." Murray looked up at Slater, gave him a nod and the barest hint of a smile, and then returned to his paperwork once again. "That'll be all, David. Thank you." As he closed the door behind him, Slater's first instinct was to feel indignation at being handed such a shitty little job to do. He was better than this. He'd recently solved a murder and cracked a big corruption ring. Then his better side came to the fore, and a little humility started to shine through. After all, he hadn't actually solved those cases all on his own. There had been 3 brains working together. Then he remembered he was supposed to be working on changing his thinking. During that particular case, he'd been made aware that he had a tendency to focus on negative thoughts, and he'd resolved to try to become much more positive in his outlook. Maybe he needed to take another look at the job he'd just been given and view it in a different way. Yes, it's true, it was a bit of a come-down after the recent murder and corruption cases he'd been involved in, but they couldn't give him big cases when there weren't any, could they? He was here to do a job, and if finding a flasher was all they had for him to do, then he'd just have to get on with it. It didn't matter if a case was big or small, he was still going to be pitting his wits against someone else. He was good at that, and he would catch this guy, whoever he was. As he ambled back to his office, he recalled he'd read somewhere that some people found it helpful to give a name to their opponent, and that name then became the name of the case they were working on. He thought he could try that idea himself. So, he wondered, what could he call the flasher? The name came into his head so fast he felt it had to be a sign. A good sign. He was going to solve the Dick Waver case. When he got back to his desk, he gathered together everything he could find related to his case. He hadn't realized the flasher had been so busy. No wonder Murray wanted it sorted. In the last 4 weeks there had been nearly 20 reported incidents. He grabbed a pen and a piece of paper and made a quick note of the dates. There was no doubt about it. The guy was definitely escalating. Just then, the phone on his desk buzzed. "Slater." "I'm told you're the go-to guy for the flasher case." It was the duty sergeant from downstairs. "How did you know that? I've only just this minute been given the case." "Well, perhaps I'm psychic, or maybe it's just that I take the time to read the memos the boss sends me. Whatever. There's just been another sighting." "Where?" "Swimming pool down at the leisure centre. Ladies' changing rooms. Christ, that's a bit brazen, isn't it? And risky. Apparently it's OAP's morning. There were only 2 old biddies in there, so it wasn't that much of a risk. They're waiting there now. I told them Tinton's finest was on his way, so off you go. Right, great. Thank you so much. I suppose I'd better get down there. That's the general idea, Sherlock. There was a dull click as the call was ended, followed by a crash as someone tripped on their way through the office door. "Arsehole," muttered Slater as he put the phone down. "I hope that's not me you're calling names," said a voice behind Slater. It was DS Norman, one of the few people Slater was happy to exchange banter with. He looked as crumpled as ever, and his hair seemed to be even curlier than normal. "I see you still haven't found that iron," said Slater with a grin. "As you're so worried about it, and you have nothing better to do, maybe you should take on the job of trying to find it," said Norman, heading towards his own desk. He had several folders tucked under one arm, a plate of doughnuts in the same hand, and a cup of dirty grey liquid that was impersonating a cup of coffee in his free hand. "Sorry, mate," Slater said, sighing in mock regret. "I'd love to help, but I already have a case to solve." "Really?" said Norman. "What is it?" He reached forward and managed to slide the plate of doughnuts onto his desk. As he did, the folders spilled from under his arm, disgorging their contents onto the floor. Inevitably, as he lunged for the folders, the coffee from the other hand followed in the same direction. He looked down sadly at the pile of soggy, brown-stained papers. Then his face brightened. "The good news," he said, "is that I didn't lose my doughnuts. Now that would have been a disaster." Slater watched as Norman sank to his knees and began to gather his mess together. "So, what's this case?" he asked Slater from the floor. "Dick Waver," announced Slater. "Who?" "Dick Waver, the Phantom Flasher." "Ah, I see that razor-sharp sense of humour of yours is hard at work," said Norman. "I see what you did there. Dick Waver. That's very good, but I should leave it at that. You don't want to use up all that amazing comedy in one day." "What have you got there?" asked Slater, ignoring Norman's dig at his sense of humour. "Apart from a bloody mess all over the floor." "Ooh, you're so sharp today I might sustain a cut." Norman grinned up at him. "What I have here is a case of genius counterfeiting." "Genius?" asked Slater dubiously. "Apparently they're selling Gucci bags. That's Gucci spelt Gucci. It seems Tinton counterfeiters are illiterate. Or stupid. Or probably both." "Any leads?" asked Slater. "Does the name Alison Beatty mean anything to you?" A wicked smile raced into place on Slater's face. Oh yes, he knew Alison Beatty. He thought probably everyone in this station knew Alison, and everyone in this station who had met her the first time hoped they never had to cross swords with her again. Everyone, that is, except Norman, who had only recently arrived in Tinton and hadn't yet had the pleasure. Slater wondered if he should warn his friend about Alison, but then he recalled how no one had given him advance warning and decided it wouldn't hurt to keep quiet. Norman was a big boy. He could take care of himself. "Alison? Sure, I know her. She's a real sweetie. You'll love her," lied Slater, knowing Norman couldn't see his face from his position on his hands and knees on the floor. "Any leads with a flasher?" asked Norman. Slater looked at his watch and began moving a bit faster. "Apparently he's just been pointing Percy at the pensioners down the swimming pool. I'm supposed to be on my way there now," he said, gathering his mobile phone and notebook. "Oh, well, Norman sighed heavily. "You run along now. I guess I'll just have to carry on being the only style icon in the country without an iron." As Slater headed out of the office, he glanced at the sticky paperwork that Norman was scraping off the floor, wondering idly how on earth his friend was going to manage to read any of it. On his way out, Slater stuck his head into the main office and looked around. He was hoping to find Steve Biddeford. With any luck, he wouldn't be too busy, in which case he just might fancy taking a ride out to the swimming pool. He finally spotted him standing over the printer, impatiently grabbing each printed sheet as it emerged. "You looking for me?" Biddeford asked Slater as he approached across the office. "If you're not too busy," said Slater optimistically. "If you can just hang on while this finishes printing," he said, "I'll be with you. Are we going somewhere nice?" "OAP's swimming session," said Slater. "Apparently the phantom flashers struck again. Dick Waver's been entertaining the ladies in the changing rooms." "Can't we pick him up if we know who he is?" asked Biddeford. "Sorry?" said Slater. "If you know his name, we can get an address and pick him up, can't we?" "But we don't have a name." "I thought you said his name was Dick somebody." "Yeah, Dick Waver." Slater sighed heavily. Sometimes he wondered how Biddeford was ever going to survive out on the streets. "No," he explained, "that's not the bloke's name. It's just what I call him because it's what he does." Biddeford looked blank. "Oh, come on, Steve," said Slater, slowly and patiently. "What does a flasher do? He waves his dick at people. Therefore he's a dick waver. Yes?" "Ah, right." Biddeford smiled and then bent down to pick up the final piece of paper, which the printer had spat out onto the floor with some violence. "It's a sort of play on words, isn't it?" He grinned at Slater. "Dick Waver. Clever." "It is if you get it, I suppose," said Slater, shaking his head. "Can I bring this with me?" asked Biddeford, putting his papers in order, "so I can have a quick read in the car?" "Yeah, I don't see why not." Slater nodded, wondering what his colleague was working on. Chapter 2. As Slater drove slowly out to the swimming pool, Biddeford cast his eyes quickly over his printing. As he read, he removed several pages, screwed them up, and tossed them into the back of the car. "I hope you're going to collect your rubbish and take it with you when we get back," said Slater, sounding dismayed. 15 sheets of paper to print out what started off as a short email," said Biddeford in disgust. "What a waste. 3 sheets would have covered it with room to spare." "So after you've discarded the waste paper, what are you left with? Anything interesting?" "Missing girl," said Biddeford. "Well, her mother says she's missing. Thing is, she's over 18, so she's not exactly a minor, is she? At that age, she doesn't have to tell her mum what she's up to if she doesn't want to." "So why's it been sent to us?" asked Slater. "Apparently she's from the Birmingham area. According to the mother, the girl might have been heading for Tinton when she left home," said Biddeford, reading from the pages. "Why would anyone want to come to Tinton?" asked Slater. "It's not exactly a tourist hotspot, is it?" "Doesn't say why," said Biddeford. "Doesn't say if she ever arrived either." "So you're looking for someone who might or might not have been heading for Tinton, and if she was coming here, we don't know if she ever arrived," said Slater. "That's about the size of it," agreed Biddeford, hoping Slater might see fit to offer him a little guidance. "Well, good luck with that." The pair sat in silence for a few seconds. "So, what are you going to do about this missing girl?" Slater asked eventually. "I'll get some photos printed and hand them out to all the uniforms. You never know, someone might spot her around town or might have already seen her. Then I'll check the hospital, youth hostel, places like that. There's not much more I can do, really, is there?" "That's more or less got it covered," Slater said, "unless we get something a lot more definite to go on." Biddeford folded his papers and placed them neatly and tidily on the back seat. "Right," he said as he turned back, pleased to have got some confirmation from Slater that he was on the right track. "So how come our flashers targeting pensioners?" "Apparently Leisure for Pleasure is the company that owns a whole load of these leisure centres, and they've come up with what they call their pensioner initiative. They've reserved the entire centre for pensioners only on Tuesday mornings. They seem to think it will encourage some of the old codgers to spend their grey pounds on annual memberships." "Have you seen the prices?" asked Biddeford. "I doubt many pensioners could afford to join for a week, never mind for a whole year. Why do they think they stay away in the first place?" "Now you're thinking like a pensioner," Slater said, laughing. "But you're exactly right. From what I can make out, the pensioners think the membership fees are outrageous, and the few that do come along are only there because it's something to do, and it's free." He pulled into the car park and picked a space close to the entrance. It wasn't difficult to get a space that close. In a car park that could probably hold 100 cars, there were just 6 other cars that morning, and 4 of those were in the area reserved for staff. "Looks like the pensioner initiative's not working too well," said Biddeford. "I rest my case," said Slater, sounding smug. Slater led Biddeford into the building and spotted a rather smarmy-looking, ginger-haired man in blue shorts and a Leisure for Pleasure sweatshirt bustling across to meet them. He informed them his name was Rodney Rogers, but he would be happy for them to call him Rod. "Call me Rod" turned out to be the manager, and, looking around, Slater thought this would explain quite a lot. Slater guessed Rogers was in his 50s, but he obviously worked out rather more than was necessary to keep fit. Slater noticed he kept flexing his muscles, no doubt trying to make some sort of impression. Well, he did make an impression. Unfortunately for Rodney Rogers, the impression Slater got was that he was a prized tit. Things didn't improve when he started to complain about how the police were failing to do their job and protect the people of Tinton from perverts and sexual deviants. "We really don't want this sort of thing happening here," he said. "It lowers the tone. We run a very high-class establishment. Our clientele are the very best people, and they expect only the best." "One of your very best people could be the flasher," Slater pointed out. "I beg your pardon?" "The flasher. He could well be one of your members," repeated Slater. "No, that's just not possible," said Rogers indignantly. "In fact," he continued, "I don't know how you could think such a thing. We don't allow any old riff-raff in here, you know. We have security." "If your security is so great that no one but members can get in, it follows that the flasher must be a member, mustn't he?" said Slater, giving Rogers his best smile as he scored the first point. The manager's mouth flapped silently, as this logic clearly struck home. "Anyway, where is this security?" asked Slater. "Up there." Rogers pointed to a camera above the reception desk. "And there are 3 more outside. One in the area leading up to the changing rooms, and another one in the restaurant." "Right," said Slater, beginning to feel they might just get a quick result here. "So we should be able to see exactly who the flasher is, then?" "Ah," said Rogers. "The thing is, how can I put this?" "No, don't tell me. Let me guess," said Slater with exaggerated sarcasm. "They're all dummies? Or there's no tape in the recorder? Or they just don't work?" "A combination of all 3, actually," said a red-faced Rogers. Wonderful. Slater sighed heavily. The fact is, you don't have any bloody security, do you? Half the men in town could have waltzed in here this morning, waved their willies in the air and waltzed out again, and we couldn't prove anything. Slater had had enough of farting around with this puffed-up ginger idiot who wanted to be called Rod. Right, he said decisively. While I talk to the two ladies, my colleague here is going to interview every member of staff.
But you can't think one of my staff is the flasher.
And why not? Said Slater, his patience now wearing very thin. Whoever it is knows he can stroll in here unnoticed. Who would know that better than a member of your staff?
Yes, but...
Never mind, yes, but, said Slater. He pointed a finger at the manager. We want to speak to every single member of staff, starting with you. He stalked away towards the restaurant. As he walked off, he heard Rogers appeal to Biddeford in a whiny voice.
Me? But he can't think it's me. I'm in charge. Of course it's not me.
Slater found the two lady pensioners drinking coffee in what the leisure centre rather grandly referred to as their restaurant. Slater thought it was a rather stuck-up name for what was really just a snack bar. Mrs. Grimley informed him she was 72 years old and she was still quite fit. The younger of the two, Mrs. Brannington, was just coming up to 70. They were both widows, but Slater suspected from their lively conversation and spiky wit that they were anything but the grieving type. He thought the title Merry Widows would be much nearer the mark. When Slater showed his concern for what they had had to endure, he soon realized they didn't seem to be too upset by their ordeal. In fact, they seemed to regard it as a rather amusing and quite exciting interlude to their mourning. They were more than happy to tell Slater exactly what had happened, and were particularly good with details. When he'd appeared, the man had been wearing a big, heavy, dark blue dressing gown and white training shoes with red soles. He'd marched up to them and pulled open the dressing gown to reveal himself in his full glory. Unfortunately, they didn't see his face because he was wearing a mask. They thought it was one of the 7 dwarves. "Which one?" asked Slater.
Stiffy?
Suggested Mrs. Grimley.
Oh, yes, most definitely,
agreed Mrs. Brannington, sending both the ladies into fits of giggles. This seemed to set the tone for the rest of the interview, and Slater began to doubt he was going to get any sense out of these two, who seemed to think the whole thing was an absolute hoot.
Widows of our age don't often get to see the working parts, explained Mrs. Grimley, so when we do, we tend to have a good look. It's a useful reminder. He's an old boy, I think, suggested Mrs. Brannington. Or at least he's old enough to have grey hair. Salt and pepper, dear, salt and pepper, corrected Mrs. Grimley. And it wasn't all wrinkly, she added. There was none of that last turkey in the shop nonsense you usually get with old men. Smooth as silk, agreed Mrs. Brannington. Not a wrinkle in sight.
Slater was trying hard not to laugh as he took notes, but the twinkle in their eyes when he looked up was making it very difficult.
Between you and me, Sergeant,
Mrs. Grimley confided, lowering her voice almost to a whisper,
whoever that man is, he's a very big boy. Hung like a donkey, agreed Mrs. Brannington approvingly. The soldier was standing very much to attention, she added,
as if she thought Slater might not have fully understood the reason for her admiration.
She means he had a massive hard-on,
Mrs. Grimley told him, just in case there should be any doubt at all. Right, yes, spluttered Slater, beginning to blush furiously. I think I've got the general idea.
Oh, yes,
Mrs. Brannington smiled wistfully.
It was a sight for sore eyes. When you find out who he is, Sergeant, I, for one, would love to know." "Don't be silly, dear," said Mrs. Grimley dismissively. "He wouldn't be any use to you. Can you imagine how hard his heart must have to work to inflate that thing? I would imagine actually using it for real would bring on a heart attack. That's why he just waves it at people. It's probably the best he can do. Don't you agree, Sergeant?"
Slater couldn't stop himself from laughing this time, and he realized he'd now lost control of this interview and the direction it had taken. This was just way too much information, most of it speculation, and none of it would be much use in court. When they were driving back later, Biddeford told him he'd heard nothing to make him think he knew who the flasher was or how he'd got onto the premises. But his gut feeling told him it had to be someone associated with the leisure centre. "So how did you get on with the two old dears?" he asked Slater. "Ah, yes, the Merry Widows," said Slater. "Well, I had a very interesting and entertaining conversation with them. Whether I've actually learned anything as a result is extremely debatable." "They must have told you something useful," said Biddeford. "He waved his willy at them. They've actually seen Dick Waver in the flesh." "Oh, you're right," said Slater with a broad grin. "They saw him all right." "So, what does he look like?" Slater sighed happily. "Well," he said, "it seems we're looking for an eighth dwarf, or possibly a donkey disguised as a dwarf. He's an old guy called Stiffy, who wears white trainers with red soles and a big, dark blue Tinton Sports Centre dressing gown. When he opens the dressing gown, he reveals grey pubes, or possibly salt and pepper, and a knob so big it drags along the floor when he walks." "I think Dick Waver's a much better name than Stiffy," Biddeford said, smiling. "But if your description's correct, we just need to look for a trail in the sand. It should lead us right to him." Chapter 3. The trouble with adopting a dog from one of these rescue places, thought Christine Pierce, is you never really know how the dog was going to turn out. Sure, they tell you the dog's great with people, and he doesn't fight with other dogs, but what about when you let him off a lead for the first time? In the rescue centre it's all enclosed, isn't it? So the bloody dog can't run away there, can he? And if he does, there are probably half a dozen people around to catch the damned thing. "Just keep him on the lead for a few days," they said. "Once he's happy to be with you, he'll always come back," they said. "A week should be long enough," they said. "Danny!" Christine yelled for the umpteenth time, adding much more quietly, "Come here, there's a good boy, 'cause I'm really going to kick your ass when I find you." Rotten little bugger, thought Christine. The sun was still bright, but its position in the sky told her time was getting on. She looked at her watch. 6:30. She was supposed to be meeting the girls down the pub in an hour, and here she was looking for her mum's bloody dog. Why on earth had she agreed to walk the stupid thing? And what on earth had possessed her to let him off the lead? "Danny!" she yelled again. She thought she heard something away to her right, near the small collection of trees known as haunted copse. Oh, great. Well, if the bloody stupid dog's in that copse, he can damn well stay there, 'cause I'm certainly not going in after him. Local legend insisted the copse was the home to all things creepy and scary. Like everyone else in Tinton, Christine knew it was a ridiculous old wives' tale. I mean, come on, ghosts, in this day and age. And just like everyone else in Tinton, Christine scoffed at the suggestion she was scared. "What, me? Scared? Don't be ridiculous. There's nothing to be scared of." But then again, there was no point in taking chances, was there? There it was again. It sounded like the sort of noise an excited dog would make, a combination of barks and excited yelps. Shit. The little bugger was definitely over by haunted cops. Now she didn't have any bloody choice, did she? She couldn't go home without the little sod, so she'd just have to go over there. Reluctantly, she began to trudge slowly through the long grass, heading for the trees. "Danny!" she called. "Danny! Come on, boy!" As she neared the trees, she could hear the dog more clearly, and she finally caught a glimpse of him. Or, at least, she saw his tail wagging frantically back and forth. She noted with relief that he wasn't actually in the copse. He was about 10 yards short of it, so at least she wouldn't have to brave the ghosts and ghouls inside the copse. Not that there were any, of course. "Danny, you moronic mongrel!" she called as she approached. "For God's sake, come here and let's go home." She could see his tail and the top of his back clearly now, his tail waving back and forth like a long black hairy scimitar. He was yelping with delight as well, something he always did when he got excited when he was playing. She wondered what he could have found to play with out here. I hope it's not a dead rabbit, or he's going to stink to high heaven. "Danny, what have you got? If it's something dead, I'm going to kill you." She made a lunge for the dog, trying to grab his collar, but he skipped away from her with ease. And that's when she lost her balance and began to fall. As she fell, she saw what the dog had found just before she landed on top of it. It certainly looked dead, all right. There was blood and gore everywhere. But this was no rabbit. Horrified, she froze for a second as she landed, but then a piercing, involuntary scream split the evening peace. Terrified now, her hands pawing uselessly at the slimy mess she had landed in, panic inevitably took over. Christine finally managed to scramble back to her feet, blood and gore dripping down her front. She became aware of the most god-awful smell, and then she began to run for her life. Danny, a big, energetic mongrel, thought this was just the greatest game ever, and he took off after her just as fast as he could go, barking and yelping for all he was worth. She had only gone about 10 yards before he caught up with her, giving her heels a playful tap with his paw as he did so. It was enough to trip her up, and she crashed to the ground, face down, all the wind knocked from her. Suddenly the panic was gone. Reality began to set in, and she realized exactly what she had seen. Then the smell hit her again, and she began to retch violently. When there was nothing left inside her, she began to cry, great heaving sobs that threatened to burst her lungs. This was an unexpected turn of events for the dog. Unsure what this new game was about, he began to sniff cautiously around the back of Christine's head as she sobbed and whimpered uncontrollably. Chapter 4. "Okay, we're on our way," said PC Jane Jolly into the radio. She sat back in the passenger seat as her partner PC Philippa Flight began to accelerate. "Did you get all that, Jane?" asked Flight. "I got the bit about the hysterical girl, but did he say out by the haunted cops? I'm not sure where that car park is." "Straight up here," said Jolly. "Left at the T-junction, second right into Cops Lane, and it's about half a mile on the left." "That'll be a sign of your misspent youth, then," said Flight. "Anyone who can pinpoint that car park so accurately must have spent a lot of time up there. One of your favourite shagging spots when you were younger, was it?" The car park close to haunted cops was where dog walkers parked by day, and, in the past, it was also where sexually charged teenagers, eager for a grope and possibly a whole lot more, parked after dark. Flight knew that nowadays it was also a place where couples came when they fancied being a bit more daring. So it was a car park for dog walkers or doggers. It just depended on the time of day. "I should be so lucky," Jolly said, grinning. "I know it because I used to go with my mum to walk our dog. Sweaty gropes in the back of a car weren't on the menu when I was a kid. Not with my looks. Flight cast a sideways glance at her. What do you mean, not with my looks? There's nothing wrong with your looks. Back then I had a flat chest, knock knees and spots, said Jolly. Not exactly the best look for attracting boys. Flight looked doubtful. I know it's hard to believe now, but it's true, insisted Jolly. She patted her rather large chest. I didn't start to grow these things until I was nearly 20. Now look at me, like a woman with 3 heads. She laughed out loud. At nearly 40, Jane Jolly wasn't very tall and had become somewhat dumpy, but she had accepted who she was and the shape she was with good grace, and she wasn't averse to laughing at herself. Having a good home life with a loving husband and 3 happy kids was much more important to her than trying to look like some clothes horse. It was this attitude that created her general good humour and almost permanent smile, and that's what had endeared her to all who knew her. She was known universally as Jolly Jane. She cast a glance at her partner, still feeling slightly jealous about PC Flight's figure. She knew her friend watched what she ate and worked out several times a week, and it really showed in her slim figure and great muscle tone. Jane was glad her colleague never commented on her own less-than-healthy lifestyle and eating habits. PC Flight steered the patrol car carefully along the narrow road, doing a pretty good job of following Jolly's directions. She had told her the small car park was along this road somewhere. PC Jolly wondered what was awaiting them. All she and PC Flight had been told was a hysterical young woman had called from the car park near Haunted Copse, and as they were nearest and the only ones free, it was their call. Backup would arrive as soon as some could be found. Having been unable to discern the actual cause of the girl's hysteria, it was possible Flight and Jolly could be heading into all sorts of trouble. But Jolly barely considered the possibility. She just wanted to get to the hysterical girl as soon as possible. Over there, she said, pointing to the narrow car park entrance. As they swung in, she saw the girl's car, a small red Fiat, tucked in a corner. The driver's door was open, and the girl was sat sideways on, head in her hands, elbows propped on her jean-clad legs. A large dog sat in the passenger seat, watching their arrival with great interest. Keeping a safe distance from the car, just in case there was any evidence to protect, Flight quickly parked while Jolly flew from the passenger seat and started cautiously towards the girl. "Christine?" she called. "Are you Christine?" The girl looked up at the sound of her name. Her eyes were red from crying, and mascara had run down her face, leaving 2 black smears down her cheeks. She had obviously been sick, and traces of it still dribbled down her chin. As soon as she saw Jolly, she burst into more tears, huge racking sobs shaking her whole body. Her mouth opened and closed, but she couldn't form any words. "Bloody hell, Phil, take a look at this!" Jolly called to her partner. She stared with horror at the blood and gore all down the girl's front. Had she been attacked? PC Flight rushed to her side. "Are you all right, Christine? Are you hurt?" Still unable to speak coherently, the girl shook her head to indicate she wasn't hurt, and pointed towards the Haunted Copse. "Over there. It's horrible," she managed to mumble before the heaving sobs took over again. "You look after her," called Flight, setting off, jogging towards the copse. "I'll go take a look." As she set off, Jolly picked up the radio. She called for an ambulance and asked them to hurry up with the backup. After she radioed in, she knelt down to console Christine, wondering what her colleague was going to find in the woodland. As she turned back to the sobbing girl, she felt something leap over her head. What the hell? She stared as the dog, which had been sitting in the car, tore off after PC Flight. "Look out, Phil!" Jolly was concerned for her friend's safety, not being overly comfortable with dogs.
"It's all right," Christine mumbled. "He won't hurt her."
Assuming Christine knew what she was talking about, Jolly decided to ignore the dog and turn her full attention where it was needed most.
"Now then," she said to Christine, "can you tell me about it?"
There was a dreadful smell about the girl, Jolly thought. There was something vaguely familiar about it. Sort of sweet and sickly and, well, rotten, really. She realized the smell was coming from the stuff smeared up the girl's front. Then, with a sinking feeling, she remembered what the smell was.
"Oh, shite. I know what that is."
As Flight neared the haunted copse, she realized she didn't really have any idea what she was looking for, or exactly where she could expect to find it. As she jogged, she became aware something was coming up fast behind. She stopped and turned just as the dog caught her up. He began to leap up and down, and his joyful barks filled the air. Flight relaxed. At least this idiot dog was harmless. But she didn't have time for this. "Bugger off," she said to the dog, and turned back towards the trees. The grass was above knee-height, making it difficult to see anything that may be lying on the ground, but she could make out a slightly flattened trail through the grass. She guessed maybe this was the path Christine had made when she'd fled the scene. Unfortunately, what training the dog had absorbed in its short life clearly hadn't included the expression "bugger off," nor its meaning. He began to follow her. Flight turned to the dog. "Look," she pointed in the opposite direction. "You can't follow me. You'll have to go away." At least the dog stopped, but he obviously wasn't going to back off. There was a largish stick lying on the ground, and Flight bent down to gather it up. The dog lunged for it, but she was quick enough to snatch it away from him. Now she had his full attention. "Oh, you like sticks, do you?" she said, spinning round and sending the stick flying towards the trees with all her might. "Go fetch that one then, you big oaf," she muttered, as the dog tore off after the stick. As if to demonstrate just how stupid he really was, he carried on straight past where the stick had landed and on into the trees. Happy to see him out from under her feet, she turned back to her trail and began to wade through the grass. There was something in the air, just a hint of something sweet and sickly, and possibly rotting. And then, suddenly, the horrible stench was everywhere as she came across the source. At first it just seemed to be a mass of flesh and blood and gore. It was difficult to say for sure, but she thought it was probably a body. Or maybe there was more than one. The reason for her doubt was because it seemed to cover a much wider area than a body should. At the same time, it seemed to be both flattened and bloated, if that was possible. Across the centre, it looked as though something had been dropped on top, causing it to burst. Good grief, she thought. Did that poor girl fall into this mess? No wonder she was in such a state. Philippa Flight wasn't the squeamish sort, but even she felt a little queasy as she turned and started to make her way back to the car park. She thought it was a good job she had gone to investigate and not her partner. Jolly Jane did not have a strong stomach, and would have been sure to puke all over everything. Chapter 5. It had taken Slater weeks to ask Yelena out on a date. She was attractive enough with her not quite right English and her gorgeous looks, and she'd already told him she would like him to ask her out. But for some reason he just couldn't put his finger on, he'd avoided the issue up until now. He'd picked up his phone often enough, intending to call her, yet every time he'd found an excuse not to call. Until this time. This was another part of his new positive approach to life. He still couldn't quite believe it was actually going to happen, and bizarrely, he still wasn't quite sure he really wanted it to happen. But he had made the commitment to meet her, and now the night had arrived, he intended to make sure he enjoyed himself. He checked in the mirror. Yeah, he looked okay. A last quick check around his little house to make sure everything was clean and tidy. They were only going down the pub for a drink, and he wasn't planning to bring her back here, but you never know your luck. It was just as he reached for the door that his mobile phone began to ring. He thought about ignoring it, but that was easier said than done. He looked for the incoming number. If he didn't know the number calling, he would ignore it, definitely. He sighed when he saw who was calling. Shit, I can't ignore that one. Yes, he said into the phone. And a good evening to you too, said the surly voice of tonight's duty sergeant. It's my bloody night off, said Slater, so I'm hardly going to be pleased to hear from you, am I? Look, I'm just doing my job, all right? Like everyone else here, I have to obey orders from above, so when the big boss tells me to track you down, that's what I have to do. Right, said Slater. So you've tracked me down. Now what do you want? You have to take charge of a crime scene out at Haunted Copse. What, now? Asked Slater. No, next bloody week, snapped the sergeant. Of course now, you numpty. Otherwise I wouldn't have wasted a bloody phone call, would I? You're kidding me, right? Asked Slater. I'm just going out on a date. You were just going out on a date, corrected the sergeant, evidently taking great delight in Slater's disappointment. She probably would have been disappointed anyway. No, sod it. Slater gripped the phone angrily. I'm entitled to time off just like everyone else. Tell the old man to stick it. I'm busy. Hold on, said the sergeant. I'm not your bloody servant. I'll give you his home number. You can tell him yourself. And do I need to remind you that you're a police officer and you have a duty to perform? Now, where's that number? Ah, here it is. Have you got a pen? Oh, this just isn't friggin' fair. Life's not friggin' fair, Detective Sergeant Slater. It wasn't fair on the poor bugger they've just found dead out by the woods. It's not fair on the poor sods who are out there now scraping body parts up and putting them in a bag. But I don't hear any of them complaining, only you. They're just getting on with the job while they wait for a nice detective sergeant to come along and take charge. Oh, bollocky bloody shite, stormed Slater. Why can't someone else do it? How about Norman? What's he doing? He'll be coming out there to join you, just as soon as I get you off the phone and get hold of him. And I bet he won't make half the fuss you're making. All right, snapped Slater. You've made your bloody point. I'll be on my way in 5 minutes. I've just got to make a phone call first. Why, thank you so much, said the sergeant. Give my love to your girlfriend. Oh, piss off, said Slater as he cut the call. He thumbed through his contacts until he found her number. Hi, Yelena, I'm sorry. Something's come up at work. I'm not going to be able to make it tonight. This had better be bloody good, he thought 5 minutes later, as he closed his front door and headed for his car. But he knew if Norman was being called out too, it had to be something pretty big. As he started his car and began to drive, his irritation lifted, and he began to feel a sense of relief, because in all honesty, he was actually rather glad he was going to miss his date. He didn't know the reason why. He just knew deep inside that she wasn't right for him. Chapter 6. As Slater arrived, he could hear the noisy, rattling hum of a generator filling the air. Under cover of a hastily erected, larger-than-normal tent, copious photographs were being taken and numerous samples collected. Slater saw the police surgeon climbing into his car, shaking his head. He had obviously been summoned to pronounce the death, and from his outfit, he had obviously been in the middle of some fancy dinner. Slater always found it grimly amusing that even in the cases where it was patently obvious someone was dead, the police surgeon still had to have his dinner interrupted to come and confirm that, yes, the man without a head was in fact dead. It was 8:30 now, and the car park was overflowing with vehicles. So Slater parked on the narrow road and walked the few yards into the car park. PC Flight was the first face he saw. "Well now, Flighty," he said jokingly, "if you want to get me out here for some car park fun, it's no good inviting all this bloody lot as well. Unless, of course, you like an audience." She looked startled for a moment, and her mouth opened and shut without saying anything. He wondered if perhaps he'd shocked her with his suggestion, but surely she'd heard much worse than that before. Maybe she wasn't as worldly as she made out. To his relief, though, she seemed to recover her composure quickly. "I've told you before, it's PC Flight, and you'd be the last person I'd call wherever the venue was. I've got a perfectly good husband at home. I don't need the attentions of some old has-been like you." They often had these exchanges, and as her put-downs went, it was quite mild. But this time he felt there was actually some real venom behind it. He considered a retort, then thought better of it. Maybe she'd just had a bad day. Whatever. "So, what have we got?" he asked her. "I'll take you up to the scene and sign you in if you like," she said, sounding all businesslike now, heading off towards the cops. He had to run a couple of steps to catch her, then fell in alongside as she began to speak. "Young woman out walking her dog found a dead body up near the cops. Poor girl was in bits. She must have fallen on top of the body. She's covered in all sorts of smelly shit. Jane Jolly's gone with her to the hospital. She'll try to get a bit more of a statement, but that's about it, really." "Do we know anything about the body?" he asked. "Any ID?" "To be honest, I couldn't even tell for sure if it was just one body," she said. "What, are there two heads or something?" "You'll see what I mean when you get in there," she said. "You won't find it so funny then." They walked on in silence until they neared the tent. "That's a bloody big tent, isn't it?" asked Slater. "It had to be," she said grimly. She'd stopped walking now. "I'll wait out here if that's all right. I'd rather not see that again." Slater looked at her in surprise. He'd never known her to be even remotely squeamish before. In fact, she had a reputation for being the strongest stomach in Tinton, so this must be a bad one. "Okay," he said, "no problem. Thanks for filling me in." She gave him the obligatory white paper suit, a pair of latex gloves, and offered a jar of menthol cream to smear under his nose, then signed him in. Women, he thought, as he headed for the tent. He stood outside the tent and donned the suit and gloves. He could already smell the body, so he dabbed a liberal amount of the menthol under his nose, then pushed his way inside the tent. The blinding flashes from not one but two photographers made it hard to see at first, but after a few seconds his eyes adjusted, and he was able to take in the scene. "Bloody hell," was all he could think of to say. Two figures dressed in paper suits were bent over what appeared to be the head end of the body. One of them looked up from where he was kneeling on the ground. "DS," he said. "About bloody time." "Bexy?" asked Slater, not sure at first if it was Ian Bex, although he didn't actually know anyone else who referred to him as DS. Bex was Tinton's equivalent of a forensics department. It was just him, a small team of 3, and a tiny lab, but even so they managed to continually perform minor miracles. Just as well, really, because they were under constant budgetary pressure, and if their standards were to drop just a little below brilliant, Slater knew they'd all be out of work. "What do you think?" Slater gestured at the mess on the ground. "Flighty thinks there might be more than one body."
"Pathologist assures me there's only one head." Bex indicated the other man on the floor. "But I've never seen anything like this before. I don't want to make a joke of it, but it's like one of those cartoons where someone gets run over by a boulder or something, and the body ends up being flattened and twice as wide, you know?"
"Except this isn't Looney Tunes," said Slater. "So what are you telling me? That this person was run over by a steamroller?" The pathologist stood up and took the 2 steps to join them. He looked pretty grim.
"I'm sorry, but you're going to have to get a specialist in to do this one," he said, addressing both of them. "I'm used to dealing with dead bodies, and I'm happy to help out, but I'm way out of my depth with this."
"Can you tell us anything?" asked Slater.
"I can tell you it's a dead body," said the pathologist, "and I'd hazard a guess it's female from the clothing. But after that—"
His voice tailed off.
"That bad?"
asked Bex. The pathologist nodded sadly.
"It would be wrong of me to even start," he said. "I know what I'm good at, and I know when something's out of my league. By all means, bring the body over to the hospital mortuary and use our facilities, but you need to get someone damned good to make sense of this mess."
"Okay, Doc," said Bex.
"Look, don't beat yourself up about it. It's much better to be honest than bugger something up, right? I've got a number I can call."
They agreed Bex needed to make his call before they decided what to do about the body. If they were going to move it, they'd need to shovel it up into bags, and then it would be almost impossible to recreate the scene in the mortuary. The daylight was beginning to fade outside, but there was still enough to see fairly well, so Slater decided to take a look around out there while Bex made his phone call. He took a walk all around the outside of the tent. One thing was for sure. They could forget about the steamroller. In fact, they could forget about any vehicles. The grass was at least knee-high all around here, and apart from the narrow path they'd walked through it was totally undisturbed. He walked around again, one thought nagging away at him. How the hell had this body got here? His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of ironic cheering coming from the tent. He knew it was disrespectful for them to be having a laugh when there was a dead body splattered on the ground inside the tent, but he also knew it was big doses of black humor that helped most of them deal with this stuff. He wandered back to the tent to see what was going on. A rotund figure with an unruly mop of thick curls was threatening to burst one of the paper suits. The ironic cheers came from the forensic technicians, who looked pleased to see D.S. Norman arrive on the scene.
"It's all very well for you to say one size fits all," he was saying from the entrance of the tent to PC Flight, "but it obviously doesn't, does it?"
Flight said something Slater didn't catch because he was too far away.
"That's a very un-PC remark to make, Constable," admonished the struggling Norman. "Maybe you need to attend one of those courses where they teach you how to address the larger person."
Slater was much closer now, and he heard her response quite clearly.
"With respect, sir," said Flight patiently, "no one else has this problem getting into these suits, so I suggest that perhaps the problem lies with the larger person and not the suit."
"How dare you!" came the reply, thick with fake indignation. "All right, Constable, that'll do," said Slater as he passed her. It was harmless banter, but this was a serious case, and as senior officer he had to make sure it didn't get out of hand. "Evening, Norm," he said, as he followed his colleague back into the tent. "Looks like the team's back in business. What do you think?" He nodded at the grisly sight on the floor. I think I'm glad I haven't got to go home and cook after this, said Norman. He took a good look around. I also think, what the hell happened here? He said. Come and take a look outside, suggested Slater. I can't see how the body could possibly have got here. See if you can make sense of it. They went back outside, and Norman began to wander around, looking at the knee-high grass just as Slater had done earlier. He disappeared from view behind the tent, studying the ground as he walked. PC Flight was still outside the tent, studiously ignoring Slater since he'd asked her to stop arguing with Norman. Suit yourself, he thought. He didn't have time to worry about her tantrums right now. At the moment, he was trying to think what they should do next. It would be dark soon, and once that happened, their options would be seriously limited. Just then, his thoughts were interrupted by a curse from PC Flight. "Oh, shit," she said, looking towards the woods. "Here comes that stupid bloody dog again. He'll be all over the place if we don't stop him." In the fading light, Slater could see the shape of a large dog heading rapidly in their direction. He looked friendly enough, but they didn't need him charging all over their crime scene. "Has he got a stick in his mouth?" asked Slater. "I threw one in there to get rid of him earlier," said Flight. "Maybe he's bringing it back. Mind you, that was ages ago. I'd forgotten he was still out there." "See if you can get hold of the stick," suggested Slater. "Perhaps we can grab the bugger between us." "Here, Danny," called Flight. "Good dog. Fetch the stick." To Slater's surprise, the dog ran straight up to her and dropped the stick at her feet. "Bloody hell," said Slater. "You should be a dog handler." Flight bent down and collected the stick. Slater saw her suddenly look down and stare at the stick in her hands. "Oh, crap," she said, her lips curling with distaste. "What?" said Slater. "What's up?" "Well, I'm no doctor," she said, "but I'm pretty sure this is no stick. It looks rather like a femur to me." Bloody hell. Slater reached for the bone. Where the heck did he get that from? Just then, Norman reappeared from behind the tent. "My guess," he said, striding over to them, "we're dealing with an alien abduction. They took the body, performed some weird experiments, and then dumped it here. They didn't even land. Maybe they have some sort of rubbish chute or something." For the first time, he noticed the looks on their faces. "What?" he said. "Did I miss something?" Slater waved the bone at him. The dog made a lunge for it, but Slater was too quick for him. "Femur," he announced. "It looks like the hound of the bloody Baskervilles here has found a boneyard." "Where?" asked Norman. "Yes, that's the problem." Slater pointed back in the direction the dog had come from. "Over there somewhere, but Flighty reckons he's been gone for hours, so it could be 10 yards away or 10 miles away." "Oh, terrific," said Norman. "That's all we need. But we can't start a search now. Not that vague. Not in the dark." He looked at Slater, who returned his gaze blankly. "I think we need a plan," said Norman. "I think you're right." Slater nodded thoughtfully. "I think we should probably start by asking the pathologist if this really is what we think it is," said Norman. "He is still here, isn't he?" Slater nodded again. "In the tent." They trudged wearily back into the tent, where the pathologist was just getting ready to head for home. "Can you tell us if this is what we think it is?" Slater offered him the bone. The pathologist took the bone, moved under one of the bright lights, and began a cursory examination. "Oh, yes," he said a few moments later. "Definitely a human femur. It's a bit on the small side." "Not a man, then?" asked Slater. "Can't say for sure without a proper examination," said the pathologist. "But if I had to guess, I'd say it was a small woman or maybe even a child. I'd also suggest this body's been dead for a good few years." "Oh, wonderful, just wonderful." Slater sighed. It was going to be a long night. Chapter 7. The Haunted Copse was one of those rare pieces of natural, old, native woodland. It didn't cover a particularly large area, less than 10 acres in total, and in places was barely 50 yards from one side to the other. No one really knew where the stories of ghosts and ghouls had originated, but it could well have been from the plain and simple fact the place was very old. To be honest, Slater found it just plain spooky. 2 paths ran through the woods, bisecting it from north to south, and again from east to west. The original body had been found just to the south of the copse, so it was decided to begin the search from that side and to sweep through in a northerly direction. If they didn't find anything in here, they would widen the search beyond the woods. Slater and Norman thought it could take ages to find a grave, and their time would be better spent investigating the body they already had. So they had chosen to call in a search coordinator who would organize and take control of the search for the place from where the dog had unearthed the small femur. They would take control back if or when a grave was found. And so, at first light, as Slater and Norman stomped their way back to the huge tent to resume their work, a bleary-eyed, hastily gathered group of officers began their sweep through the woods. Maybe it was the fact that Christine Pierce's mother's dog, Danny, had only recently excavated a small part of the grave. Maybe it was just down to the awesome ability of the search dogs, or maybe it was just pure luck. Whichever factor was the determining one didn't really matter. The important thing was that it took barely an hour before the dogs found what they were looking for. Slater and Norman had just watched Ian Bex finish directing the safe recovery of the body under the tent, which was now safely on its way to the hospital mortuary, when they were told the news. They had found what appeared to be a grave in the haunted copse. "Oh well," said Bex, shrugging. "At least when my roving expert pathologist gets here, we'll have made it worth his while." "This is the new-fangled mobile team, is it?" asked Slater. "This is exactly the type of case this thing is designed to be used for." Bex nodded enthusiastically. "Instead of us sending everything off to the experts and their fancy equipment, they send the experts and fancy equipment here." "This I have to see," said Norman expectantly. "It might actually be a good idea for once." The roving expert pathologist Ian Bex had referred to was actually a Home Office cost-cutting experiment, Slater later discovered. Keeping fully equipped forensic labs was becoming increasingly expensive, so someone had come up with the idea of having a small mobile team called MAFU, Mobile Autonomous Forensic Unit. The team consisted of a pair of forensic experts, in this case a forensic pathologist and a forensic anthropologist, plus 2 skilled assistants. They had at their disposal a fully equipped truck with just about every piece of equipment they would ever need. This meant they could be sent anywhere at any time, so in theory at least, even a small station like Tinton could handle a major inquiry without the need to send evidence away for analysis. Naturally, every police station in the land thought they should have MAFU at their sole disposal, but it was reserved for those cases where it was thought it would prove to be most effective. Tinton now had such a case. It was mid-afternoon when Ian Bex was informed the mobile unit had arrived. He thought it was quite impressive that the whole thing had been mobilized and made the journey down in not much more than 6 hours. "Yes, Ian," agreed the desk sergeant who had phoned to advise him of their arrival. "It is amazing they can get the whole thing down here so quickly. What's going to be even more amazing is working out how they're going to fit their 40-foot trailer into our car park." 40 foot, said Bex.
You're kidding me, right?
No, I am not kidding you, snapped the sergeant. I suggest you get your arse up here pronto and sort it out, because right now it's causing traffic chaos outside the station, and I've had to send 2 PCs to direct traffic.
But where am I going to—
It's your team, so it's your problem, interrupted the sergeant. I need those PCs for real police work.
All right, said Bex. I'm coming up now.
It took almost half an hour to move all the private cars belonging to members of staff out of the car park to create sufficient space for the Mafu truck. There were going to be a lot of pissed-off coppers when they found their cars were no longer in the car park, and even worse, they couldn't use the car park again during the Mafu stay. But finally the truck was reversed skillfully and neatly into place. The tall, bearded man who had emerged from the passenger seat earlier had introduced himself as Dr. Henry Cutter, a 45-year-old real ale fan who loved to listen to loud blues and rock music. Dr. Cutter was known to Bex by reputation. He was said to be one of the best forensic pathologists around. He was also known as something of a maverick who had no qualms about saying things as he saw them. That's why I got this roving pathologist job, he told Bex as they watched the truck glide into the space they had cleared. They don't like me because I say what I think, and that's often not what they want to hear. Consequently, I now get shipped out here, there, and everywhere. It's supposed to be some sort of punishment to keep me out of the way and keep me quiet. But I actually love the variety of jobs offered by travelling around, and as this is all new, I have to give feedback all the time, so they actually get to hear from me more than ever. As they stood talking, the driver's door swung open. Bex had a stereotypical truck driver image in his head, so he was completely unprepared for the figure that emerged. At first, he thought it must be some sort of joke. Perhaps Cutter had brought his 10-year-old daughter along, and this was some gag they'd worked out. He looked doubtfully at Henry Cutter, but Cutter just beamed back at him. The small girl who had just emerged from the cab gracefully lowered herself to the ground and turned to face them. And this is our forensic anthropologist, Nadira Malikanama, introduced Cutter. Nadira, meet Ian Bex. He's our partner in crime on this case. Nadira placed her palms together and gave a little bow to Bex. He wasn't prepared for such a greeting and didn't know if he should bow in return or shake hands or what he should do. His face glowed with embarrassment.
Pleased to meet you, she said, extending a hand.
Nadira means rare and precious, explained Cutter. And trust me, she is both.
You drive the truck? Asked Bex in surprise. It's a passion of mine, she explained. Henry likes his real ale, and I like to drive big trucks. Bex couldn't quite get his head around the idea that a tiny girl, he guessed she was probably an inch or two short of 5 feet tall, could drive such a massive machine. But he thought better of passing further comment. And before you ask, Cutter said, smiling, yes, Nadira is old enough to drive, and yes, she does know exactly what she's doing. Oh, no, said Bex, lying through his teeth. I wasn't thinking that at all. Don't be embarrassed. Nadira smiled up at him. Everyone thinks I'm about 10 years old when they first see me. I'm 32 years old, but my face doesn't tell you that. And I'm only 4 feet 10 inches tall, so I understand why people think I'm still a child. Even in Malaysia, where I come from, people make the same mistake. Her teeth gleamed white, and Bex thought again of how Cutter had described her. Rare and precious seemed just right. Right, said Cutter, looking between Bex and Nadira.
Nadira likes to supervise the setting up of the equipment, so why don't you take me inside and fill me in on what we've got so far?"
"Oh, yes, right," said Bex. "Come on down to my lair and I'll show you."
He took one last, lingering look at Nadira, who was suddenly all businesslike, and then led Cutter across the car park, into the building, and down to his lab.
Thanks for sticking around. Time for a quick 1-minute break. Enjoy this calming tune. And remember, everything here is free for your enjoyment.
It didn't take Bex long to confirm his suspicion that Cutter and the lovely Nadira were more than just colleagues. He would confess to being just a tad envious of Cutter, but as long as they got the job done, he didn't really see that it was any of his business what else they got up to. And frankly, solving these murders was all that really mattered. "Can we go across to the hospital mortuary and see the body now?" asked Cutter when Bex had finished briefing him. "And if you could take us to the burial site too, that would be great. At least then we'll know our way around. We'll book into our hotel later and start work first thing tomorrow. I'll do the post-mortem, and Nadira will start working to excavate the bodies."
"That sounds like a plan," said Bex. "I can show you where the first body was found too."
Chapter 8. The news from the hospital mortuary was not the best Slater had ever heard. From his preliminary findings, Henry Cutter, their pet roving pathologist, was able to confirm that their victim was definitely a girl, about 5 feet 2 inches tall and with blonde, curly hair. Her age he reckoned to be late teens or early 20s. He estimated she had been dead for less than 48 hours, and that was about as good as it was able to going to get at this stage, because despite his best efforts, he had been unable to reconstruct the face enough to provide a good description. "I'm sorry," he told Dave Slater, "but there's so much bruising and swelling to the face, it's impossible to tell you what she looked like. I could clean the skull and get Nadira to do a reconstruction once she's finished excavating the grave, but that's going to take a few days." "We may have to do that," said Slater glumly. "At the moment, we've got nothing to go on. It's as if she just dropped out of the sky." "Ah," said Cutter, "it's funny you should mention that. I've been trying to figure out how she could have been so badly beaten, and what she could have been beaten with. When I first saw her, I figured maybe she'd been run over by a steamroller," said Slater. "I've got to be honest," said the pathologist. "I don't think I've ever seen anyone so badly smashed up as this, and what marks I can make out don't seem consistent with any sort of weapon I've come across before. And then I got to thinking about how she could have got there." "If you've got a theory, I'd love to hear it," said Slater with interest. "We've only got Norman's aliens and a UFO theory to go on at the moment, and to be honest, I don't think it's a runner." Henry Cutter smiled, obviously appreciating Slater's attempt at black humor. Slater was glad. He didn't want to work with someone who didn't understand the importance of humor to help you cope. "Well, you just said it," said Cutter. "She fell from the sky." "You mean from an aeroplane?" asked Slater. I found a puncture mark on the back of her neck. I haven't got the results yet, but it's an unusual place to inject someone, so let's assume she was surprised and something nasty was injected into her. Let's suppose it was enough to knock her out. Then she's dragged on board a small aircraft. The pilot takes off, gets to a few 100 feet or so, opens the door and pushes her out.
Are you serious? Asked Slater.
It would explain why there's so much damage to the body, and it explains how she got out in the middle of all that long grass without leaving any sort of trail.
Yeah. Slater looked at Cutter doubtfully. But how do you know she was pushed? What if she fell?
Wouldn't an accident like that have been reported?
You've got me there. Slater nodded thoughtfully. And now I'm thinking about your idea, it does seem to fit.
It also explains another thing, continued Cutter. In one or two places, coarse grass stems have actually penetrated her body. Normally, they'd just bend and snap, but with the force of a body falling from a couple of 100 feet.
Can you give us any idea when this might have happened? Slater hoped the pathologist could give them at least a rough idea to help narrow their search.
I'll be able to give you a more accurate result tomorrow, but if I had to guess, I would say the night before last, between 9 p.m. and 3 a.m.
How much weight would you put behind this theory of yours? Asked Slater, looking at Cutter thoughtfully.
I need to confirm one or two things first, said Cutter, but I put my money on it being a winner.
Well, we can certainly put it ahead of Norm's aliens theory, said Slater. I'll start looking into it as soon as I get back. It's just a pity we can't identify her. We haven't even got a bloke missing right now, never mind a blonde girl in her late teens or early 20s.
Pity, Cutter said. If only we had some dental records to compare, or DNA. Anything like that would help.
The first person Slater bumped into when he got out of his car later was Steve Biddeford.
Just the guy I was looking for.
Biddeford clapped him on the shoulder.
I've been assigned to your murder team.
This was good news. Slater had a high regard for Steve Biddeford, who, despite being relatively new to this work, was proving to be a valuable asset in many ways.
Come on then, said Slater. You'll need to get up to speed, although it won't take very long. We're not exactly making rapid progress. But at least we got a proper incident room this time.
Slater led the way through the building and up the stairs without saying any more.
You're looking thoughtful, said Biddeford. Anything I can help with?
We've got a dead body, female, no ID, face smashed to a pulp, so we don't really know what she looks like.
How do we identify her? Slater shook his head as they reached the incident room.
Missing persons?
There isn't even a bloke missing in the area, never mind a young girl.
Ah, right, said Biddeford. I see your problem.
Slater led him into the incident room. There was a row of whiteboards propped against one wall. So far, 2 had been put up on easels and had information written in blue ink. Slater made his way to the first board and added, "Check possible light aircraft passing over between 9 p.m. and 3 a.m. on Monday 2906 night." Then he added SB, Steve Biddeford's initials.
"Maybe you could start by checking this light aircraft theory out," Slater said to Biddeford, who had followed him over and was now staring intently at the 2 boards.
"Sure, no problem," said Biddeford.
Slater began to add more information to the second board. It was headed Victim Number 1. He wrote the word name on the left side, but as yet they had no name. Under that, he stated a list of possible identifying features. There were lots of blanks by the time he finished. All he really knew was her height, hair color, and estimated age.
Slater noticed Biddeford staring at the board he had just finished updating. Before he could ask why, Biddeford reached into his pocket and fished out a photo.
Sarge,
he said to Slater.
might this be the girl?
Slater took the photograph and stared at it.
Who is she?
He asked.
Remember I told you I'd been asked to look out for a girl who's gone missing from Birmingham, who might or might not be in Tinton? She's the right age, the right height, and you can see she's got blonde hair.
It has to be a possibility, agreed Slater. But her face is unrecognizable from the damage she sustained. Can you see if you can find someone up there who can get hold of her dental records and send them down to us?
I'm on it,
said Biddeford, hurrying to the nearest phone. Chapter 9. Slater wasn't quite sure if finding the grave shortly after they found the first body was a bizarre coincidence, or if there was some connection. So for the time being, he and Norman were covering both and had been given the luxury of having their own incident room and a small team to help them. For now, the team consisted of Detective Sergeants Slater and Norman, Detective Constables Steve Biddeford, and PCs Jane Jolly and Philippa Flight. A further PC might be allocated to man or woman the main office phone and handle incoming calls if one could be spared once everyone had returned from the crime scenes. In the meantime, Jolly was on phones, which she seemed happy to do, and Flight was on general admin, which Slater had quickly found out she hated. He realized that as far as PC Flight was concerned, she felt she was wasted indoors and should be out on the street fighting crime. The phone on Slater's desk buzzed annoyingly. He grabbed it.
Slater, I don't know which one of you lot is going to handle this, but the dead girl's mother's here to identify the body,
said the voice of a world-weary duty sergeant down the line.
What do you mean, the dead girl's mother's here? Asked Slater. What do you think I mean? The voice replied.
But we're not even sure who she is yet. How the hell can someone have called the mother? Slater was both puzzled and annoyed at this development. They'd only been sent the dental records last night, and he'd yet to hear from the pathologist this morning.
You can keep your irritation to yourself and spare me the interrogation.
The voice came back belligerently.
I'm just the bloke on the desk down here trying to keep everything running smoothly and in order. Right now I'm telling you there's a lady here who's come to see her daughter's body. It's your case, so it's your problem. And as you don't seem to be clear about how this place works, I'll remind you. The only people who could have made that call are those working on the case. So I'll thank you to direct your questions at them and not at me. But before you do that, get someone down here to look after this lady. Now.
I'm sorry, Slater started to apologize, but it was too late. The duty sergeant had hung up. As he replaced his own receiver, he made a mental note to call in to make peace next time he went downstairs.
What's up?
Asked Norman. The girl's mother's here to identify her daughter.
What? Who told her? We don't even know who...
I know, right? Slater shook his head, wondering what on earth was going on. And when I find out which big mouth around here called her, I'm going to kick some serious ass. But right now we've got a lady downstairs needing an explanation.
Do you want me to go? I'm quite good at handling these things.
Are you sure you don't mind, Norm? What are you going to tell her?
I haven't a clue,
said Norman, climbing from his chair.
But that's okay. I'll make it up as I go along. There's no point in both of us going when we've got so much to do. I'll take Jolly Jane with me. I'm sure we can handle it between us.
Did you mention my name? Asked Jane Jolly, looking up at the sound of her name.
I did indeed, said Norman. I need your help to comfort a lady who might or might not be grief-stricken in the very near future.
Jolly rose from her chair and followed Norman through the door. Just before it closed, Norman's head reappeared.
"Can you chase up the pathologist?" he asked Slater. "If he's got us an ID, we just might be able to get away with this. Otherwise, we're going to look like a complete bunch of idiots."
"I'll do it right now," said Slater, picking up his phone. Before he entered the waiting area to greet Mrs. Townley, Norman took a peep at her through the window in the door. She was a small, mousy, frightened, and slightly bewildered-looking woman sitting on her own in the waiting area. Norman thought she looked a little like a dormouse would look in human form. The overall impression she made on him was that she appeared to have been worn away by life. He could empathize with that.
"You ready for this?" he asked, turning to Jolly. "This poor woman has come all the way down from Birmingham this morning. We don't even know if it's her daughter's body we've found. This has the potential to be a very embarrassing and uncomfortable situation for us, and a very distressing one for her."
Jolly looked through the window at Mrs. Townley. "She looks very sweet. A bit like my mum," she said. Then she took a deep breath. "Come on, Norm," she said, pushing at the door. "We can do this." She led the way across the room. "Mrs. Townley," she began, "I'm PC Jolly, and this is Detective Sergeant Norman. I understand you've come to identify a body." Mrs. Townley looked up, and Norman was pleased to see her face break into a smile. Obviously, PC Jolly's own warm smile and his attempt at looking friendly had worked.
"Let's go somewhere a bit more private,"
he suggested, indicating a door in the far corner. They sat around a table in an interview room. Jolly fussed around and made sure they all had tea or coffee, but they could only stall for so long, and finally Norman realized he was going to have to tell her the truth.
"Can I ask you why you're here this morning, Mrs. Townley?" he began.
"They said you'd found my daughter's body," she said, "so I've come to make sure it is her, and to take her back home."
"Who told you, Mrs. Townley?"
asked Norman.
"Why, Sergeant Brown in Birmingham,"
she said, looking surprised that Norman should feel the need to ask.
"Ah, right," said Norman. "The thing is, we don't actually—"
He was going to say that they didn't actually know if they'd found her daughter, but he was interrupted by his mobile bursting into song.
"Please excuse me one moment, I need to answer this," he said.
He stood and walked out of the room.
"Yeah?" he said. "Any luck?"
"It is Sarah Townley," said Slater.
"You timed that just right," said Norman. "I was just about to explain that we didn't know who she was. And by the way, it wasn't one of our team that told her. It was some idiot called Sergeant Brown up in Birmingham."
When he re-entered the room, Norman apologized once more before getting back to what he was saying.
"As I was saying," he continued, "we don't actually have mortuary facilities here, as we're only a small station. Your daughter is over at the hospital mortuary undergoing a post-mortem examination. I'm afraid she died under suspicious circumstances."
Mrs. Townley nodded her head, but said nothing. Norman wasn't sure if she really understood what he was saying. Jolly moved a little closer to Mrs. Townley and took her hand. The older woman looked at Jolly's kindly face and gave her a sad little smile in return.
"Look," said Norman awkwardly, "let me go and see if I can find out when we can take you across to the hospital to see the body. PC Jolly here will look after you while I'm gone."
Mrs. Townley looked dazed and even more confused than she had earlier.
"See the body? Yes," she said quietly. "I suppose I'll have to, won't I? Thank you."
When Norman left the room to go upstairs and check with the pathologist, he heaved a big sigh. He hated doing this. Why on earth had he volunteered? Maybe there was some masochistic streak inside him. P.C. Jolly patted Mrs. Townley's hand, wondering how she could make her feel better.
It's a good job her father's not still alive, Mrs. Townley sighed. You would never have coped with losing a second daughter.
A second? Said Jolly. That seems awfully unfair.
Oh, yes,
Mrs. Townley nodded sadly.
There's only me left now. My husband died of a broken heart after the first one disappeared. God knows where she is, but I'm sure she can't still be alive. His granddaughter went too, and now the second daughter's gone. What have I got left now?
She squeezed Jolly's hand hard and looked at her as though she almost expected an answer. But Jolly had none. What could she possibly say to that? What happened to your other daughter? She asked tentatively.
Is this a bad town?
Asked Mrs. Townley. I'm sorry? Said Jolly.
Tinton,
said Mrs. Townley.
Is it a bad place?
It's just a quiet, sleepy little old market town, replied Jolly. It's very rare for anything bad to happen here. In fact, it's rare for anything to happen at all.
My older daughter and my granddaughter disappeared here. That's why Sarah came. She wanted to see if she could find out what happened to Sandra. I begged her not to come, but she wouldn't listen to me. That's why I reported her missing. I was hoping the police would find her and send her home. But she's old enough to do what she wants. That's what they told me. And now look what's happened.
Jolly was beginning to get the strangest feeling. Tell me about Sandra, she said, trying to keep her voice steady. How did she disappear?
They were moving here, said Mrs. Townley. 15 years ago it was. Her and that husband of hers. He came from this area and he wanted to move back, so they bought this nice big house and moved here. But sometime during the first week they were here, she just vanished into thin air along with her daughter. He said she took all her belongings and ran away. But she wouldn't have done that. She was very close to her father. Whatever she was doing, she would have told him, even if she was running away.
She lapsed into silence, still holding on to Jolly's hand, squeezing hard. Jolly lifted her hand so she could stroke the back of Mrs. Townley's hand. Her mind was racing with the possibility, but surely it was too much of a coincidence, wasn't it? When Norman came back, Jolly asked if she could have a quick word with him outside.
Jesus,
said Norman when she told him what she'd just heard.
It's a bit of a long shot, don't you think?
Yes. Jolly knew it was, but she also knew what her instincts were screaming at her. But how often do you uncover the bodies of a woman and child together?
But we don't know that for sure. It's unconfirmed. We can't just say to her, oh, by the way, someone's dog has just dug up 2 bodies that just might be your daughter and granddaughter, can we?
How you figure out that sort of problem is your job, said Jolly sweetly. I'm just passing on information that might be relevant to our inquiries.
I'll have to talk to Dave about this, said Norman. In the meantime, you do not mention this possibility to Mrs. Townley. You can tell her that if she really wants to see her daughter, we can take her this afternoon. But make sure she understands the daughter she's going to see won't look much like the daughter she remembers.
Chapter 10. So how did it go with Mrs. Townley? Asked Slater when Norman returned to the incident room later that afternoon.
How do you think?
Asked Norman sadly.
I wish she hadn't insisted on going. She kept looking at that battered face and then looking at me. In the end, she wouldn't confirm it was her daughter. She said there's no way it could be her daughter because it looked nothing like her.
Oh, shit, said Slater. That must have been rough.
I take my hat off to Jane Jolly, said Norman. I was in bits, and no use at all. But she was just brilliant. She handled Mrs. Townley like she does it all the time. I wonder why are women so much stronger than men emotionally?
Oh, that's an easy one, replied Slater. They have to be, because so many men are complete arseholes. Norman gave a small smile of approval at Slater's comment.
Henry Cutter's pretty cute too, said Norman. He was really quick off the mark when she suggested it couldn't be her daughter. Instead of arguing with her about the dental records being good enough, he actually told her he understood exactly what she meant. Then he suggested he could prove if she was right or wrong if she gave him a DNA sample to compare.
And she agreed? Asked Slater.
Like a shot. She wants to know for sure if she's right or wrong.
Oh, clever stuff, Slater said. So he got the sample without having to skirt around the real reason we wanted.
He sure did, Norman said, nodding. He also said to tell you they've excavated the skeletons and they're going to start working on them tonight. He reckons by this time tomorrow, or maybe even earlier, they'll know if the bodies are who we think they are. With any luck, they might even know the cause of death as well.
That's great news, said Slater. At least we're making progress when it comes to who the victims are.
Any news on the light aircraft theory yet? Asked Norman.
Not so far. Slater shook his head and sighed. Steve's got a list of small airfields to check through. But then on top of that, there are hundreds of small landing strips that are privately owned. He's trying to find any record of a flight plan that includes passing over Tinton. But it's like trying to find a needle in a bloody haystack.
And I suppose there's nothing to stop someone with their own airstrip from making a flight without filling a flight plan, said Norman.
Exactly, Slater said, nodding. He's been trying online and using the phone, but tomorrow he's going on the road. I've told him to start off within a 20-mile radius, but I'm not exactly optimistic they'll find anything.
There you go, being negative again, Norman said chidingly. I think you underestimate Steve's dogged persistence. If it's out there, he'll find it, I'm sure.
Yeah, you're probably right. Slater smiled at his friend.
I usually am, said Norman, beaming back at him.
Chapter 11. It was 9:30 p.m., and Slater's phone was ringing.
Go away, I need some rest,
he said to the phone as he picked it up. He looked at the caller display. It was Norman. Norm was okay. He'd answer it.
Norm,
he said into the phone. What's up?
We have a bit of a problem. I got a call from the duty sergeant half an hour ago. Apparently this sweet little lady had come in insisting she had to speak to me urgently. So here I am, and so is Mrs. Townley.
Mrs. Townley? Slater was confused. What's she doing there at this time of night? And why didn't someone call me?
They didn't call you because she told them she doesn't want to speak to anyone else, only me, Norman said. When they told her I was off duty, she took a seat and insisted she was happy to wait for as long as it took.
But what does she want? I thought she'd seen her daughter earlier today, asked Slater anxiously.
Yeah, she did. But it seems she now knows we've found 2 more bodies in the woods. She's staying at some B&B that Jane Jolly found for her, and the owner, someone called Mrs. Arnley, told her that 2 more bodies have been found. She wants to know why we didn't tell her. She thinks it's her daughter and granddaughter.
Oh, bloody hell, said Slater. That's awkward.
Awkward? Said Norman. You're telling me it's awkward. The lady wants some answers, and I think we owe her that much, don't you?
Okay, Norm, calm down. Slater tried to soothe the clearly flustered Norman. Of course, you're right. We do owe her some answers. I'll come right now. Do you want me to get Jane Jolly down there too?
I don't think she needs the gentle touch right now, said Norman. She's more pissed off with us not telling her than emotional about who we found.
All right, mate, I'm on my way. As he made his way back into Tinton, Slater felt annoyed at himself for not foreseeing this turn of events. Oh well, he thought, the best laid plans and all that. When Slater entered the room, he was relieved to see Mrs. Townley didn't look as furious as he had feared.
This is Detective Sergeant Slater, Norman said. He's working with me on this case.
Mrs. Townley smiled, but looked uncertain, as Slater nodded and smiled at her. Good evening, Mrs. Townley, he began.
Mr. Norman has explained why you didn't mention the bodies in the woods earlier, said Mrs. Townley.
Yes, said Slater, feeling distinctly uncomfortable under her gaze. That was a very delicate situation, and at the time we didn't even know about your daughter and granddaughter being missing.
I do understand,
she smiled at him sadly.
But now I know you found the bodies, you must understand I have to know if it's them or not.
Of course, Mrs. Townley, agreed Slater. I understand completely, but I'm afraid it's not that simple. Whoever these two people were, all that's left now are two skeletons.
But you took a DNA sample from me earlier, she said. Can't you do a comparison, or whatever it is you do?
We will do that, explained Norman, but it takes a while. It's not something you can do in 5 minutes.
Yes, I understand that, she said, nodding her head. But isn't there something else I can be doing to help in the meantime?
Yes, said Slater, feeling really sorry for her. There is something you can do, and if you're willing, we can do it now.
If I go back to the guest house now, she said almost to herself, I'm not going to sleep, am I? I'll just be thinking about those two bodies and who they might be.
She looked Slater right in the eye.
Right, Sergeant Slater, she said decisively. What can I do to help?
Tell us about your daughter and granddaughter and how they disappeared.
It was 15 years ago, she began. They were moving down to Tinton.
It was almost midnight when Slater dropped Mrs. Townley back at the guest house, after first promising her that him or Norman would call tomorrow as soon as they heard anything from the pathologist. As he headed for home, his head was filled with the story Mrs. Townley had told them. Their first job tomorrow was going to be looking back through the records. According to the story she had just told them, her daughter's disappearance was reported at the time and investigated, but apparently they found nothing to back up her assertion that something very nasty must have happened. It should make interesting reading, he thought. Chapter 12. Norman looked down at the slim folder he had just been handed. It had taken hours to locate the paperwork from the original investigation, and he had expected a box full of files.
Is this all of it? He asked, in dismay.
That's your lot, said the surly records clerk. I can have another look if you want to wait a few more hours, but I doubt I'll find any more.
Norman looked at the name of the investigating officer.
D.S. Nash, he said. Is he still around?
I wouldn't know, said the clerk. But if it's one of his investigations, you're lucky to have that much information. All the slimmest files we've got are his. Perhaps he had an aversion to writing.
Or doing his job properly, added Norman. Oh, well, if this is all we've got, I'll just have to get on with it.
Yes, agreed the clerk sourly. You will, won't you?
Thanks for your help, Mr. Surly, said Norman as he headed for the exit. I hope it gets better soon.
What? Said the puzzled clerk. Hope what gets better soon?
Whatever it is that makes you find it so painful doing your job. You do realize, Norman said to Slater later, We learned more information about Sandra Bresler and her daughter's disappearance last night than in the case file from 15 years ago. The guy who was supposed to have investigated this case can't have actually done anything that was even remotely connected to investigating. I mean, he didn't even take a statement from Mrs. Townley.
I thought she said she spent ages down here talking to the police, said Slater.
She also said she didn't think they were taking much notice of her, added Norman. Looking at this, I can see she was right. There's no mention of her anywhere in this file.
I hope this isn't going to turn into another bent copper investigation, said Slater wearily. Who's the investigating officer?
It's a D.S. Nash, said Norman, reading from the cover of the file.
D.S.? asked Slater.
Don't you mean D.I.? It says D.S. here, replied Norman. Why, do you know him?
Of course. That was 15 years ago, wasn't it? Asked Slater. That was before he was a D.I. Yeah, I know him. He was my boss for a while. He should have been booted out years ago. He only got where he was because his old man was in charge back then. They're both behind bars now. As bent as 9 bob notes, both of them.
"Ah, wow," said Norman sarcastically. "That's really encouraging to know. So, should I ignore this report?"
"Does it tell us anything we don't know?" asked Slater.
"Don't think so," said Norman in disgust. "Would it be worth going to see this Nash guy?"
"Personally, I don't think he's worth the time of day," said Slater. "I suggest we leave him right out of the equation unless we get seriously desperate."
"Looking at this, I think you're right."
Norman closed the file and tossed it to one side.
"What a waste of a morning," he said, sighing.
"Come on," Slater smiled at him. "Let's go get some lunch. Maybe that'll cheer you up."
"Are you buying?"
"Surely it's not my turn again?" asked Slater, sounding incredulous.
"I thought you wanted to cheer me up," said Norman.
Okay, Slater said, sighing. "I'm buying."
"See? It works," Norman laughed. "I feel better already."
"It gets better." Slater paused, as if for dramatic effect. "We have to report to the mortuary at 2 o'clock. They've got some news for us."
"Oh, boy," said Norman,
a little less enthusiastically.
"Friday afternoon in the mortuary. I can't wait. You sure know how to give a guy a good time."
Slater was glad they had already eaten by the time they turned up at the mortuary. Even though on this occasion there wouldn't be any dicing and slicing, as Norman called it, it still wasn't a pleasant place to visit. Dr. Henry Cutter greeted them when they arrived.
"Hi, guys."
He smiled at them and shook their hands.
"I hope this is going to help you out. I'm going to take a back seat this afternoon and hand you over to my colleague."
Slater was quite dazzled by the tiny Nadira and her brilliant smile, and he totally missed her surname, which seemed very long and complicated.
"You'll be relieved to know everyone has problems with Nadira's surname," said Cutter, as if he could read Slater's mind. "So, to make life easier for everyone, we refer to her as Dr. Nadira."
Nadira bowed her head in acknowledgement as she was introduced.
"Good afternoon, gentlemen," she said. "We will be working together closely for a while, I'm sure, so I will be happy for you to call me Nadira. We all know I'm a doctor, so you don't need to keep reminding me."
She gave them another one of her dazzling smiles. Slater glanced over at Norman and saw he was beaming back at her. She was a hit with both of them then.
"That works for me," said Norman. "I'm Norman, or Norm for short."
"And I'm Dave," Slater said.
"That's good," she said. "Too much formality just gets in the way. Now come over here, and I'll show you what we've got for you."
The two detectives followed her through to a large area which had been cleared except for 2 stainless steel tables that stood side by side. Cutter followed along behind. The two skeletons were laid out on the tables. One was so much smaller than the other, it was obviously a child. Slater had never had to deal with the death of a child before, and the idea that he was almost certainly looking at a murdered one made his stomach lurch. He looked across at Norman, who looked equally unhappy at the sight of the tiny skeleton.
"The first thing we can say for sure," began Nadira, "is that they have been under the ground for somewhere in the region of 15 years.
"Right so far," Norman said.
"The skeleton of the adult woman is a match for the DNA sample provided by Mrs. Townley," continued Nadira. "I can confirm this is her daughter."
"So this is Sandra Bressler," said Slater. "We can also confirm," added Cutter, "that the body you found in the field is also a match. This is the sister of your body."
"The child," continued Nadira, "is Sandra's daughter."
Slater heard Norman let out a breath beside him and realized he too had been holding his.
"Jeez,"
Norman said sadly.
2 daughters and a granddaughter all found within a couple of 100 yards. It's difficult to think it's a coincidence, isn't it?"
"Can you tell us how they died?" asked Slater.
"Oh, yes," said Nadira. "I can even tell you what weapon was used to kill them both."
"So they were definitely murdered then? No way it could have been anything else?" asked Slater, knowing full well it had to be murder.
"I'm afraid not," said Nadira, "and I would imagine it was a very brutal and painful way to die."
"Come on then," Norman said, sighing heavily. "Let's hear the gory details."
Nadira leaned across the first table and lifted the right scapula free.
"If you look here,"
she said, pointing to a deep gouge on the back of the bone,
"you can see where she was hit from behind with a heavy blade. Henry will show you what we're sure the weapon was."
Cutter produced an axe head from under the table and showed how it was a good match for the wound to the scapula.
"She was hit from behind with an axe?" asked Slater in disbelief. "Jesus!"
Norman sounded shocked.
"I'm afraid so," said Nadira, "and not just once."
She pointed to the broken right femur.
"You can see where she was hit here, breaking her leg."
She pointed to the right arm.
"Also here and here."
The humerus was also broken, just above the elbow, and the hand had been smashed.
"And finally, the back of her skull."
She turned over the skull to reveal a huge split fracture. Again, the axe head appeared to be the perfect fit for the center of the fracture. Slater didn't know what he had been expecting, but it wasn't this. Judging by the look on Norman's face, he was just as shocked too.
"So, what have we got?" asked Norman. "A mad axeman?"
"Not necessarily a man," said Nadira. "A woman could easily have done this if she knew how to use an axe properly."
"I don't think using an axe to chop people up is using it properly," said Norman.
"No, of course not. But my point is simply that whoever did this knew how to use an axe."
"Any idea how it might have happened?" Slater dreaded to think.
"My guess," said Nadira, "based on the damage to the skeleton, is that she was chased through the woods. Henry and I will demonstrate what we think might have happened. I will be the attacker, just to show that a woman could easily have done this."
Cutter came across and stood in front of Nadira with his back to her.
"The first blow is struck as Sandra is running away," began Nadira. "It's from behind, to the right leg."
She swung an imaginary axe from her right shoulder towards Cutter's right femur.
That breaks her leg, stops her running, and she falls to the ground face down.
Cutter indicated where the blow would have landed and then dropped to the floor face down.
"Now she's down, the attacker approaches from behind,"
continues Nadira, moving so she was astride Cutter's waist.
Sandra then puts her hands over her head to try to protect herself.
Cutter did likewise, and Nadira swung her imaginary axe again.
The second blow smashes into the back of her right hand. Then the third blow is aimed at her arm. As you can see from the skeleton, the arm gets broken. Now her arm is useless, and she cannot protect her head any more.
Cutter moved his right arm down to his side, exposing the back of his head.
Now the attacker has clear sight of the back of Sandra's head and delivers the fourth blow. This proves to be the final blow, smashing her skull and killing her.
This final time, she raised the imaginary axe above her head and swung it straight down.
"Shit," said Norman quietly. "What about the kid?"
"One blow, fracturing the skull,"
said Nadira, moving back to the two tables to hold up the child's skull and show them the clear fracture at the back.
"This time with the back of the axe."
Cutter was back on his feet and now leaned over and lined up the back of the axe with the damaged skull.
"Do you think the kid would have been first or second?" asked Norman.
"If you mean, did the child have to watch her mother being chased and slaughtered, I'm afraid I can't answer that," said Nadira. "I just hope the child was first to die."
There was a deadly silence as the two detectives absorbed what Nadira had told them.
"So they were brought to the woods and then hunted by someone with an axe," said Slater, struggling to make sense of the horror.
"That's my theory," she said. "It would be impossible to prove after all this time, but that's what I believe happened."
"That's a particularly brutal way to kill someone, isn't it?" asked Slater.
"It's certainly not something we come across every day," said Cutter. "It takes a very special kind of cold person to do something like this."
There were a few more moments of stunned silence as Slater tried to imagine the scenario. He knew Norman would be doing the same. It was Henry Cutter who finally broke the silence.
"Obviously, we'll put this all together for you in our reports, and we'll let you know if anything else comes to light after that. But right now, guys, I think this might be a good time to break for a cup of tea and some fresh air, don't you?" he suggested. "Nadira's found a nice little courtyard area just out the back with a couple of benches. A change of scenery and a change of topic usually works for me."
He headed for the kettle.
"Nadira, take the guys outside while I rustle up some tea."
It was gone 4 p.m. by the time Slater and Norman were ready to leave. Cutter had been right. There was a neat little courtyard just behind the mortuary, and, ably assisted by Nadira, he proved to be very good at leading Slater away from his morbid thoughts and lightening the mood. By the time they left, Slater was feeling more like himself, and Norman was becoming his usual chatty self.
"I think this calls for an urgent appointment with the boss, don't you?"
Slater asked Norman as they drove away.
"I can't think of any other way we're going to get reinforcements," agreed Norman. "And we certainly need them now it looks like we're going to be reinvestigating something that should have been sorted out 15 years ago."
To Slater's surprise, Bob Murray was already ahead of the game. He'd obviously got wind of how their case was developing. "I've known Henry Cutter for years," he told them, and he was busy reallocating his staff to create a bigger team.
"I've only got limited numbers, as you know," he told them, "so it's going to be hard work for everyone. But try and make it work, or I'll have to go cap in hand for help from elsewhere. If that happens, we'll lose control of the whole case. We don't want that, do we?" It was a rhetorical question, and Slater and Norman stayed quiet. "I'll expect you two to give your team a full briefing first thing in the morning," warned Murray. "I'll make sure everyone knows they have to be there for 8 a.m.,
So make sure you're both there so I don't look like an idiot, all right?
Right, boss,
said Norman. Thank you, boss, said Slater. We'll get on it right away. Fine. That'll be all, growled Murray, returning to his paperwork. Norman and Slater knew that meant the meeting was over, so they stood and made their way over to the door. Just as Slater was turning the handle, Murray added a little footnote.
Don't forget the other cases you have, he said.
Yes, but, began Slater.
You have a team, David, Murray said, sighing. Do I need to tell you how to use it?
Don't worry, boss, Norman butted in. We've got it covered. He hustled Slater out of the door before he could get another word in. How many pairs of bloody hands does he think we have? Asked Slater grumpily as Norman ushered him away from Murray's office. Aren't we under enough pressure as it is?
There you go again, chided Norman. Mr. Negative is back. Moan, moan, moan.
What? Said Slater in dismay. What can you find about this that's positive?
Will you open your eyes just for once? Snapped Norman. Don't you think he's under pressure as well? He told you he's got limited numbers to work with. Or perhaps you think Detective Sergeant Slater is too important to have to dirty his hands with small cases.
Slater was affronted at Norman's verbal attack. Of course I don't think I'm too bloody important, said Slater. I'm a team player, you know that.
So start acting like a team player, said Norman. Don't you think Murray's part of the team?
Well, yeah, agreed Slater, not really following Norman's train of thought. I suppose he's the captain.
So he's being a team player by rearranging things to give us more help, right?
Asked Norman. I suppose so, yes, agreed Slater reluctantly.
Do you think that's going to make his life any easier?
Well, no, I suppose not. Slater knew Norman was making sense.
So don't you owe it to your captain to be a team player and repay his support?
Well, yeah, of course I do.
So stop griping and get on with it, said Norman. We have a team of our own. Surely we can utilize one or two people here and there to keep their eyes and ears open, can't we? He didn't say solve them tomorrow, he just said don't forget them.
Slater looked contrite. Of course Norman was right. Again. I think you need to teach me more about how this positive stuff works, he said gloomily. I still don't understand how you always seem to find positives in just about everything.
It's simply because you focus on negatives and I don't.
Norman grinned at him.
Let's go grab a coffee before we put this briefing together.
We can talk better with coffee. Slater wrapped his hands round the warm mug as he listened to Norman.
Here's some advice you can have for free,
Norman said, sipping his coffee.
First of all, you take things too personally. That wasn't a bollocking from Murray. It was just a reminder. He knows damn well you won't forget, but he wouldn't be doing his job if he didn't say it. It's no different to you telling Steve Biddeford to restrict his airfield search. Steve should know to do that, and you know he probably would, but you still told him.
Okay, point taken, said Slater, slowly nodding his agreement.
Another thing you need to learn is to stop and think before you react, said Norman.
Slater started to protest, but Norman waved his hand.
Yeah, I know you don't always do it, he said, but this goes with my first point. It's when you take things personally that you jump in with both feet before you've thought about what's being said. Listen to the comment and then think before you answer. Ask yourself, is the comment really aimed at me, or am I just taking it too personally?
All right, smartass, said Slater with grudging admiration. So tell me, what was positive in what Murray said earlier, because I obviously missed it?
Oh, it was there all right, Norman said, smiling. And yes, you did miss it. And I'll tell you why you missed it. You missed it because you were too busy focusing on what you thought was a negative by taking a comment personally that wasn't personal at all.
You can be a right arsehole sometimes, Norm, said Slater. You're loving this, aren't you? So, what was this great big positive I missed then?
Murray paid you several compliments in there and you missed them all. One, he has confidence in you and me to lead this team. 2, he trusts us to brief the team. And 3, and this is the one you took completely the wrong way, he trusts in your ability to solve more than one case at the same time. Don't you think that's all positive stuff?
Slater was briefly lost for words. Norman was right. He had missed all those positives. So, how come you saw that and I missed it? He finally managed to ask.
You need to ask yourself that question, said Norman. You were in the same room as me, hearing the same words as me, yet we have almost opposing views of what was said.
That's what I mean, said Slater wearily. How does that happen?
It happens because I have a positive outlook and look for the best in a situation, while you have a negative outlook and expect the worst.
Slater considered this. He'd heard Norman prattle on about this stuff before, and he had promised himself he would try to change. But then he'd got busy and forgotten all about it. So, how do I change? He asked.
First, you have to want to change, and then you just have to train yourself to stop and think.
So, how come you're such an expert?
I'm not an expert, said Norman. I just know this stuff changed my life. If I hadn't learnt it, I wouldn't still be here. I would have got so depressed I would have topped myself a long time ago.
Slater's mouth plopped open in surprise. He just couldn't imagine Norman being anything but the happy-go-lucky guy he appeared to be. Never in his wildest dreams could he picture Norman being depressed.
Anyway, we'd better go, said Norman. We have a briefing to prepare.
With that, he began marching off towards their incident room, leaving Slater, still gobsmacked, trailing in his wake. Chapter 13.
Good morning, people, said Slater. We've decided the easiest way to do this is to go over everything we've got so far. I know it might be rather boring for those who've been here from the start, but it doesn't do any harm to go over things again. You've all got copies of the notes we're using for the briefing, but if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask. Remember, the only stupid question is the one you don't ask. Okay?
There was a murmur of okays from around the room. Slater had been a little disappointed to find there wasn't exactly an army of new faces to help, but then he knew the situation. Tinton was a very small town with a very small number of police officers. Resources were limited. The original team of Slater, Norman, Biddeford, Flight and Jolly had been upgraded with the addition of 2 DCs, 2 PCs, and a sergeant who had apparently volunteered his services. Thus, the team had doubled in size overnight. Slater knew Sergeant Toby Allen was adept at office management, which was going to be a huge bonus. While Jolly Jane was always happy to pitch in and do whatever was needed, her partner was clearly not enamored with the idea of being tied to a desk or a phone. In fact, PC Philippa Flight was becoming increasingly tetchy with every hour she was kept inside. Slater and Norman had agreed last night the sooner they could get her out on the road, the happier the whole team would be.
So, this is what we have so far.
Norman moved across to the whiteboards, taking up a position alongside the first board where he could easily point out what he was talking about.
Our original body.
He pointed to the photo of Sarah Townley, as provided by her mother.
Sarah Townley. She was found close to the haunted copse on Tuesday evening by an unfortunate dog walker. The body was a terrible mess, and at first could not easily be identified. The pathologist believes the girl was drugged by her attacker, loaded into a small aircraft, taken up into the air and pushed out.
A hand shot up from Tony Ashton, one of the DCs.
Yes, Tony?
Was the girl dead before she was put into the aeroplane?
Good question, said Norman, approvingly. I'd like to be able to say yes, but the pathologist isn't sure. He believes there's a good chance she was still alive when she was pushed from the aircraft. She might even have been conscious. At this stage, we just don't know.
There was a brief hush as they absorbed this particular piece of news and its implications.
Her mother tells us Sarah was here to try to find out what happened to her sister, who disappeared from here 15 years ago along with her daughter.
Slater now moved alongside the second board. As D.S. Norman has already told you, this body was found by a dog walker. While we were investigating, the dog, which had run off, decided to come back. It came back carrying a human femur. A search the next morning revealed a shallow grave in the middle of the haunted copse. This grave contained the skeletal remains of Sandra Bresler and her 5-year-old daughter. At that stage, we didn't know why Sarah had come to Tinton, so there was no immediate connection between the first body and these two. However, once we were told why Sarah had come to Tinton, it seemed an unlikely coincidence. DNA proved it was no coincidence. Sandra Bresler is the sister Sarah Townley was looking for. 15 years ago, Sandra, her husband and daughter moved down to Tinton from the Midlands. Sandra supervised the move because her husband was away at the time. He came home at the end of the first week to find the move had gone smoothly enough, but Sandra, her daughter, and all their belongings had disappeared. Slater took a sip of his coffee while he let everyone absorb this. It was Tony Ashton who asked the question again.
Wasn't she reported missing at the time?
Yes, she was, said Slater slowly. Unfortunately, it seems the investigation wasn't exactly the most thorough that's ever been carried out.
It was a joke.
Norman shook his head in disgust.
I don't think they could have stopped the murder, but they might well have found the bodies if only they'd tried looking.
There was a hubbub about the quality of some past investigations, and the word Nash was mentioned more than once. But Slater could see they were getting off the point.
"Okay, everybody," he said, raising his voice. "We're getting off the point here."
Tony Ashton had another question.
"How were the mother and daughter killed, sir?" "This was another grisly murder," said Norman. "It looks as if the mother was chased into the woods and then hunted down by someone using an axe. They took 3 big swipes at her and then smashed the back of her head in. The kid was just bashed over the head with the axe. And before you ask," added Slater, "we don't know if the child had to watch her mother being hunted before she was killed."
Jesus!
Ashton looked and sounded horrified.
That's one cold bastard that could do that.
He had spoken for all of them.
"They're both pretty cold murders, if you ask me," said Norman. "But then I've never come across a murder yet that left me feeling all warm and fuzzy, you know."
"What you just heard," Slater spoke loudly and deliberately, "stays in this room. The press will be told we've found and identified 2 bodies. They will not be told how they were killed, and no one outside this room is to know. I'm sure I don't need to tell you why."
"Are we looking for 1 killer or 2?
asked the sergeant, Toby Allen.
"That's the $64,000 question," said Slater.
"While the victims are definitely connected, there's 15 years between their deaths, and the methods are totally different. having said that, it seems the first victim, Sarah, had been looking for her sister, or at least trying to find out what had happened to her. So it's quite possible she stumbled across the original killer who then killed again.
At the moment, Norman said, we're trying to keep an open mind, and that's what we all need to do until we have some evidence to give us a pointer. The problem with speculating without any evidence is that it's just guessing, and I shouldn't need to tell anyone what a waste of time that is.
There were more murmurs of agreement.
Okay, said Slater. That's about it for now.
Make sure you read your notes, and remember, if you have questions, for goodness sake, ask. I don't want to find 2 weeks down the road that someone had an idea but chose to keep quiet in case they made a fool of themselves. D.S. Norman will give you your assignments for today. From now on, we'll be having regular gatherings like this until we've solved this case, okay? He could hear the assorted groans and grumbles about early starts as the meeting began to break up. He could understand how they all felt, but it was part of the job, and they all knew it. He looked around for Steve Biddeford. "Steve, have you got a minute, please?"
"Sure,"
said Biddeford, making his way across the room. "What can I do for you?"
"Any luck with your hunt for a light aircraft?"
"Not a bloody thing so far," he said gloomily. "I started 20 miles out, like you said, and I'm working my way back in. I've just got the one airfield left to visit at Trapworth. It's about 5 miles away, but I'm not optimistic, to be honest. I did think it might be an idea to do a house-to-house within the area around the haunted copse. Maybe someone actually heard an aircraft that night. At least I'd know for sure that I was following the right trail."
"Now that is a great idea."
Slater looked round the room. "Take PC Flight with you. She keeps saying she'd rather be out and about." "You're telling me she does," said Biddeford. "She never stops going on about it. Grumpy cow." Slater was taken aback by Biddeford's tone. It wasn't like him to speak ill of any of his colleagues. "Really that bad, is it?" asked Slater. "Hell hath no fury like Philippa Flight," said Biddeford. "Miss Fire and Brimstone, they call her behind her back." "Any idea why she's so shitty?" Slater was curious. "Not a clue," said Biddeford, "but I can try and find out while we're on the road if you like." "I'd like to know," said Slater, "because when she's on the ball she's pretty good at her job. But I don't want her pissing the team off. We've got a crappy enough job as it is. Put your new skills to good use, but try to be a bit subtle. I don't want you coming back here minus your testicles because she snapped them off, okay?" "I'll be careful, I promise," said Biddeford, nodding. "So, how was Flighty when you told her she was going out in plain clothes with Steve Biddeford today?" Slater asked Norman when things began to quieten down.
"She looked at me as if I'd handed her a slimy turd," said Norman.
"What the hell's the matter with her?" said a frustrated Slater. "We try and keep her happy, and she's still complaining. What's she got against Biddeford?"
"Oh, I don't think she's got anything against him personally, or against us, come to that. It seems to be life in general that's the problem. Maybe she's just not getting enough at home," said Norman with a dirty wink. "You seem to have a way with the ladies. Perhaps you should include it in your duties as team leader to keep the female staff happy."
"I don't think that's ever going to happen," said Slater. "The last time I tried to make a joke about her and me, she seemed to take offense. So I won't be doing that again." Chapter 14. "Look, I know it's none of my business," began Biddeford from the passenger seat, feeling slightly nervous about the conversation he was embarking on. "You're right, it's not," said PC Flight grimly, her eyes glued to the road ahead as she drove them out towards Trapworth Airfield. "You don't even know what I'm going to say yet," Biddeford said, shaking his head. "When someone starts a sentence with the words, 'I know it's none of my business,'
snapped Flight. "It nearly always means they're right. So if you're going to ask anything about me in any way, shape, or form, it is none of your business, all right?"
Biddeford sighed wearily. "OK, Constable," he said. "Turn the car round and let's go back."
"What?"
PC Flight turned to look at him, her voice full of surprise.
"Why?"
"I'll drop you back at the station and drive myself, thank you."
"But you can't do that,"
she said, still sounding shocked. "It's all right," said Biddeford. "I'm sure when you explain to Dave Slater that I've refused to work with you, he'll be just fine about it."
"But why don't you want to work with me?"
"Do you know what they call you back at the station behind your back?" said Biddeford. "Miss Hellfire and Brimstone." Flight kept her eyes on the road and said nothing. "Have you listened to yourself lately?" Biddeford continued. "You haven't got a good word to say about anyone or anything. You've done nothing but bitch and moan about being stuck inside, and now you've been given what you want and let out to play, you're still bitching and moaning." He realized then that PC Flight had pulled the car over to the side of the road and was sitting there looking at him, her face bright red. He paused to give her the opportunity to speak, but his verbal attack seemed to have caught her completely off guard. "I was actually looking forward to having someone different to work with," he said when it became obvious she had nothing to say. "I thought it would be good to have someone different to talk to, and something different to talk about. I even hoped I might be able to have an intelligent conversation for a change, but no. What I seem to have been lumbered with is a bear with a bloody sore head, and I'm sorry, but I'm not having it."
"Look," she said eventually, "I'm just having a rough time right now, and I don't want to talk about it."
"I wasn't going to ask you to talk about it," said Biddeford. "I was just going to politely point out that you're getting a reputation for being a right miserable cow, that's all. And whatever your rough time might be, making life hell for everyone else won't solve it."
"I'm sorry," she said,
and Biddeford thought she actually sounded it.
"I know you're right. I just don't know what's wrong with me lately. But please don't make me go back. I'll promise I'll try not to be grumpy."
"You don't have to be all happy-clappy, you know," said Biddeford. "Just be civil. We all have shit days, and we all sometimes have to do crappy jobs we'd rather not have to do. But acting like a snappy cow and making it a shit day for everyone else is not the answer."
"Right. Yes, I'm sorry," she said.
Biddeford felt a bit sorry for her, sitting there, her face scarlet. "OK, let's hope we don't need to mention your attitude again," he said, once he thought she'd got the message. "Now, shall we proceed?"
"Yes,"
she said, her relief at not having to face Slater almost palpable.
"Of course."
She eased back into the traffic and headed for Trapworth. Biddeford glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. He knew he had left her quite stunned by his outburst. He wasn't the kind of guy who usually spoke up about stuff like that. If he was honest, he was quite stunned too. When he'd been on a recent training course, he'd been told he needed to have more confidence in himself. They told him he needed to assert himself and take control when the situation demanded it. Also, he should not be afraid to express his opinion a bit more often if he really wanted to get on. This was the first time he'd actually put any of it into practice. He thought he'd taken control of this particular situation and really been assertive. It wasn't so hard after all, he thought, and it looked like it had worked. He already had the feeling PC Flight had a new respect for him now he'd offered her some sound advice about her attitude. He sneaked a sideways glance at her again. He'd never taken much notice of her before, but then he'd only seen her in uniform. Now she was this close to him in jeans, t-shirt and bomber jacket, he realized she was actually quite attractive. She had quite a pretty face when she stopped scowling, and he liked the way her short, dark hair was styled. She looked quite different without the usual hat. But then he began to feel guilty. What was he thinking? She was married, for goodness sake. And anyway, she was 10 years older than he was. He sneaked another quick little look. Married or not, she was certainly one fit-looking lady. He began to blush slightly at the direction his thoughts were taking. He thought it was a good thing she was unaware he was eyeing her up like this.
"Do I have to call you sir?"
she asked. "I'm sorry," he said.
"While we're working like this," she said, "do I have to call you sir? Or detective constable, or what?"
"Oh, right," said Biddeford. "I see what you mean. I'm not sure, to be honest." He thought about it for a moment or two. "Whenever I'm with Dave Slater, it's always first names unless we're dealing with the public, and then I call him boss or gov or sir. So while we're working together, how about you call me Steve or boss? I really don't want you to call me sir. I mean, we're both constables, aren't we? So sir doesn't seem right somehow."
"Okay, Steve. That's good enough for me. I'm Philippa, Philly, or Phil."
"Which one do you prefer?" he asked.
"Phil is just fine, for work colleagues," she said.
Then, after a pause, she added,
"Of course, that will change when you get to know me better."
Biddeford shifted uncomfortably and wondered what exactly it was he was feeling. He thought back to what he had learnt on the training course. "Be more confident," he told himself. "Be assertive. I am in control here. We're just colleagues, and that's all we're ever going to be. We're never going to be anything more. You don't mix work and pleasure. And anyway, she's a married woman. Now pull yourself together, focus on the job in hand, and stop behaving like some lovesick schoolboy." As if on cue, the entrance to Trapworth Airfield appeared ahead. When he'd spoken to the guy who ran the airfield, Biddeford had been given the impression it was a bustling transport hub, but he could see straight away that he'd been subjected to a considerable degree of exaggeration. Compared with one or two of the other small airfields he'd visited, it was a bit of a stretch to even mention this one in the same breath. Flight pulled in through the entrance and stopped the car while they got their bearings. The airfield was simply a field on top of a hill. It was surrounded by trees on all four sides, making it pretty well hidden from anyone living anywhere near, although Biddeford was pretty certain there were no houses within at least a quarter of a mile. The runway was a strip of well-mown grass running from east to west across the middle. At each end of the runway, the mown strip turned towards the far end of the field. At that far end, in the right-hand corner, sat a vast, ancient, open-sided barn with a sagging tin roof. Biddeford thought this must be the hangar he'd been told to look out for. Two tatty, sad-looking aircraft squatted under the sagging roof, both presumably undergoing some form of restoration or repair. There appeared to be somewhere between 20 and 30 small aircraft parked in 2 rows in front of and around the old barn. Many were tethered with guy ropes, presumably to protect them from the wind, which could be a bit gusty up here on the brow of the hill. They were all exposed to whatever the weather could throw at them, relying on canvas covers to protect them. It was an assortment of old and modern, all pretty small and well within the size that Biddeford assumed would be called light aircraft. A 2-story wooden pavilion was the only thing that seemed even vaguely modern. It had a balcony overlooking the field, and the upper story wall facing the field appeared to be all glass. Biddeford figured this must be the operations centre and control tower he'd been told to look out for. "Right, Phil," Biddeford said. "We're looking for a bloke called Captain Smithers. He said we'd find him either in the control room or the hangar. I'm guessing that means that pavilion over there, or the barn that looks like it's about to fall down."
"Okay, Steve, you're the boss." Flight smiled at him. "I'll try not to make it too bumpy."
On their side, the field had been ploughed, apart from a mown strip that served as the access road. Flight carefully made her way across, clearly trying to avoid as many bumps as she could.
"Thank God we didn't have to come out here in the winter," she said. "You'd need a Land Rover to cope with the mud."
Chapter 15 Rudy, or Rudolph, if you want to be formal, Bresler lived in an enormous house about a mile to the south of Tinton. As he and Norman stood on the front step, Slater looked around and admired the view across the surrounding fields and into the distance. He knew a view like this would cost a small fortune in this area, but then if the owner of this house could afford the dark blue Maserati parked in front of the double garage, money wasn't really a problem, was it? A bright pink Mini Cooper was parked rather haphazardly next to the Maserati. Slater thought absently that abandoned might be a more appropriate word than parked. He was just picturing the stereotypical woman who would own the car when the door opened behind him and interrupted his thoughts. Some people would consider themselves over the brow of the hill and on the way down the other side at 58 years of age, but Rudy Bresler was clearly in his prime. He stood 6'2" tall, was well-muscled, deeply suntanned, and had a good head of hair. As he shook their hands, Slater observed that the only thing that gave the man's age away was the fact that his hair was obviously dyed. It was always vanity that gave the game away in the end. He stole a glance at Norman, standing beside him. Of course, no one would ever have the opportunity to accuse him of being vain. He seemed to have achieved his most crumpled appearance ever on this particular morning, and his waistline appeared to have finally won the ongoing battle with his trousers, which were no longer able to encircle him at this widest part of his body. However, if any of this concerned him, he made a very good job of hiding it. Comparing the two in appearance, Slater thought Bresler could easily pass for a man 10 years younger than he really was. On the other hand, Norman, who at 53 was 5 years younger than Bresler, could easily pass for a vagrant in his 70s if he wasn't so obviously well-fed. He thought it really was time his partner did something about his appearance, and his weight. Come to think of it, his colour was none too good either. Perhaps he should suggest that maybe it was time Norman had a health check. "Please, come in, gentlemen," said Bresler, swinging the door invitingly open to reveal an immense hallway with a fabulous, very expensive-looking Persian rug, perfectly centred on the polished oak floor. Slater and Norman skirted round it. Slater knew neither of them wanted to risk stepping on it. "I'll get the maid to bring some tea. Or would you prefer coffee?" asked Bresler pleasantly. He oozed charm, confidence, and good looks, and certainly didn't appear to be the least bit concerned by their unannounced arrival. "Let's go through to the library." He indicated a doorway at the far end of the hall. "We can talk in there." Before anyone could move, Slater heard a clattering of high heels on a wooden floor, and an attractive, leggy, large-busted blonde, dressed in a tight-fitting white trouser suit, rushed breathlessly from another room. In her left hand she clutched a handbag which looked in imminent danger of bursting, and in the other hand she held aloft a set of car keys. "Found them, darling." She giggled at Bresler, then stopped suddenly as she saw the two detectives. "Oh, sorry. I didn't realize you had company." "This is my girlfriend, Cindy Mayne," Bresler said. Slater and Norman smiled a hello, and she smiled sweetly in return. Slater thought she was quite a good match for the stereotype he had been imagining, only better looking and classier. He guessed she was about 30 years old. Not bad going for a guy of nearly 60, he thought. He thought she looked familiar somehow. Yes, that was it. She looked a lot like Sandra Bresler, the dead wife. Rudy Bresler obviously had a preferred type. "These police officers have just come for a chat." Bresler indicated the two officers. "I'm sorry I can't stop," she told them, flicking her long blonde hair over her shoulder. "I'm running late for the hairdresser. Couldn't find my keys." She was still holding the keys aloft, and she jingled them to emphasize her point. She reached up to peck Bresler on the cheek, and with a final, breathy "mustache," she was gone. Slater felt as though a small whirlwind had just passed through. "You must excuse Cindy," Bresler said, laughing indulgently. "She has the looks, but she's a bit disorganized. As a result, much of her life seems to happen at breakneck speed, trying to make up for lost time." He led them through to the library, which turned out to be every bit as grand as it sounded. A long, rectangular room, 3 walls were lined from floor to ceiling with books. The 4th wall was one huge set of folding glass doors, giving a wonderful view down the length of an extensive, lawned garden. Slater saw Norman head over to the bookcases. He looked like a kid in a sweet shop. "Please, take a look," Bresler said, noticing Norman's interest. "If you know anything about books, you'll see some classics there."
"Oh, I'm no expert," said Norman. "I just love the look and smell of old books."
Slater knew he was being modest. From conversations he and Norman had had before, it was clear he knew quite a lot about books. It was one of his areas of interest. Bresler picked up the phone and muttered something about tea in the library, then turned his full attention back to them.
"I assume you've come to ask me about Sandra?" he asked.
Slater and Norman exchanged a glance.
"Come now, gentlemen," said Bresler. "It doesn't take a rocket scientist to work it out, now does it? You've just unearthed her body, for goodness sake. Not to mention the fact that her younger sister turned up dead in more or less exactly the same spot. I'm just surprised it's taken you so long."
"I'm equally surprised you didn't come forward," said Norman.
"But why would I? Sandra left me completely without warning. She took our daughter, emptied my safe, jumped into a taxi, and then just vanished into thin air while I was out of the country. You probably think I'm very cold, but I did my grieving 15 years ago. I've moved on from there, and besides, with her mother around, I didn't need to come forward. I knew she'd be pointing the finger straight at me, and sure enough, here you are." "Taxi?" said Slater and Norman in unison. "Did you say she jumped into a taxi?" asked Slater. "There's no mention of a taxi in the original investigation." "Well, there should have been." Bresler sounded genuinely surprised. "I definitely told them about it."
"This is news to me," said Norman suspiciously. "I've been through the first report, and there's nothing about a taxi anywhere. I've also spoken to Sandra's mother, and she didn't mention a taxi either."
"Sandra's mother is somewhat sad and deluded where her daughter is concerned," Bresler said, sighing. "She's always insisted I murdered Sandra. She won't mention the taxi because if she admits Sandra and Rose drove away in it, it makes it more likely she did run away, just as I said. She's always sworn Sandra won't have done that without telling her father first." "I think maybe we've got it wrong about what happened back then, Mr. Bresler," said Slater, instinctively stepping into good cop mode. "And for the record, we have open minds about who might have killed Sandra, but we've also got 2 murders on our hands, and we need some help." "Well, thank you for that, at least," said Bresler. "I'd like to believe it might actually be possible to find out what happened back then. Not because I really care anymore, but just to prove to Sandra's mother that it wasn't me. So, how can I help?" "I know you've probably done this all before, but would you mind if we start at the beginning?" asked Slater. "Could you tell us about you and Sandra, your marriage, what happened leading up to the day she left, and what you think might have happened back then?" "What, all of it?" asked Bresler. "I'm sorry, but you've already told us about a taxi that seems to have been missed last time around. Maybe that's not all that was missed." "Okay." Bresler sighed heavily again. "I'll tell you what I can recall. But it was a long time ago." And so, for the next half hour, with very little prompting, Rudy Bresler told them his story. He was 33 and working as a GP in a practice in Redditch when he had first met Sandra. She was just 22 and lived locally with her parents. The whole family were patients. That's how they first met. She was everything he could wish for, young, beautiful, and full of life. In no time they were dating, and it soon became obvious to him that she was the girl of his dreams. Within a few short months, he had proposed, and they were married within 2 years of their first meeting. Rudy's parents had died in a car accident when he was a teenager. He had been left a huge legacy in the form of property and investments, which he had managed to grow into a sizable portfolio. Money was not going to be a problem for the newlywed Mr. and Mrs. Bresler, and Sandra's father had approved of the marriage, seeing a secure future for his favourite daughter. Sandra's mother, on the other hand, had never approved of Rudy, and no matter how hard he had tried to meet her approval, he had always failed. When pressed on this matter, he could offer no explanation, except that perhaps Mrs. Townley disapproved of how he had come into his money. Once married, Rudy left general practice and set up a small private practice. He restricted this practice to just a few clients. He didn't really need the money and intended to spend most of his time with his new wife. They bought a big house a few miles from Redditch, and, according to Rudy, for the next 2 years they enjoyed a hassle-free, happy marriage. Then it started to become necessary for him to look after his financial interests, and he began to have to spend time away from home, something to which Sandra objected quite strongly. She claimed she was lonely when he was away, and they began to have problems as a result. Naturally, Slater and Norman wanted to know more about these problems, but Bresler would only say they had arguments about the need for him to be away from home so much. He told them she suspected he was having an affair, but this wasn't the case. Rudy had never been one for checking up on his wife, but, he told them, there were times when he was away that she couldn't be contacted, and he often wondered where she might be. And then, 3 years into their marriage, she had announced she was pregnant. This had come as a big shock to Rudy, as he had never wanted children. Sandra had been aware of this and had never previously shown any desire to become a mother. He had made no secret of his displeasure at this turn of events, but he didn't feel he could push the matter, and he had accepted the situation. He felt it would help solve her loneliness when he was away, and that he would actually enjoy being a father when it happened. The situation with Sandra's mother had got no better since they had married, and he suspected Sandra had been telling her everything. This, of course, had only intensified her dislike of him. Once the child was born, Mrs. Townley had seemed to be a permanent fixture in and around their house, and her open hostility towards him eventually caused him to stay away more and more. Things slowly went downhill from there for the Bresler marriage, and, Rudy reluctantly admitted, about a year before Sandra disappeared, he had started an affair. He never knew for sure if Sandra had known. She had never said as much. But suddenly, out of the blue, she had suggested that if they were going to save their marriage and restore their happiness, they needed to move house. She had said they needed to be far enough away from her mother that it would be difficult for her to visit. At this point, Slater had interrupted Bresler. "Didn't this sudden turnabout seem a little strange?" he asked. "Of course it did," Bresler said. "But I put it down to Sandra finally realizing that her mother was the poison that was killing our marriage. That woman had effectively driven me out of my own home. I certainly would never have had an affair if I hadn't allowed that to happen. I saw this as a possible opportunity for us to get back to being happy again. You might find this hard to understand, Sergeant, but I loved my wife very much. I would have moved to the other side of the world if she'd asked me to." Slater thought he might have been a bit more suspicious about Sandra's motives had he been Bresler, but then again he was trained to be suspicious about people's motives. He decided to let him continue with his narrative. Bresler had jumped at the idea of escaping from Sandra's mother, and the idea of going back to how they used to be was something he had often dreamed about. He would have happily moved anywhere, but again Sandra surprised him by finding a house just a couple of miles outside Tinton. Having been raised nearby, Bresler knew the area quite well and had no objection. It had seemed a perfect opportunity to start again. Sandra had insisted Rudy was far too busy with his work and had taken on the project of finding a house and organizing the move. All he had to do was finance the whole thing, which he was more than happy to do. With his wife apparently prepared to do so much to try to rebuild their marriage, he had felt it only right that he should end the affair he had been conducting behind her back. So now they could move to Tinton and start again with a completely clean sheet. At the time of the move, Rudy had been at a medical conference. Although he had his investments and just a few private clients, he thought it only right and proper that he should keep informed and stay involved with the medical community. He could lose his wealth tomorrow, he told them, but as long as he kept his hand in, he could always go back to being a doctor full-time. He had considered cancelling his trip, but Sandra had insisted it wasn't necessary. She could quite comfortably organise and supervise everything. He had been in touch with her constantly that week, right up until the move. Then, typically, when she got to the new house, she had discovered the landline had not been connected, and the mobile phone signal for her service provider was non-existent at the house. She had had to travel into Tinton to contact him to tell him all this, but he would be home in just 3 days, so he had reluctantly accepted the fact that they just wouldn't be able to speak until then. And so he had heard nothing more until he'd finally arrived home to find Sandra and Rose had vanished, along with all their clothes and belongings. All his spare cash was gone. When he told them this amounted to about £10,000, they were both quite startled. That was a lot of money to have just lying around. He'd called in the police, but they seemed to think it was just a case of Sandra doing a runner. He'd found out for himself that a local taxi company had picked up Sandra and Rose and a lot of luggage and taken them up to Gatwick Airport. When he relayed this onto the police, it seemed to be enough for them to conclude she had to have another guy somewhere. He had no idea they hadn't even bothered to speak to the taxi driver themselves. Sandra's mother had done her best to convince one and all that Rudy had done away with his wife and daughter, but the police had checked his alibi and dismissed her claims. "Although you know yourselves she's still trying to pin the blame on me," he had concluded. "So, what did you do after that?" asked Norman. "Detective Sergeant Nash convinced me Sandra had planned the whole thing. When he put all the evidence to me, it certainly pointed that way. He suggested that the whole idea of moving house had been part of an elaborate plan to deceive me and her parents, and frankly I was so shocked by it all I believed him. There didn't seem to be any reason to suggest he was wrong." "That must have been hard," said Norman. "Finding your parents have been killed in a senseless accident when you're just 17 years old is hard, Sergeant," Bresler sighed. "When you've been through something like that and come out the other side, you develop a tough outer shell that can get through most things." Norman looked slightly uncomfortable, and Slater knew he was thinking of his own separation from his wife. "Finding out my wife had betrayed me was very disappointing," Bresler continued, "and at first I found it hard to accept. But I'm not one for self-pity. Some people think I have no feelings, but, like I said, life has made me tough. And anyway, life has to go on. And within a week I had accepted the situation, and it was business as usual." "You're certainly right about the self-pity," Norman said, nodding. "It solves nothing and just gets in the way." "Yes, well, said Bresler. "Talking of getting in the way, I have to make some overseas calls." "On a Saturday?" Norman raised an eyebrow. "They never stop working in the Far East, so if you want to deal with them, you have to be prepared to do the same." "Right. Yes, of course," said Slater, catching the rather obvious hint. "Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Bresler. We really appreciate it." "That's okay," said Bresler, getting to his feet. "If there's anything else I can do, just let me know." "There is one thing that would help us, if you don't mind." Slater wondered how he would take the request. "What's that?" "Could we take a DNA sample?" "Am I some sort of suspect?" "Not at all. This would be more for elimination purposes." "I don't see how it will help," said Bresler. "I wasn't even there at the time, but there again, I've got nothing to hide. Do you want to do it now?" "It'll take just 1 minute," said Slater, "and then we'll get out of your way." As they got back into the car, Norman turned to look at Slater. "You didn't mention anything about asking for a DNA sample when we were talking before we got to his house," said Norman, before putting the key in the ignition and starting the car. "It was a spur-of-the-moment thing," Slater said truthfully. "But we don't need it. We already know who the daughter is from the match with her mother's DNA." I know. I was just taking a leaf out of your book and being proactive. As you yourself would say, you never know when it might come in handy." "You got me there," said Norman with a grin. "It's good to hear you feel you can still learn something from an old codger like me." "I'll never stop learning from you, Norm," Slater said, laughing. "Being with you was one long educational experience." "That's what I'm here for." Norman smiled, looking happy. "Anyway, what did you make of all that?" "You mean Bresler's story?" asked Slater. "He seems quite candid. A lot of people wouldn't have admitted they were having an affair, would they? But I think if it had been me, I would have been a heck of a lot more suspicious about Sandra's sudden desire to move away from her mother." Norman took a quick sideways glance at Slater as he drove. "But then you, my friend, have never really loved a woman, have you?" he said. "What does that mean?" asked the puzzled Slater. "Take it from me. When you really, really love a woman, you'll do anything to try and keep her happy, especially if you've been going through a rough patch. When you see an opportunity to get the train back on the rails, you don't question it. You just grab it with both hands." "I think if I really, really loved a woman, I wouldn't be having an affair behind her back," Slater said, shrugging. "The two seem incompatible to me." "In your ideal world view, maybe they are," said Norman. "But in the real world, that's how some people deal with loneliness and unhappiness. In fact, that's how a lot of people deal with it." "If he was that unhappy, why not just boot the mother-in-law out and tell her to stay away?" Slater asked. "And risk pissing off his wife, the woman he would do anything to keep happy?" "Yeah, but—" began Slater. "Trust me," interrupted Norman. "You would rather allow yourself to be miserable and find some way of making that bearable than risk making her unhappy. That's where the affair comes in. It's a diversion that makes the misery bearable. It's why the guy can tell you he loved his wife even though he was having an affair and mean it. The affair was the diversion that helped him cope with the misery and loneliness." Slater sat back in his seat and looked across at Norman, not quite sure what to think. He was surprised at the depth of Norman's feelings and his passion on the subject. "Are you justifying people having affairs?" he asked. "No, certainly not," said Norman. "I'm not justifying anything. I'm just suggesting there's a lot more to it than simple black and white moral standards.
People and relationships are much more complex than that, and we need to be aware of it.
Slater continued to stare at Norman's profile. Norman glanced back at him.
What?
He asked Slater. Are you sure you don't write an agony aunt column? Because you sure sound like one.
I've just been around longer than you, that's all, Norman said. I've been married and loved someone so much it hurts. I know about these things, all right.
Ah, the realization suddenly dawned on Slater. You mean your wife,
who is not relevant to this inquiry and is not up for discussion anyway,
interrupted Norman, killing that particular conversation stone dead.
Right, said Slater. Point taken.
Now he thought he understood exactly why Norman knew so much about this particular subject. He knew Norman's wife had refused to move from London to Northumberland a few years ago when he'd been transferred up there. Now he figured he'd just discovered why he never seemed to have anything to do with her now he was in Hampshire, just an hour or so away from her up in London. He sat in silence for a minute or two before he changed the subject.
So, do we think Rudy Bresler's a suspect? He asked. I think we'd be making a mistake to assume anything was done right in the first inquiry, said Norman. So I think we have to regard everyone as a possible suspect right now. My gut tells me he's not our man, and his alibi will probably prove to be genuine, but my head tells me he has the money to pay someone else to do the job for him.
We'll get Steve to do the business on him when we get back. Slater agreed with Norman's appraisal of Rudy Bresler. He might not be our murderer, but I get the feeling there's something going on with him. He claims to be a part-time doctor with some investments. There must be bloody good investments to fund his lifestyle.
You're telling me,
Norman said, letting out a whistle.
Some of those books are worth a fortune. I'm no expert, but I've been on a few forgery cases over the years, and one of them was all about old books. I had to learn a bit back then, and it stayed with me.
Wow, Slater grinned at him. Is there no end to your talents, Norm? Chapter 16. Over at Trapworth Airfield, Steve Biddeford and his new pal Phil had found Captain Smithers in the control tower on the upper floor of the pavilion. Biddeford had been relieved at this. He didn't like the look of that wreck of a barn and really didn't fancy being under that sagging roof.
"Ah, hello, old boy, do come in,"
said Smithers, shaking Biddeford's hand. Then he turned his attention to Philippa Flight, evidently finding her much more interesting.
"Well, hello,"
he purred, taking Flight's hand and holding it for much longer than was necessary.
"Well, you certainly bring some sunshine to a dull day."
Biddeford saw Flight smile sweetly at him, but immediately caught on to the frosty atmosphere emanating from her. This time, though, he could fully understand it. Captain Smithers was behaving as if he had just escaped from some sort of time warp where they all behaved as if they were in old carry-on films.
Surely he must be aware how obnoxious his behaviour is, thought Biddeford.
He had the distinct feeling that if he couldn't keep the captain away from her, PC Flight would shortly be drawing his attention to it, probably with a swift kick in the ghoulies.
"Would it be all right if my colleague takes a look around while we talk?" he asked Smithers.
Oh, said Smithers, disappointment etched all over his face. Then his face brightened.
"Why don't I take her on a tour?" he suggested. "It would be a pleasure." "Yes," said Biddeford, "I'm sure it would, but we're very pushed for time today, and it will be much quicker if she looks around while we talk."
Flight was quick to understand that Biddeford was offering her an escape and didn't need asking twice.
"You're right, sir," she said, looking at her watch. "It'll be much quicker. I'll get started right away."
With that, she turned on her heel and skipped away down the stairs, flashing a quick smile over her shoulder at Biddeford as she went.
"I thought we'd covered all you wanted to know when we spoke on the phone,"
Smithers said to Biddeford. "It's always good to come and see, don't you think?" said Biddeford. "And there are 1 or 2 points I need to go over again."
"Points? What points?"
"It's about the flight plans," said Biddeford, "and night flights."
"I told you, old boy," said Smithers. "No one's allowed up in the air without first logging a flight plan, even if they're just going up in the air for a 5-minute joyride. It's all a matter of safety. The flight plan gives destinations and estimated arrival times. If anyone goes missing, we know when to start worrying and where we should start looking. As for night flights, I already told you we don't do them here. No one is allowed to take off from here within an hour of nightfall."
He looked at Biddeford defiantly, as if he thought he was being impertinent by daring to question such an authority figure as himself. But Biddeford wasn't going to be intimidated. He had a job to do. "I understand it's not allowed," he said patiently, "but what's to stop someone filing a flight plan and then going somewhere else?"
"Preposterous!" spluttered Smithers. "I'm here all the time, every day. It just couldn't happen. I don't know what class of people you're used to dealing with, young man, but they're obviously the wrong sort. The people who keep their aircraft here are gentlemen, and a gentleman's word is his bond."
"In other words," said Biddeford, "there's nothing to stop it from happening. I suppose the same goes for night flying, does it? They're all good boys and do as you say, right?"
"It's forbidden,"
began Smithers. Yes, said Biddeford. "It's not allowed, you already said. But it is possible, isn't it?"
"Aha!" said Smithers triumphantly. "Now that's where you're wrong. No, it isn't possible. We don't have a license to allow planes to take off and land after dark because we have no landing lights. We're just not equipped for it, you see. That's why we always close up at night. And our security is very good. The gates are double-locked. I see to it myself every night. People can't just come in here any time it suits, you know."
"Double-locked, eh?" "Right," said Biddeford doubtfully. From what he'd seen and heard, he thought it wouldn't be too difficult to pull the wool over Captain Smithers' eyes. He reckoned anyone could come and go as they pleased. He would check the gate on the way out, but he found it difficult to believe the security here was going to be up to much.
"I can assure you you're barking up the wrong tree if you think there's anything happening here that shouldn't be," said Smithers, sounding pompous again.
"Yes, I'm sure you're right." Biddeford didn't think he was right at all. "Well, thank you for your time, Captain Smithers. You've been very helpful," he said, even though the captain had been nothing of the sort. "I'll just go and find my colleague and we'll be on our way." He found Flight waiting for him just outside the pavilion entrance. They talked as they walked to their car.
"Thanks for getting me away from that dirty old pervert," she said, smiling at him.
"I thought you were about ready to kick him in the balls," explained Biddeford with a broad grin. "That would have made it pretty difficult to get much sense out of him, so I thought it best to make sure your feet were nowhere near his testicles."
"He was asking for it," she said, laughing.
"Oh, I wouldn't have blamed you if you had," said Biddeford. "But not this time. Maybe next time I'll let you loose on him. Did he find anything interesting?"
"There was a guy tinkering with one of those old wrecks in the barn. He thinks Captain Smithers is a complete arse. Apparently I'm not the first woman he's rubbed up the wrong way."
"Now there's a surprise," said Biddeford,
"although normally he likes to literally rub them up, if you see what I mean."
"That would have been worth seeing."
"I'd break his bloody arm," said Flight, "and then kick his balls."
Biddeford had no doubt she meant exactly what she said, and he winced at the idea.
"Anyway," she continued, "that's enough about the old sod's dirty habits. It was the other stuff this guy told me that really interested me. It seems the old boy claims to be here every hour of the day, but according to my source, he frequently disappears for hours at a time.
Captain Smithers is full of wind and piss, said Biddeford. According to him, everyone who keeps an aircraft is as good as gold and wouldn't dream of breaking the rules. And not only does he claim to be here every hour of the day, he also claims to lock up an hour before dark every night.
That must be on the nights he's not so drunk he can't stand up, Flight said, shaking her head. Apparently the old goat likes a drink or 10. He lost his driving license a few years ago. Now he often sleeps here at the airfield because he's too pissed to drive home or lock up.
They were in the car now, heading back across the field towards the gates. So basically, anyone could come and go at any time of the day or night, and the chances are that Smithers either won't be here or he'll be in a drunken stupor, said Biddeford.
That's about the size of it, Flight said, nodding as they neared the gates to the airfield.
Pull up by those gates, can you, Phil? Asked Biddeford. Let's see how good the old duffer's security really is. She pulled up just outside the gates and followed Biddeford as he walked over to the nearest gate. An ancient, rusting padlock hung from a chain. On the opposite gate, they could see a similar padlock. Biddeford took the lock in his hand and studied it for a moment. He fiddled in his pocket and produced a pick. It took him all of 10 seconds to unlock the padlock and lock it again. He dropped it in disgust, and it clanged against the gate.
A bloody 10-year-old could open that with a hairpin, he said, sighing. Double-locked my arse.
If it ever is locked, added Flight.
Yes, quite.
Biddeford looked at the padlock and shook his head.
Come on, let's get out of here.
They climbed back into the car. Where to, boss? Asked Flight. Biddeford looked at his watch. It was 10:30 a.m.
Right, he explained. So far I've drawn a blank in my search for a light aircraft flying at night. I was beginning to wonder if I was wasting my time, but now we've been to Trapworth, I'm beginning to think we might be on the right track. But if we could actually prove there was a plane flying over that night, it would be a big help, don't you think?
Yeah, I suppose it would, Flight said.
So how do you fancy helping me with some house-to-house? Just those houses closest to the haunted copse. I know it's a long shot, but if you'll help me for a couple of hours, I'll buy you lunch.
Deal? Sounds good to me. Flight smiled at him.
Let's go then, Batman,
Biddeford said, grinning back.
Chapter 17. As PC Flight drove Biddeford away from the airfield and in the general direction of the haunted copse, he explained his theory. The haunted copse was in a pretty isolated spot, and there were no houses in the immediate vicinity. The closest were gathered in a small cul-de-sac called Copse Close. They were probably a good way off by road, but Biddeford had studied the map and realized they were not much more than 1/4 of a mile away as the crow flies. He figured sound travels in straight lines, just like the proverbial crow, so if a light aircraft had passed overhead on the night in question, as it must have if the girl had fallen from it, there was a possibility it could have been low enough to be heard from one of the houses in the close. Like I said before, it's a long shot, he said.
It makes perfect sense, said Flight. The problem we might come up against, though, is it was at night. People tend to be shut away in front of their TVs at night. The sound of a TV set could easily drown out the sound of a small aircraft going over.
Yeah, Biddeford sighed gloomily. That is going to be a problem.
But, said Flight cheerily, we'll only find out if we ask, won't we?
It's only 12 houses, so it shouldn't take us long, said Biddeford, immediately cheered and encouraged by his partner's attitude.
That's 6 each, Flight said. An hour tops. Then you're buying lunch, right?
That's the deal.
I could get to enjoy being with you,
said Flight, smiling at Biddeford. Sitting happily alongside her, Steve Biddeford thought he could very easily get to enjoy being with Philippa Flight. It had taken much less time than Flight had estimated, but that was because no one seemed to have heard anything. Just as Flight had said, their light aircraft had been competing with the TV for attention that night. There was just one house left. Biddeford strode up the path and rang the doorbell. A small boy aged about 10 opened the door, stepped through, and pulled it partly shut behind him. He stood looking up at Biddeford. "Hello," said Biddeford. "Is your mum or dad in?"
"Who are you?"
asked the boy.
"I'm from the police. Look, here's my warrant card."
He opened his wallet and held it so the boy could see it. His eyes widened as he studied the card.
"Dad!"
yelled the boy without taking his eyes from the warrant card.
"It's the police!"
Then he addressed Biddeford in a much quieter voice.
"Has he been speeding again?"
"Not to my knowledge, no," replied Biddeford. "He's not done anything wrong. I'm just making inquiries from house to house."
"What about?"
asked the boy.
"Never you mind,"
said the boy's father, pulling the door open. He took the boy gently by the shoulders and steered him back through the door.
"You go inside," he said. "I'll deal with this."
He turned back to Biddeford.
"I'm sorry about that," he said, smiling. "He likes to stick his nose into everything." "That's okay,"
Biddeford smiled back.
"What can I do for you?" asked the man. "We're making inquiries about last Monday night," Biddeford began. "The night before that poor girl got found at the haunted copse?" "That's right," said Biddeford. "Did you hear or see anything unusual that night?" "No, I'm sorry. Is there anything in particular?" "We believe a light aircraft might have passed over late that night." "Well, if it did," said the man, "I'm afraid I didn't hear it."
"I did,"
said the small boy from behind his father.
"I've told you about making these things up before."
The boy's father turned to his son.
"But I did, honest,"
said the boy. Biddeford felt a slight tingle. This could be it. The man turned back to Biddeford.
"Sorry about this," he said. "He's got a vivid imagination. He's always saying he's heard light aircraft in the night, but we never hear them."
"I'll prove it," said the boy. "It'll be in my diary."
He rushed off, and Biddeford could hear him running upstairs. His father looked distinctly embarrassed.
"I'm really sorry," he began. "Isn't there a law against wasting police time?"
"It's okay, really," said Biddeford. "I've got plenty of time. What's in his diary?"
"He records the movements of light aircraft he reckons he can hear going over at night. He sits up in his room listening for them when he's supposed to be asleep. He reckons there must be something suspicious going on because they're not allowed to fly at night. Like I said, he's got a vivid imagination."
PC Flight had arrived behind Biddeford, and he introduced her to the boy's father. They learnt that his name was Richard Spencer and his son was Thomas, but everyone called him Tommy.
"Tommy's got something to show us,"
Biddeford explained to Flight. The sound of a small boy running downstairs, not unlike thunder, thought Biddeford, announced his imminent arrival. He duly arrived clutching a small diary.
"I was right," he said excitedly. "One went over just after 11, and it was pretty low, too. Look, I wrote it in my diary."
He thrust the diary at Biddeford. It was open at the page for Monday last. In his neat, rounded handwriting, he had noted 2310, single-engine, light aircraft, possible Lincoln Beaver, flying low, estimated height no more than 300 feet. Biddeford showed the diary to Flight and looked at the boy.
"You know a lot about these aircraft for a small boy, don't you?"
"It's just a hobby at the moment."
The little boy looked proud.
One day I'm going to fly one, so if I learn about them now, it's got to help me later, don't you think?"
"Yes, I do think," said Biddeford. "Your dad was telling me you keep a record of night flights."
"That's right," said the boy. "They're not supposed to fly from Trapworth at night, but they often do. Usually they're almost gliding on low power. It makes them difficult to hear, but that one last Monday wasn't gliding."
"How do you know they're coming from Trapworth?" asked Biddeford.
"We're right under the flight path,"
said the boy, sounding as though he thought everyone should know this fact. "Oh, right, of course," said Biddeford, covering up for his ignorance. He looked at the boy's father. "Will it be all right if we come in and talk to Tommy for a bit, Mr. Spencer?" he asked. "You'll need to be with us too, of course." "Are you sure he's not wasting your time?" asked Spencer. "I wouldn't want to talk to him if I thought it was going to be a waste of time," Biddeford assured him. "You'd better come in then," said Spencer, leading the way inside. Chapter 18. Biddeford thought he and PC Flight had had a very successful first day together. According to Tommy Spencer's diary, not only did an aircraft, probably a Lincoln Beaver from the engine note, pass over last Monday night, but there was also a regular flight on the first Monday of every month, and random flights at other times. All appeared to be heading into Trapworth Airfield. He had no idea what all these flights were about, but they were obviously highly suspicious. Then, over lunch, he'd learnt that Philippa's marriage was on the rocks. This had made him feel much more comfortable about the way he was beginning to feel about her. He couldn't be guilty of breaking up her marriage if it was already breaking up now, could he? In fact, he'd felt so much better that he'd agreed to meet her for a drink later that night. He told himself it was just two colleagues celebrating a successful day. He'd done it with Slater and Norman before now, so what was the difference? Well, okay, so he didn't fancy the pants off Slater and Norman, but it wouldn't be a problem. They were mature adults. Nothing untoward was going to happen. Biddeford was awakened from his thoughts about what wasn't going to happen later by PC Flight slapping his arm. "What?" he said, startled.
"Come on, Steve, wake up," she said. "The radio, they're calling us. Are you going to answer it?"
"Oh, yes, of course," he said, reaching for the radio. "Yo," he said into the radio. "So, you finished your lunch now, have you, Oscar Tango 1-4? Yes, sorry about that," Biddeford mumbled, embarrassed. "Yes, I'm sure you are. Now listen up. Everybody's favourite wanker has been in action in town yet again, only this time he's picked the wrong lady to wave at. She's had a go back, and now he's on the run. So be on the lookout for an old man in a Mickey Mouse mask, wearing a dark blue dressing gown and white trainers with red soles. He should be easy enough to spot, but if there is more than one old guy out there who matches this description, you want to grab the one clutching his wedding tackle. He was last seen heading east along Enderby Road." "Oscar Tango 1-4, got that, out," said Biddeford, as Flight flipped the switch that set the blue lights flashing and the siren blaring. She began to accelerate towards the town centre. "Enderby Road's the long one that runs out this way, isn't it?" he said to her.
"I'm on it," she said. "There's plenty of places he could hide, but I'm feeling lucky today. Perhaps the old bugger will run right into our arms."
A broad grin split Philippa Flight's face as she roared along the road. They were approaching the junction that would take them into Enderby Road at high speed. Biddeford thought they should be slowing down about now, but if anything, they were accelerating. He looked across at Flight, but she was totally engrossed in her driving. At the last minute, she swung on the steering wheel, putting the car into a controlled slide across the junction and right into Enderby Road. Biddeford had visions of what was about to happen if there was anything coming along the road towards them. He closed his eyes and held his breath. But instead of the crash he expected to hear, all he heard was an almost maniacal laugh from his driver. He opened his mouth to order her to slow down, but before he could speak, she was shouting to him.
"There's the old pervert!" she yelled. "We've got the bugger!"
Up ahead, about 50 yards away, Mickey Mouse was hobbling in their direction. His dark blue dressing gown flapped open to reveal a scrawny white body and skinny white legs. His crown jewels would have been on display, but his clutching hands hid them from view. He skidded to a halt and headed back the way he had come as soon as he realized it was a police car that was heading in his direction. Flight was homing in on him like a lion after its prey. Biddeford felt like a spectator as Flight skidded to a halt, jumped from the car and leapt onto Mickey Mouse's back, sending him crashing to the ground. It all happened in one seamless, fluid motion, almost as if it had been choreographed for a movie. It was over so quickly. Biddeford had hardly climbed from the car before Flight was hauling the villain to his feet and preparing to handcuff him.
"For God's sake, do up that dressing gown and cover him up before you handcuff him," Biddeford said, trying not to get an eyeful.
Flight's face darkened as she tidied up her prisoner, handcuffed him, and then clumsily bundled him into the back of the car. She didn't say another word all the way back to the station. Biddeford could see she was brooding about something, but he was more concerned with the way she had approached the chase. Driving at high speed is a skill that requires specialist training, and after her display earlier, he was pretty sure she'd never been on such a training course. To say her driving had been reckless would be an understatement. She had turned into some sort of maniacal risk-taker who could easily have killed an innocent bystander. By the time they got back to the station and booked the old man in, they still hadn't spoken. But at least now they had the old guy in an interview room.
"What's your name?"
Biddeford asked him.
"Mickey Mouse." "Yeah, but what about when you're not in costume?" said Biddeford patiently. "Bollocks," said the old man defiantly.
Biddeford wrote down the word bollocks.
"Is that Mr. Bollocks?" he asked. "Did you arrest that woman?" asked the old man. "I mean, you were quick enough to grab and beat up an innocent old man walking up the road, minding his own business. So what about the woman who assaulted me on Tuesday? Did you arrest her?"
Biddeford sighed heavily.
"Innocent old man? Really?" he said. "And where did this assault take place?" "In the changing rooms."
"And what were you doing in the changing rooms?"
"I was minding my own business."
"According to the lady's statement," said Biddeford wearily, "you were sticking your todger through a hole in the wall. It was poking into her cubicle. That's called indecent exposure."
"I was just resting it. It gets tiring walking about with a stalk on all the time. When you've got one this big, it gets heavy, you see."
"Please," said Biddeford, "spare me the details. I'm really not interested."
"Yes, but—"
"No," said Biddeford. "Just shut up while I decide what to do with you." He thought that maybe the old man would be a bit more cooperative if he had to spend the night in a cell. Perhaps then he would stop pissing about and they could get on with something worthwhile. Besides, he needed to talk to Flight. They had a date arranged tonight, and right now it seemed she didn't even want to talk to him. While Biddeford was thinking about what to do next, the old man had turned his attention to PC Flight.
"Don't I know you from somewhere?"
Flight looked down her nose at him. She was already red-faced with anger, as she had been since the arrest.
"I don't think so, Grandad," she said in a snarl.
I'm terrible with names, but good with faces," he said, staring at her. "I'm sure I know you from somewhere."
"No," she said very deliberately. "You do not know my face."
"Oh, I do," he said. "It'll come to me eventually."
"Well," said Biddeford, "you'll have plenty of time to think about it. If you won't talk to us, I'm going to lock you up in one of our cold, draughty cells for the night."
"What do you want to know?"
asked the old man. "Your name would be a start."
"I can't tell you that."
"You mean you won't tell me," corrected Biddeford. "So how about telling me why you feel the need to wave your donger at people?"
"It's the Viagra."
"Viagra?" asked Biddeford.
"I'm addicted to it,"
explained the old man.
"But of course that means I've got a permanent hard-on. It's been years since I could manage a couple of minutes. Now I've got one all the time. It seems a shame to waste it, you know."
"And you seriously expect me to believe this?" asked Biddeford.
"I don't always wave it at people. Sometimes I just watch through their windows and, well, you know."
"No, I don't know. Tell me," Biddeford said, pretty sure he wasn't going to enjoy the answer. "What he means is he's a peeping Tom and he likes to wank himself stupid while he watches women undress," snapped Flight.
"Oh, yes,"
sighed the old man dreamily.
"I do enjoy that. Best of all, though, is watching the doggers up at the haunted copse."
He went into a silent reverie at the memory.
"Talking of which," he said suddenly, turning to Biddeford, "when are you lot going to finish up there? All the time you've got all those people up there, the doggers stay away."
"You'll be pleased to know we're moving out right this very afternoon," said Biddeford. "Not that you'll be going up there to watch again."
"Oh, that is good news," said the old man. "They'll be up there tonight, then. You should try it some time. There's one blonde girl up there."
"Yes, well, we don't want to hear any more of your dirty talk today, you old pervert," interrupted Flight, her voice a little shaky. "My colleague's right. You need a night in the cells." Biddeford looked at Flight in surprise. Since when was she in charge here? At least the red face of rage had faded now. In fact, she looked a bit peaky. He hoped she wasn't going to call off their date. "Could I have a word outside?" he asked her. "You," she said, turning back to the old man. "Wait here. We'll be back in a minute." Flight climbed to her feet and followed Biddeford from the room. "What's the matter with you?" asked Biddeford once they were out in the corridor. "What's the matter with me?" she said, bristling. "I'll tell you what's the matter with me. What happened to 'Well done, Phil, good catch'? What happened to being a team? I arrest the old fart while you're still sat on your ass in the car, and suddenly you start ordering me around like I'm some moron who doesn't know what they're doing." "You were driving recklessly, and you know it," he replied. "You could have killed someone." "Oh, bullshit!" she snapped, turning her back on him and storming off. "Wait a minute," called Biddeford. "You can't just walk off like that. Where do you think you're going?" He began to follow her down the corridor and around the corner. Then he continued up the stairs and into the locker room, where he finally cornered her. "Philippa, wait," he said. "You were happy enough earlier. What's really wrong? Come on, talk to me." And so she did, for half an hour. It was 5 p.m. Down in the interview room, Danny Bradford wondered how much longer they were going to be. They'd been gone for nearly 10 minutes already. He stood up and paced up and down. He pressed his ear to the door, but he couldn't hear anyone outside. He tried turning the door handle. To his great surprise, it opened. Gently, Quietly, he opened the door just enough to peer out. There was no one outside. He poked his head out and looked up and down the corridor. Not a soul in sight. He stood and listened. He couldn't hear a thing. For a moment he thought about staying where he was, but then the thought of being cooped up in a cell all night reminded him why he had opened that door in the first place. He stepped into the corridor, quietly closed the door behind him, and headed off to the right. Eventually he came to a door with a small window and looked carefully through it. He was looking out onto the main reception area. The desk was unmanned. On the other side of the reception area, he could see the door that would lead him outside and to freedom. Surely, he thought, it couldn't be this easy, could it? He'd be a fool not to, wouldn't he? And anyway, what did he have to lose? He turned the handle and pushed the door open, fearing it would squeak or make some noise that would bring someone running. But the door made no sound as he passed through and then gently closed it behind him. There was a raincoat hanging up just inside the outside door, and as he passed, Danny took the coat and slipped it on. It was a little on the large size, but it would do to hide his dressing gown. He took a deep breath and pushed his way through the outside door. He was free and, as luck would have it, it had just started to drizzle. Now, he thought, a man in a raincoat in drizzle was going to blend in just perfectly. Chapter 19. In the end, Biddeford had sent Flight home. Much as he would have liked to spend the evening with her down the pub, he had decided she was just a bit too upset today. And that episode this afternoon when she had been driving like some sort of maniac had unsettled him. He now realized he knew virtually nothing about her, and what he had seen so far today was ringing alarm bells in his head. He could do without getting involved with an adrenaline junkie who just wanted to take risks all the time. By the time he got back down to the interview room, he was happy he had done the right thing. "Right," he said as he entered the room. "Sorry to keep you waiting so long." And then he stopped. The room was empty. He stepped back out into the corridor and checked the other rooms. They were all empty. So where was his prisoner? Maybe someone had put him in a cell for safekeeping. He made his way back to the duty sergeant. "Have you seen my prisoner?" he asked.
You mean the phantom flasher with a bent lightsaber?
"Yeah, that's him."
No, not set eyes on him. I thought you were interviewing him.
"Yes, I was, but I took a time out and now he's gone," said Biddeford, the colour draining from his face as he realised the enormity of what he'd done.
"Oh, bloody hell,"
said the sergeant, scrambling to his feet.
"Well, don't just stand there. Help me search for the old bugger. He can't have got far, can he? We'll both be in the shit if he's escaped."
As if stung by an electric shock, Biddeford suddenly sprang into life. But after 10 minutes of frantic searching, they both knew it. Dick Waver, the phantom flasher, was on the loose. It was approaching 6 p.m. Slater sat at his desk and looked around the empty incident room. As it was Saturday, he had stood everyone down, except for a lone PC up at the far end of the room, manning the phones. They were unlikely to achieve much more now it was this late into the day, so he didn't see any point in making everyone hang around for the sake of it. Better to give them the rest of the weekend off and have them all fresh for Monday morning. Norman was just finishing off a report before heading off to try out a new takeaway place that had just opened. Slater was only waiting for Steve Biddeford and Philippa Flight to report in, and he would be able to head off home himself. Apparently, the new partnership of Biddeford and Flight had morphed into the dynamic duo, and they were having a blinding day. Not only had they made progress on the light aircraft inquiry, but on top of that, they'd managed to catch the flasher on their way back earlier this afternoon. They were interviewing him right now. There was a knock at the door, and as Slater looked up from his desk, it opened just enough for him to see Steve Biddeford peering inside. "Don't just stand there. Come in, Steve," he said. Biddeford came slowly and nervously into the room, a desperate look on his face. "I thought from what you told me on the phone at lunchtime you were having a good day," said Slater. "But I take it from the look on your face that's now changed." Biddeford stood in front of Slater's desk, shifting nervously from one foot to the other. Slater watched him for a few seconds. "Are you going to tell me what's wrong, or are you demonstrating your Riverdance impression?" Well, yes. No, not Riverdance," babbled Biddeford. "Either talk some sense or go away," said Slater, "because I'm bloody tired and I want to go home. If you just stand there like that for much longer, I'm going to get seriously pissed off." "Dick Wavers escaped," said Biddeford. There was a deathly hush as Slater digested what he had just said. "What do you mean, he's escaped?" he asked, after what seemed like an age. "Are you telling me he's some sort of ninja who fought his way through the station?" Not exactly, no. He didn't actually have to fight his way out. We left him for a few minutes and he's just sort of walked out." "He just sort of walked out," echoed Slater, but with added sarcasm. "Surely you had someone watching him. Wouldn't that be PC Flight's job?" "It's not her fault," said Biddeford quietly. "I take full responsibility." "But he couldn't have just walked out of the front door, for God's sake. What about the duty sergeant?" "He was away from his desk, making himself a cup of tea." "Where is Flight, anyway?" asked Slater. "I sent her home," explained Biddeford. "I need to talk to you about her." "I don't bloody well believe this." Slater was furious. He was an old man who'd been whacked in the ghoulies, for God's sake. How could he be allowed to walk out? And where is everybody that might have stopped him? One of them's making a cup of bloody tea, and the other one's been told to go home early. Oh, Bob Murray's going to bloody love this. I can't wait to tell him." "I'm sorry, sir," said Biddeford. "You're sorry," said Slater. "We're all going to be bloody sorry when Murray finds out. He'll go ballistic." In the silence that followed Slater's outburst, Biddeford stood before Slater's desk, staring unhappily down at the floor. And then the silence was broken by the sound of giggling. Slater looked in the direction of the giggles. "I don't see anything remotely bloody funny about this, Norm," he snapped.
"Oh, come on, you mentioned ninjas," said Norman.
"I just had this picture in my head of this old guy karate chopping his way through the assembled police force, fighting his way to freedom."
"Yes, that's very bloody funny, I'm sure."
"Oh, get a grip," said Norman. "It's not as if it's Jack the Ripper on the loose, is it? The guy's not going to rape or murder anyone, is he? At best, he's a public nuisance. The old town thinks he's just a big joke. And now we know what he looks like, how hard's it going to be to track him down?"
"The local press will have a bloody field day when they find out," said Slater sulkily.
"So let's see if we can find him before they find out," said Norman.
"Once we put the word out that he's gone missing, some big mouth will let the cat out of the bag. You know it, I know it, we all know it."
"So don't put the word out," said Norman. "At least, not yet. My guess is the duty sergeant won't be in any hurry to tell the world how he let a prisoner walk out the front door, so it should be easy enough to keep him quiet for a few hours."
"But we don't know where to start looking," said Slater.
"Actually, we might," said Biddeford.
"He was complaining about the haunted cops' car park being closed and keeping the doggers away. I told him it would be open tonight." "We might just kill 2 birds with 1 stone," said Slater, seeing a glimmer of hope. "I'm supposed to take a team up there and put the wind up the doggers. Murray seems to think scaring them will keep them away. Maybe we should raid them tonight. We might just find our dirty old man up there as well." "It looks like it's going to be a small team," said Norman. "I have a hot date with a new takeaway joint, so it's going to be just the 2 of you." Slater looked at him with dismay. "You take anyone else," said Norman, "and they might just let your little secret out of the bag." Biddeford was relieved he had been given a second chance to catch the phantom flasher. He had been dreading telling Slater what had happened, and although his boss had been furious, they at least had a plan in mind. They had a good 3 hours to kill before they could launch their 2-man raid on the doggers, but first they cornered the duty sergeant to make sure he was on their side. They had no worries on that score. Being exposed as the doorkeeper who let Dick Waver go free wasn't something he was keen to do. After that, it was just a question of waiting, but Biddeford's conscience was playing him up. He knew the old boy had escaped because he had been more interested in Philippa Flight than in doing his job, and he wasn't the sort who could live with himself if he didn't confess. "So come on then, Steve," said Slater. "What's on your mind? You said you had sent Flight home earlier and that you need to talk to me about her. Remember?" For a moment, Biddeford thought Slater had read his thoughts. Then he realized he had said exactly that earlier. "So, why did you send her home?" asked Slater. "She'd been fine earlier in the day," said Biddeford. "In fact, she'd been a pretty good partner to work with, and good company too. But then, when we got the call about the flasher, she went sort of crazy. She was driving like a mad thing. It's a wonder we didn't kill someone. And then her mood changed completely and she became aggressive, and I just didn't know where I stood with her. I thought she was a bit unstable, to be honest." "Has she got problems?" asked Slater. "She told me her marriage is on the rocks. Maybe that's eating at her," said Biddeford, shrugging. "When did she tell you that?" "Over lunch. She said I was a good listener," said Biddeford. "It's your life, Steve, but my advice would be not to get involved with her." "Oh, I'm not." Biddeford blushed. He was actually quite annoyed that Slater felt he needed advice. Who did he think he was, telling people who they should and shouldn't date? "And another thing," said Slater, "she doesn't know it, but I know her husband. Now, she might tell you her marriage is on the rocks, and maybe she believes it is, but I can tell you for sure he doesn't know about it. It sounds to me like she's got you hooked, and she's reeling you in, mate." "No," said Biddeford, "she's not like that." The more Slater said against her, the more defensive Biddeford felt himself becoming. "Like I said, it's your life, Steve. I'm just warning you. She may be beautiful on the outside, but there's something not quite right with that girl on the inside." "You really think so?" asked Biddeford, finally deciding he'd had enough free advice for one evening. "Because, to be honest, I really like her." "Well, I just hope you don't do anything you're going to regret. The problem with getting involved with a risk-taker is that they don't care who gets hurt. The only people they care about are themselves, and then only when they get caught." Chapter 20. In the beam of their headlights, Slater could see there were several cars parked to one side of the car park. He stopped the car and used his mobile phone to photograph all the number plates, then parked his car in a space to one side. All the other cars were in darkness, apart from a big SUV parked away from the others. This car seemed to be where it was all happening. A crowd of 6 men were gathered around it, peering in the windows. The interior lights were on to allow those on the outside to see what was happening on the inside. One of the men was on his own at the front of the vehicle, watching through the windscreen. He was wearing white trainers with red soles and a big blue dressing gown. He was working hard, face contorted, as he stared into the interior of the car, his arm pumping furiously. Slater switched off the lights and killed the engine.
"The guy at the front," said Biddeford. That's
him, is it?" interrupted Slater. "Dick Waver doing Darth Vader right down to the lightsaber. Now go and grab the wanker while he's distracted, and when you've got him, bring him back here and stay with him. Don't let him get away again. I'm going to spoil the night for the other dirty buggers."
"Oh, you're kidding," whined Biddeford. "Do I really have to?"
"You let him go last time, so yes, you bloody do," snapped Slater.
"I'm putting gloves on before I touch him then," said Biddeford, looking disgusted.
"I don't care if you put a bloody wetsuit on," said an exasperated Slater. "Just get out there and grab him." As they approached the SUV, Biddeford moved stealthily away to creep up on Dick Waver. Slater made his way around to the driver's side, where his arrival was greeted with a mumbled suggestion from someone in the crowd of voyeurs that he get to the back of the bloody queue.
"What do you mean, queue?" asked Slater.
"I mean queue, as in wait your bloody turn, I'm next,"
said a big-mouthed man without taking his eyes from the action within the car.
"I've had to wait over a week to have a go with Blonde Bobby because of this friggin' police investigation closing the car park. So you can just sod off and wait your turn."
"You mean the Blonde Bobby?" asked Slater, "as in the one and only?" He didn't have a clue what he was talking about, but it seemed to be as good a response as any.
"Yeah, the one and only," said the man. "The reigning champion. Confirmed as the best shag in the county. And I'm next, just as soon as she's finished with this one. Got it?"
This was all news to Slater. He didn't even know there was such a championship. He peered over the heads of the other guys to see what all the fuss was about. In the back of the big SUV, the back seats were all folded away and covered with some sort of mattress to make a more comfortable and spacious area. Within that comfortable, spacious area, an athletic-looking blonde was enthusiastically grinding away astride a guy who appeared to be having an experience like no other. Slater couldn't tell if his face was screwed up in agony or ecstasy, but reasoned that, from the way she was working him over, it could well have been a mixture of the two. As he moved around to the back window, he had to peer between the heads of two other spectators, but even so he still got a full frontal view of Blonde Bobby. He couldn't see her face, which she kept turned down and was also obscured by her long blonde hair, but he could see one thing for sure. She wasn't a natural blonde. He wondered if she was wearing a wig, or perhaps her hair was bleached. He thought it was probably a wig. It made for an easier and quicker disguise. At the front of the car, Slater could hear the sounds of a scuffle taking place between Steve Biddeford and Dick Waver, who seemed to think pointing his lightsaber at Biddeford was really going to be enough to ward him off. It almost worked, too, as Biddeford's first reaction was to recoil in horror in case it went off. But he quickly recovered, and a well-aimed quick soon quelled the uprising, so to speak. Sadly for the vanquished Dick, now lying in a crumpled heap on the ground clutching his rapidly deflating equipment for the second time that day, his waving days were over, at least for the immediate future. Slater raised his hand and rapped his knuckles on the back window.
"Oi!"
said the man with the big mouth, stepping towards Slater.
"What do you think you're doing? I told you I'm next, so why don't you fuck off before I make you?"
Slater whipped out his warrant card, shone his torch on it, and waved it in the guy's face. You really think that's going to be a good idea, do you? He was right in the guy's face now, and his patience was beginning to wear very, very thin. Why don't you have a go, and we'll see if you're as hard as you think you are? Clearly driven by the possibility of perhaps missing out on his long-awaited go with Blonde Bobby, Big Mouth swung a huge haymaker at Slater's head. Slater saw it coming from so far away he was easily able to duck out of the way, and as the guy lost his balance, he brought his knee up hard. With a muffled noise that was a mixture of curse and agonized sigh, all the breath whooshed from Mighty Mouth, and he sank to the ground in an untidy heap, clutching his wedding tackle. The rest of the audience quickly lost their enthusiasm for voyeurism as they realized there was trouble afoot and began to flee the scene. Within seconds, cars were leaving the car park, roaring off into the night, quite unaware that their registration numbers had already been taken, and they would soon be getting a warning visit from the local constabulary. Unaware of the goings-on outside the car, Blonde Bobby, apparently the confirmed best shag in the county, appeared to have exhausted her partner, who was laying on his back, looking almost comatose, with his head close to the tailgate of the vehicle. She was climbing off, ready to kick him out to make room for the next one in the queue. As if to save them all time, Slater reached down and popped the catch. The tailgate swung up with a quiet hiss. The man didn't move at first, but was suddenly shocked into life when Slater grabbed him by the arms and dragged him backwards, still stark naked, and dumped him on the ground.
"What the fucking hell's going on?"
he gabbled. "Police!" Slater bent over the man so he was right in his face. The victim of his ire was struggling to get to his feet and cover his dignity with only 2 hands, but Slater was intent on making this as frightening an experience as possible, so he made it more difficult for the guy by aiming a kick at him. There was an untidy pile of men's clothes just inside the tailgate of the car. Slater grabbed them and threw them at the naked man. "Here, take your clothes and bugger off now," he said, "and be aware we've got your registration number. We will be in touch very soon." The terrified man grabbed his clothes and scuttled off in the dark towards the only other car left in the car park. Now Slater turned his attention back to the girl in the SUV, who hadn't moved since he popped open the tailgate and announced his presence. She was still naked, having made no attempt to cover herself, and remained on her knees. Her head rested on her knees, so he was looking along the graceful curves of her body from her shoulders sweeping into her waist and then curving out again to encompass her backside. He couldn't see her face, but he didn't need to. He already knew who she was. The registration number had rung a bell in his head when he'd photographed it just a few minutes ago, but at that moment he'd been unable to recall why. However, his subconscious mind had obviously been working away at the problem as events had unfolded, and just as he'd dragged the unfortunate man out of the back of the car, he'd finally connected all the dots. "Well, well, well," he said, "if it isn't the one and only Blonde Bobby. I suppose I should consider it an honor to meet the woman who's been confirmed as the best shag in the county. You must be so proud of your achievement." She didn't say a word, but let out a long, impatient sigh. "It's lucky for you we're not arresting anyone tonight, don't you think?" he continued. "I mean, that would have been a bit embarrassing for you, wouldn't it?" Still, she said nothing. "If you're worried about showing me what you've got," he said, "it's a bit late. I got a good look at the full frontal along with all the other guys who were watching. Very nice, by the way. It's clever how you managed to keep your face hidden behind the blonde wig. It adds a bit of mystery. I always think that's such a nice touch. Does your husband know what you use his car for when he's out of town?" "Is this going to take long?" she said wearily. She shifted her position, so she was now sitting back, her knees drawn up in front of her, facing him, defiantly staring at him. "Oh, sorry," said Slater. "Are you too busy to speak to me?" He looked around in mock surprise. "Oh dear, the queue seems to have disappeared. Looks like it's me or no one." "I suppose you'd better get in and take your turn then, if it'll keep you quiet," she said. "I know you've always fancied your chances. Now I'm giving you the opportunity to find out what you've been missing, and just why I'm the best." He reached forward angrily into the car, snatched hold of the wig, and pulled. It came off without much difficulty, revealing the short, neatly styled, dark hair he recognized. He flung the wig in her face. "Just so you know," he said between gritted teeth, "I never have fancied my chances with you. Yes, you've got a beautiful body, but you've also got an evil temper and a shite attitude. For that reason alone, I wouldn't waste my time. I also happen to know your husband, and I never cheat on my mates." "You know Alan," she said in disbelief. "But you've never said?" "I've never felt the need to," he replied. "And do you really think I'm that desperate I would want to get it together with someone who enjoys being passed around like this? Being the best shag in the county must make you, what, top dog? I can't think of a more appropriate title, can you? Except, perhaps, cheap little slut." All the colour had drained from her face, and with it her confident attitude. Slater watched as she shivered, and tears filled her eyes. "What are you going to do?" she said, sobbing. "I don't want to lose my job or my home or anything." "Yeah," he said, "you've just realized how deep that pile of shit is that you're in, haven't you? It's funny how people suddenly realize what they're going to lose when they get caught." Slater kicked at the back bumper of the car in frustration. "You're so bloody stupid," he sighed. "You can be bloody good at your job when you put your mind to it. You could go a long way, and yet you're prepared to risk your future and everything you have for, what? A quick shag in a car park with these sad tossers. Even Dick Waver, the phantom flasher, was watching and wanking all over your car bonnet. That must be quite an achievement in itself. You arrested him this afternoon and had the chance to end his career as Tinton's biggest wanker, and now here you are just a few hours later fulfilling one of his wildest fantasies." He kicked the car again. "And have you never heard of safe sex?" "But what are you going to do?" Blonde Bobby wailed, tears running down her face. "What am I going to do?" he echoed. "What I'd like to do is arrest you and drag your sorry ass down to the station so all your colleagues could see what you do in your spare time. That's what I'd like to do. But my remit was just to come up here and frighten the crap out of everyone. I think I've done that, don't you?" "But what about me?" She sounded desperate now. "What will happen to me? Will you tell Alan? Will you tell everyone? Please don't. I'll do anything. Just say it and I'll do it." He looked at her sadly and shook his head. "I probably won't see Alan," he said. "And if I do, how do I tell him his wife's the best shag in the county? Right now, I don't know what I'm going to do, but I will tell you what you can do. You can go home and stay there while you consider whether you're a fit person to be a police officer." "Stay there?" she asked, looking confused. "Phone in and tell them you've been exposed to something nasty. Looking at the sad bastards you mix with, I'm sure you probably have. Take a few days off sick. That way you won't get in my way. And think long and hard about whether you should come back. Now get dressed and bugger off out of my sight." With that, he slammed the hatch down and stomped angrily back to his car, where a pissed-off Biddeford was waiting with an equally pissed-off Dick Waver, who was handcuffed to the roof rack. "I couldn't put him inside," explained Biddeford. "You locked it." "Of course I bloody locked it," said Slater. "I didn't want that dirty bugger dribbling jungle juice all over my car seats. There's a plastic sheet in the boot. Put that on the back seat before you put him in there." Then Slater turned his attention to the prisoner. "When we get back to Tinton, you're going to be locked in a cell for the night, and then I'm going home," he said. "My colleague here will be back in the morning with another colleague, and then the three of you are going to have a nice cosy little chat." Biddeford manoeuvred the prisoner onto the plastic sheet.
"Hey, this is cold on my arse," complained the flasher.
"Tough shit," snapped Slater from the driver's seat. "If you weren't walking around half undressed, it wouldn't be a problem, would it?"
"It's bloody police brutality, that's what it is,"
Dick Waver muttered from the back of the car.
"First I get kicked in the balls for the second time today, and now you make me sit on a fucking freezing plastic sack."
"Look," shouted Slater, swinging round in his seat to face the prisoner. "I've had a bloody gutful today. If you don't stop complaining, I'm going to drag you out of that bloody seat and show you what real police brutality is all about. Right now, I'm in just the right mood to give a demonstration. All I need is a volunteer to beat up. One more peep out of you and you're that volunteer, understand?" The phantom flasher gulped loudly and nodded his head. Slater turned back to the steering wheel, breathing heavily. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see Steve Biddeford staring at him, puzzled. But he was in no mood to explain what had happened. There was no further comment from anyone on the way back to the station. Chapter 21. When he finally struggled out of bed on Sunday morning, Slater felt pretty wretched. He had hardly slept last night, having spent most of it agonizing over what he should do about Philippa Flight. How could she be so bloody stupid? Doing it right on her own doorstep like that. She could have been caught at any time. But then he knew that just made it even more risky for her, and at the end of the day it was the risk, rather than the sex, that made her come alive. All in all, he had concluded it was a desperately sad situation, but one that she would have to sort out for herself. He knew which course of action he was going to follow. What happened after that was down to her. To compound his crappy morning, he had just discovered there was nothing to eat. There was food, but only in the loosest sense. None of it was edible. He'd binned a loaf of bread that was so hard even mould wasn't growing on it, some distinctly green-looking bacon, and a carton of milk that appeared to have turned to yogurt and smelt even worse than it looked. At least he had eggs, he'd thought, until he opened the box and found it was empty. He tossed the box into the bin and realized he was just going to have to face up to it. It might be Sunday and his first day off in ages, but he needed to go shopping. As he pulled into the supermarket, it occurred to him that the need for this journey was symptomatic of his current situation. This never used to happen. He always used to be organized. He always used to manage to go shopping regularly. He even had a social life once. But over the last few months, his life seemed to have become all about work. It was all he seemed to do. The fact was, he'd lost control of his own life. He didn't even have time to go shopping, for God's sake. It was still early enough to find plenty of parking spaces, and he crawled slowly around the car park, lost in thoughts about his dismal life, until a pink Mini Cooper caught his attention. The colour would have caught his eye anyway, but it was the anywhere-will-do style of parking that made him decide to park next to it. He promised himself it was just a coincidence, and that he wasn't working, and he certainly wasn't going to interview her. It didn't take him long to find her, but then there weren't that many well-built, leggy blondes in tight white jeans and T-shirt tottering around on high heels in the supermarket this early on a Sunday morning. She was wandering along, gazing into the frozen food cabinets when he spotted her. and he decided he would contrive a chance encounter and see what happened. He approached her from the opposite direction and coughed loudly just before he reached her. She swung round at the sound and looked straight at him. For a moment he thought about changing his mind, but then she recognized him.
"Oh, hi,"
she said brightly, smiling. It was the sort of dazzling smile that made his stomach do somersaults. But just as it was obvious she had recognized him, it was equally obvious she had no idea where she knew him from. "Hello, Miss Mayne," he said to help her out. "It's D.S. Slater, from yesterday. We came to speak to Mr. Bresler."
"Of course," she said. "I'm sorry. I can remember a face, but I'm not so good with names. But please call me Cindy. Miss Mayne is far too formal. And surely you're not on duty today, are you?"
"Well, no," he said, laughing. "I'm just out shopping. Even police officers have to eat."
"And do police officers have names when they're off duty?" she asked.
"What? Oh, yes." He blushed. "It's Dave." Slater thought everything about her was attractive, and she had an easy grace about her movements. Not for the first time in recent months, he found himself envying the sort of men who seemed to have relationships with beautiful women like this. But what chance did a hard-up copper who was always at work have?
"Do I pass?"
she asked, interrupting his thoughts. I'm sorry," he said, his face turning red.
"You're looking at me as if you're weighing me up. I was just wondering, did I pass?"
No, it's not that." He flushed, embarrassed that his thought process was so obviously transparent. "I was just, You see, the thing is, it would help if I could talk to you about Mr. Bresler, but it's Sunday, and... No, I'm sorry. Forget I mentioned it. It's Sunday, and I'm off duty, and I shouldn't be bothering you."
"Do I look bothered?" she asked, laughing. "And what if it is Sunday? Rudy's away for a few days, so I'm in no rush, and I was just thinking about coffee anyway. Why don't you join me? Unless you've got something better to do, of course."
Her directness was totally disarming, and right at this moment, Slater couldn't imagine it would be possible to find anything better to do than have coffee with Cindy Mayne. She was looking straight into his eyes, and he hoped she couldn't read his thoughts.
"That's settled, then," she said. "Come on, mine's a cappuccino."
Slater followed obediently in her wake, struggling to keep his eyes off her backside and his mind on the job as she swayed along ahead of him.
"So, what would you like to know?"
she asked, placing her coffee cup carefully back on the saucer. "I'd just like to confirm my opinion of Rudy, really. You'd know him better than anyone, so I'd like to hear what you think of him. Maybe he's spoken to you about what happened all those years ago."
"If you're hoping I'm going to dish the dirt on Rudy and his business dealings, you're going to be very disappointed. And if you're hoping I'm going to tell you he beats me up and treats me like a slave or anything else like that, you're still going to be disappointed."
"You make him sound like some sort of saint," said Slater.
"Not at all," she said, "but he's never lied to me. He's treated me very well, and I've never had reason to doubt him about anything. As for his business, he doesn't tell me, and I don't ask. That's how the deal works."
"Deal?" asked Slater, his curiosity aroused. "What deal?"
"You surely don't think this is a real, genuine relationship, do you?" she asked, sounding genuinely surprised. The question totally threw Slater. His mouth opened and shut, but no words came out. "Oh, you do, don't you?"
She laughed, shaking her head.
"How old-fashioned of you."
"I'm sorry," said a baffled Slater, "but you've lost me."
Cindy sighed, drumming her fingers on the table. "I suppose I'd better explain what I mean, but goodness knows what you're going to think of me now."
"Yes," Slater said, still totally baffled. I think an explanation might be a good idea.
Isn't this Sunday supposed to be a day off? Norman's voice came down Slater's mobile.
Yeah, if you're busy, it can wait.
Ha! If it could wait, you wouldn't have called,
Norman said, and Slater smiled at his colleague's perception.
It just so happens I'm not busy, as you well know, so how about I grab a takeaway and come over for lunch?
No. Slater thought about the paunchy and pasty Norman standing next to the strapping Rudy Bresler. Forget the takeaway. You eat far too many takeaways. I've got a better idea. Be here in an hour. I'll cook lunch.
I'll be there, bearing a case of lager,
said Norman, sounding surprised at the offer.
This I have to see. And eat.
So the deal is, she stays with him for 5 years, then he dumps her, and finds a younger replacement. Slater was relaying the story Cindy Mayne had told him about her relationship with Rudy Bresler.
And they all have to fit the attractive blonde, big boobs and long legs mould?
Asked Norman. And be 25 years old, said Slater.
When we saw her the other day, I thought she looked a lot like Sandra, said Norman. Now I see it's no coincidence. It's like he's reliving those first 5 happy years he had with her.
That's exactly what the deal is. They fill her place for 5 years, then when they get to 30, they step aside and make way for the next 25-year-old replacement.
Geez, that's kind of weird, and rather unhealthy, don't you think? Asked Norman. That man needs help. He has to have some sort of psychological disorder.
He took a sip of lager.
And these girls are happy with this arrangement?
They effectively sign a contract that means they exchange 5 years of their lives for £1 million, explained Slater. That's 200 grand a year tax-free. And according to Slater, Bresler is the perfect gentleman and never makes any unreasonable demands. They get treated well and live a jet-set life with no expense spared. It's not a bad deal. And invested wisely, they're getting a pretty good start in life.
And you think this proves what?
Asked Norman. It could indicate that he really did love Sandra like he claims, and he's never been able to move on.
Or, like I said, it could prove he's nuts and needs professional help, Norman said. And she volunteered this information? You don't think she was put up to it by Bresler?
I think she was for real. For one thing, she had no way of knowing she was going to meet me this morning. I didn't even know I was going to be there until I found out I had no food in the house. And her deal's just about to come to an end. She's got a matter of days to go, but she doesn't seem remotely bitter about it. It all seems very matter-of-fact and businesslike.
So, how many of these girls has he gone through?
She's number 3, said Slater. Apparently, number 4 will move in when Cindy moves out.
You mean to say you met up with that gorgeous woman who will shortly be available looking like that?
Said Norman, grabbing another lager from the case he had brought with him. What's that supposed to mean? Asked Slater, slurping from his own can.
Well, if you don't mind me saying, you're not exactly looking your best.
Norman looked at Slater scathingly.
In fact, to be honest, you look like shit. Do I have to drink out of a can? Don't you have any glasses?
Drink from the can. Glasses have to be washed up, said Slater. And have you looked in a mirror today?
Ah, yes, Norman said, nodding. I take your point and accept your insult. But the thing is, I always look like this, whereas you normally look pretty good.
Look, I didn't know I was going to meet her. And I don't have any plans to include her in my future.
Just as well, because you'd have no chance looking like that. You haven't even shaved. I'm just telling you because it's a slippery slope. If you're not careful, you'll end up looking like me.
No chance, mate, Slater shook his head, laughing. I could never look that bad. Norman and Slater were good therapy for each other, with their easy banter and good humour. Slater sometimes wondered how he used to cope before Norman came along. It seemed like that had been a very long time ago, but in fact it had been a matter of just a few short months. They sipped lager in silence for a couple of minutes. It was Norman who broke the silence.
This isn't just about meeting up with Cindy Mayne, is it?
Slater looked at him unhappily, but said nothing.
You don't have to share if you don't want to, said Norman, but at least talk to me about something, or this is going to be one hell of a dull afternoon.
I don't just look like shit, said Slater grimly. I feel like shit. My life is shit. Everything seems to be going to shit.
Let's just stop the bus for a minute, can we? Said Norman, sounding worried by Slater's little outburst. I understand you had a bad day yesterday, but that doesn't make everything bad, does it? I've told you before about this negative thinking of yours.
I know, Slater sighed heavily, but right now I'm finding it hard to feel positive about my life, when all I do is work and then do a bit more work. Take yesterday. We had a good morning, and things were looking good. And then, yesterday afternoon, everything just seemed to go pear-shaped. It was all out of control, and I couldn't do anything about it.
Why? Because the flasher escaped. Come on, that wasn't your fault. It was nothing to do with you. And you have to take your hat off to the old guy for having the audacity to just walk out. And anyway, didn't you say you caught him later? So what went wrong there? Didn't it all end all right?
It was a bloody nightmare, Norm. Sure, we caught the old flasher. That was easy. He was so busy wanking away all on his lonesome, he didn't see Steve creeping up on him. I made Steve wait with the old fart to teach him a lesson, while I went off to put the wind up the others. They were all gathered around one car, watching this girl shagging the brains out of some bloke. It was a right sad collection of perverts and dirty old men, and they were lining up to take turns with this beautiful young woman. When I got there, they thought I was trying to jump the queue. They were like animals. I had to knee some bloke in the balls to stop him from punching my head in. Why on earth would a beautiful girl do that with blokes like them? It's not as if she does it for money. I just don't get it, Norm. He stopped talking and stared at the floor. He knew without even looking at his friend's face that Norman was probably confused by how much Slater was affected by this. They dealt with horrible stuff like this all the time, after all.
Ah, Norman said suddenly. I think I see where this is going. You knew the girl, huh?
Slater nodded his head.
You know her too, he said quietly.
I do, said Norman, looking startled. Slater watched as Norman's face went through a range of machinations. He was clearly racking his brains, rifling through all the young, attractive women he knew. You were talking to her yesterday morning, said Slater. You said she looked at you as if you'd handed her a slimy turd. Slater saw the penny drop, and Norman's eyebrows shot up in surprise.
What? You mean PC Flight?
Norman's voice had raised a whole octave. Apparently also known as Blonde Bobby, the best shag in the county, said Slater sadly. What a friggin' waste. She could have been a bloody good copper if she'd wanted to be.
Holy shit,
said Norman.
What did you do?
I wanted to knock some bloody sense into her, said Slater glumly. Instead, I just gave her a lecture and suggested she take some time off while she considered her future.
Did Steve see her?
No, and that's another thing. Putting them together was a mistake. She seems to have been working her charms on him and got right under his skin. He seems to think she's the greatest thing since sliced bread.
Are you going to tell him?"
"I'm rather hoping she's just going to fade quietly away and he won't have to know," said Slater. "But something tells me that's just wishful thinking on my part."
"She's one strange piece of work," Norman said, whistling. "Somehow I don't see her as the fading quietly away type."
This time they both studied the floor for a while.
"So have you thought about what you're going to do about her?" asked Norman.
"I've been thinking about it all bloody night," said Slater. "That's why I look and feel like shit today. But I've decided I'm not going to do anything. It's difficult. I know her husband. She was using his car, for God's sake."
"Oh, hell," said Norman. "So you got his registration number along with the others?"
"Yeah," said Slater, "but I have the list. When I hand it to Steve, there's going to be one missing."
"Are you sure you're doing the right thing?"
Norman was looking at Slater intensely now. "No." Slater smiled ruefully, looking up at Norman. "But I'm giving her the chance to resign without anyone finding out what happened, not even her husband. It's a chance for her to sort herself out and start again. Maybe she needs to get some help. To my mind, giving her that chance is the right thing to do."
"I hope that decision doesn't come back to bite your ass," said Norman. "But you're right about it being a shit situation."
He took another swig from his lager, and they sat in silence for a while.
"So, when's this lunch going to be ready?" Norman asked, clapping his hands together. "I'm not used to eating lunch this late in the afternoon. I'm starving."
Chapter 22. Sharing a case of lager with Norman hadn't seemed such a bad idea on Sunday afternoon. Even when it started getting late and Norman conceded he would yet again have to sleep on Slater's settee because he was over the limit and unable to drive home, it had still seemed pretty cool. But then, at 6 o'clock in the morning, when his alarm had gone off, Slater realized that maybe it hadn't been such a good idea after all. Sunday afternoon had started off okay. Once they'd got past the thorny issue of PC Flight and her extracurricular activities, they'd spent the next couple of hours trying to figure out why Slater thought his life was so shit. Norman had assumed his usual agony aunt persona and concluded Slater needed some interests other than work. Not for the first time, he had suggested a good woman in his life would be a suitably positive step in the right direction, and reminded him that Yelena might just be that suitably good woman. He had also warned him that he'd never find out if he didn't ask her out again and actually talk to her this time. From that point on, everything seemed to get a bit hazy. But Slater was pretty sure that between them they'd come up with answers to almost all the world's problems, finally concluding that they should be running the world and that all politicians were assholes who couldn't solve a problem if it came complete with a built-in answer. This morning, to put it bluntly, Slater felt like shite. But at least this time it was a physical thing and not a mood thing. This made it okay to feel shite, because he knew it was his own fault. And besides, if he drank enough coffee, he figured he would soon begin to feel human again. He looked enviously at Norman, shambling along beside him. His clothes looked as if they'd been stolen from a scarecrow, and Slater certainly didn't envy him that. But how come the bugger looked so bloody bright and cheerful? You'd never know he'd had a drink yesterday. A low murmur of conversation filled the incident room as they entered and made their way to the front desk. Before either of them could say anything, Jane Jolly appeared. "PC Flight's called in sick, sir," she said. "Yes, right," said Slater uncomfortably. Jolly looked at him strangely, and Slater knew his reaction had probably seemed a bit odd. "Right," he said, beginning the briefing. "We've had some interesting developments, and we've got one or two leads that probably should have meant something to the original inquiry, but
don't appear to have been checked out. We believe they are worth pursuing, so listen up."
Slater noticed Steve Biddeford wasn't in his usual place right at the front. Instead, he was right at the back, and he didn't appear to be paying a great deal of attention, which wasn't like him at all. It was as if he had something on his mind and he was brooding over it. He made a mental note to try to find time to ask him what was wrong. Slater's observation that Biddeford wasn't paying much attention was correct. Hidden away at the back of the room, he wasn't listening to the briefing at all. He was pissed off. He was pissed off with being used as a bloody clerk by Slater and Norman. Philippa Flight had told him he was being used, and she was right. He was pissed off with Slater for another reason, too. It was his fault Flight was off sick. She'd turned up at his house yesterday afternoon. The poor girl had been distraught, but she'd had no one else to turn to. She had told him how Slater had been sexually harassing her for weeks, and how things had come to a head Saturday night, and that she just couldn't take any more. From what she'd said, it sounded as though he'd almost raped her. Biddeford had told her she should make an official complaint, but she'd just asked what was the point. She thought no one would believe her word against Golden Boy Slater. She was going to resign instead. But that just wasn't fair, was it? If Slater was some sort of sex pest, why should he get away with it? If Philippa wouldn't make a complaint, then perhaps he should. He told her so this morning when they'd woken up. She had insisted he shouldn't, and he'd told her he wouldn't, but on the drive to work he'd realized he had to do what he believed was right. He was going to see Bob Murray later, and do just that. "So, that's where we are," Slater concluded. "We've got progress on the light aircraft front, thanks to good work from DC Biddeford and PC Flight, and we've got the new leads. There's the telephone issue in the Breslers' new home. Was it working or not? And we've got the taxi. Did Sandra book it, and if so, where was she going? Did she even get in it? We're making progress. Well done, everyone. See DS Norman before you head off for breakfast, and he'll give you your assignments for today." There was the sound of chairs scraping on the floor as people began to get to their feet and make their way to the front. "One more thing I nearly forgot. While all that was going down on Saturday, we also caught Dick Waver, the Phantom Flasher. Well done, DC Biddeford and PC Flight again." This announcement was accompanied by a small round of cheering, some ironic boos, and a lot of ribald comments. Slater stood back out of the way to allow everyone easy access to Norman and took a big, long slug of coffee. "When you step back and looked at it objectively, we are making progress. It's never quick enough, of course, but we are finding leads to follow, and that has to be progress." He became aware PC Jolly was standing before him. "Can I ask a question?" "Sure," said Slater. "Fire away." "I may well be speaking out of turn," she said, "but I've got a problem with this inquiry." "I'm not sure I understand." "There's one victim who seems to be getting forgotten about," she said, "and being a mum with a little girl of my own, I'm becoming a bit uncomfortable about it." She pointed at the whiteboards. Slater's gaze followed where she indicated. "We haven't even got the poor little thing's name on the bloody board," she said sadly. "And that piddly little photo. Can't we get a decent-sized one put up there? Perhaps then everyone might notice that she was a victim too." Slater knew she was right on the mark. He suddenly felt about an inch tall. His face was glowing red like a traffic light. "Is this where I get chewed off for speaking out of turn?" Jolly said nervously. "Not at all," said Slater. "On the contrary, this is where I go and find a nice big stone to hide under. I'm ashamed to admit it, but you're right. We focused so much on the adults simply because we feel that's where our best leads will come from. But we should never forget there's a third victim. Can I ask you to get this sorted for me today?"
"I'd love to," she said. "Leave it with me."
As she turned to go, he called her back. "Thank you."
"No problem."
She smiled, turning to Norman.
"Ah, PC Jolly Jane,"
said Norman, sorting out a task sheet and handing it to her.
"It's your lucky day. Today you get to look for the needle in the haystack."
"Come on then," she said, sighing. "What do you want me to do?"
15 years ago, a taxi supposedly picked up Sandra Bresler from her house. To win today's star prize of a night out with yours truly, all you have to do is find out which taxi company."
"Oh, you're so kind," she said, laughing. "I get all the easy jobs. Is there a booby prize if I fail?"
"Oh, yes, you lucky girl. The prize for failure is a night in with me."
"Now there's an incentive to succeed if there ever was one," she said over her shoulder as she bustled away.
"And the next lucky winner,"
said Norman to the remaining 2 detectives,
"is DC Tony Ashton, who gets not 1 but 2 tasks."
"Bring it on," said Ashton, sounding keen as ever.
"OK,"
began Norman, handing him a task sheet.
"Task number 1 is to contact BT and find out the state of play with the telephone line to the Breslers' house back then. Was it connected before they moved in? Was it working? Was it reported as not working? Blah, blah, blah. Task number 2 is to look into Sandra Bresler's bank accounts. You know the drill. We're looking for anything that looks suspicious. We especially want to know if she was stashing money away, so check for savings accounts or large withdrawals of cash."
"I'm on it," said Ashton, and headed out of the room.
"And that just leaves our star performer."
Norman smiled at Biddeford. Slater watched as Biddeford stared grumpily at Norman. What was going on with him today?
"Did he get out of bed on the wrong side today?"
inquired Norman.
"Have you got anything special for me today or not?" said Biddeford. "Because if you haven't, I'll get on my way. I've got an aeroplane to look for."
"That'll keep for tomorrow," said Norman. "We want you to look into Bresler's background today."
"Oh, terrific."
Biddeford sighed heavily. Another day stuck in front of a bloody computer. Slater had walked over to stand beside Norman. He wanted to speak to Biddeford when they finished. His mouth dropped open in surprise at this outburst, and he saw Norman's do the same.
"Do you have a problem with that, Detective Constable?"
asked Norman, bristling with anger.
"What do you care if I have?"
snapped Biddeford. "Hey," said Slater, shocked by Biddeford's venom. "Just watch the attitude, Steve."
"Pick on Steve Biddeford Day, is it?"
Biddeford glared at Slater. For a few brief seconds there was a standoff, Slater and Norman one side of the table, and Biddeford the other. It was Slater who broke the ice. "Let's start again, shall we? How did it go yesterday interviewing the flasher with Tony Ashton?" Biddeford tossed the folder he was holding onto the desk in front of Slater.
"It's all in my report."
Slater felt like Biddeford was trying to goad him, but he had absolutely no idea why. He had to bite his tongue not to retaliate. Perhaps something had happened outside of work to put Biddeford in a rotten mood. "I've got those registration numbers from Saturday night," said Slater, handing Biddeford a sheet of paper. "Can you get someone to find out who the owners are, and we can go pay them all a visit?" Biddeford took the list and looked at it. "You've missed one. I'm sure there were 8 cars, but there's only 7 numbers here." "Well, I only seem to have the 7, said Slater carefully. "Perhaps you were mistaken." "I don't think I am, but if you say so, I suppose I must have been," said Biddeford sulkily. That was it. Slater had had enough of the sulky little boy attitude. "Look," he said sternly, "I don't know what your problem is this morning, but whatever it is, you're no good to this team if you're going to behave like a little boy who's lost his favourite toy. I suggest you go and find yourself a better attitude before you start work. Otherwise you might just as well sod off for the rest of the day." "Is that it?" said Biddeford. "You finished?" "Yes," said Slater. "Good," said Biddeford. "In that case I'll do what you said and sod off for the rest of the day. All right?" With that, he turned and slammed his way out of the room. Slater and Norman watched him go. "What was that all about?" asked Norman. "Buggered if I know," said Slater wearily. "That's not because someone's been taking the piss over the flasher escaping, is it?" "I don't see how. I don't think anyone really knows about it except me, you, him, and the duty sergeant. And he's not going to take the piss without making himself look an idiot, is he?" "This just isn't like him at all, is it?" said Norman, sounding worried. "I wonder what's got into him." "No, it's not like him. But if he doesn't want to talk about it, then there's not much we can do, is there? Let's just give him some space. I'm sure he'll be all right later." Chapter 23. Rustin's Removals was the only real removals company in Tinton. There were a couple of 1- or 2-man operations, but Rustin's went that bit further with a large factory unit that incorporated office space, a storage facility, and garaging for several vehicles. They also employed enough staff to cope with the demand their service generated. When Slater had phoned earlier to ask if anyone could help with their inquiries, they had been pleasantly surprised to find the foreman, Ted Pierce, who had supervised the Breslers' move, was still with the company. Although close to retirement, he now worked in the unit looking after the storage containers and doing whatever needed doing to keep things running smoothly. "I read about them bodies being found in the newspaper," he told Slater and Norman as he made 3 cups of tea. "They said she'd moved here from the Midlands 15 years ago. I remembered we'd done a job moving a lady and her daughter back then, and they disappeared not long after. I figured it couldn't be a coincidence, so I thought I'd have a look back through the records to see." He handed a worksheet to Slater. "I thought you might want this. That's her signature at the bottom of the sheet," he told them. "You must have a very good filing system, Mr. Pierce," said Norman, sounding impressed. "Certainly better than anything we've got," admitted Slater as he studied the worksheet. "It never used to be," said Pierce, "but it gets a bit boring around here some days, so about a year ago I set myself the task of sorting it all out. Now I can put my finger on just about anything within 5 minutes. I didn't think I'd ever need to. It was just something to keep me occupied, you know." "You did a good job, Mr. Pierce." Slater smiled, beginning to feel human again now. "You've probably saved us a lot of time. I know it was a long time ago now, but can you remember anything about the job that was unusual?" "The fact that we went up there to move them down here was different," said Pierce, scratching his balding head thoughtfully. "Usually it was about us moving people from this area away to somewhere else. But other than that, I honestly don't remember much." "What about Mrs. Bresler?" asked Norman. "Do you remember anything about her?" "I remember she was a nice-looking girl," Pierce said. "Very nice. Set all the lads' pulses racing that day, she did. Mine, too." "Good figure, huh?" Norman asked, encouragingly. "Oh, yes," Pierce nodded wistfully. "Lovely face, long blonde hair, long legs, and—" "Big boobs," finished Norman. "That's right," Pierce said, nodding enthusiastically. "She had the lot, and she was really nice with it, you know. Not stuck up like some rich girls. She was happy to make us tea all day.
She even made us breakfast when we got there because we'd had an early start. She was a good un. I couldn't believe it when I heard she'd run away a week later."
"You thought that strange?" asked Slater.
"Well, you can't ever get to know someone well in a few hours, can you?" said Pierce. "But she didn't seem like she was planning on leaving to me. She was more like someone who was coming home, for good."
Norman fumbled in his jacket pocket and produced 2 photos. He laid the photo of Sandra Bresler on the table.
"Is this her?"
Pierce looked at the photo.
"It was 15 years ago," he said cautiously. "It probably is, but I couldn't swear to it."
"What about this one?"
asked Norman, placing a photo of Cindy Mayne on the table next to Sandra Bresler's. Ted Pierce frowned in concentration as he looked from photo to photo.
"I'm sorry," he said. "I don't want to let you down, but it was a long time ago, and these girls all look the same to me. Don't you agree? It's like they all came out the same mould or something."
"Don't worry, it's okay,"
Norman reassured him.
"That's kind of what I'm thinking. I have a theory that it's very hard to remember faces from many years ago. Like you say, when they have the same hair and figure, they do tend to all look the same."
Pierce looked relieved.
"I do remember the little girl," he said. "She was a pretty little thing, just like a mini version of her mum. I seem to recall she was very shy. But the thing that really sticks in my mind and makes me remember her so well is that she had very pale skin with lots and lots of freckles, and she had lots of long ginger hair. It reached halfway down her back. Lovely little thing she was."
He had a faraway look on his face as he remembered the little girl from 15 years ago. "Well, thanks for sparing us your time, Mr. Pierce," said Slater, pushing his chair back and getting to his feet. "We really appreciate it."
"Can we keep this worksheet?"
asked Norman.
"Of course you can," Pierce said, smiling, "and it's no trouble. If you need to ask any more questions, I'll do my best to help."
As they made their way back to the car, Slater's mobile phone began making weird noises. He stopped and dragged it from his pocket. "Slater," he said into the phone. He listened for a few moments, said, "Brilliant," and then listened a bit longer. "Well done, Jane. Can you text it to me, please?" "Sorry, no," Slater continued. "You can't go home early, but you can give Steve Biddeford a hand looking into Bresler's background." No, he said finally. "You only had to spend the night in with Norm if you failed. Yeah, I know, a fate worse than death. But I'll tell you what, you've done so well, we'll both take you out." He was smiling broadly as he ended the call. "That was Jolly Jane," he said, beaming. "She's only managed to find the taxi driver who picked Sandra up that day. She's just going to text me his address. Apparently it's not far from here. We can call in on the way back."
"Now that is good news," agreed Norman. "You know, I think that girl's far more resourceful than we give her credit for."
They climbed into the car, both listening for Slater's phone to herald the arrival of the taxi driver's address.
"I have a complaint," said Norman as they waited.
"What?"
"Next time I offer Jolly Jane the chance to spend an evening with me as a reward for a job well done, do not suggest it's a fate worse than death, and do not try to gatecrash by inviting yourself, okay?"
"She wouldn't want to spend an evening with either of us, you fool," said Slater. They both knew Jane Jolly was devoted to her husband and kids.
"That's not the point," said Norman. "When someone is offered the chance of a lifetime like that, they don't want to hear you're coming along too. You know you'll just spoil the whole thing for them, right?"
Slater looked at Norman, who was trying hard but failing to maintain a serious expression. "Yeah, right, Norm. Whatever you say, mate." Slater's mood improved even further when he discovered it was going to take just 10 minutes to drive to the home of Arthur Deadman, the taxi driver who had collected Sandra Bresler on the day she disappeared. However, it was a short-lived improvement, as it soon became clear Mr. Deadman was not going to be anywhere near as helpful as Ted Pierce had been. Arthur Deadman was 83 and was not a well man. He was deaf as a post, his eyesight was going, and his memory was so hazy he didn't even seem sure what day it was. Slater was pretty sure that if the old man's wife hadn't been there to look after him, he would have been unable to fend for himself, and would have been in a care home. Norman instinctively took the lead once Mrs. Deadman had let them in, his natural patience and easy-going charm immediately putting her at ease. Slater was happy to take a back seat and look on admiringly as Norman worked his magic. Luckily for them, Mrs. Deadman proved to have a pretty good memory, and she could remember the time in question quite well. It turned out her husband had been keen to make a statement to the police at the time, to make it clear that whatever might have happened, it was nothing to do with him.
"It was terrible," she told them. "Arthur was retired, really. He was only working that day to help out because they were short of staff. He was just doing his job, that's all. He went to the police station to make a statement, and then suddenly they were asking all sorts of questions about where he'd taken them and what he'd done to Mrs. Bresler and her daughter. By the time they'd finished, they made him feel as though they thought he'd done away with them."
Slater felt a certain amount of pity for the Deadmans. He knew D.S. Nash, who had led the inquiry back then, and he knew just how unpleasant Nash could be when it suited him. His nickname had been Nasty Nash, and with good reason. "Just to make sure we've got our facts right," Norman said patiently, "can you tell me where he took them that day?"
"To Gatwick Airport," Mrs. Deadman said. "Mrs. Bresler, the little girl, and several suitcases. I remember him complaining about all the cases. He had to load them all onto a trolley and push them inside for her."
"Did he say anything about Mrs. Bresler, about her behaviour?"
"I remember he said she was quite unpleasant, and not at all grateful for his help with the cases. She didn't even give him a tip."
Slater leaned forward involuntarily at this little snippet, and out of the corner of his eye he saw Norman do the same.
"I don't suppose there's any point in showing him a photo to check if he recognises her?"
Norman asked.
"Sorry,"
Mrs. Deadman said, sighing.
"That would be a complete waste of time. I know he said she was very nice-looking. Well-bred was the expression he used. I think that's why he was so upset by her being so unpleasant. He thought someone like that should know better."
"Would this woman fit the bill?"
asked Norman, producing the photo of Sandra Bresler.
"Oh, yes, I'm sure that's the type," she said quite definitely. "Is that her?"
"Yes, that's Sandra Bresler," said Norman. "Did your husband ever mention the little girl who was with Mrs. Bresler?"
"Oh, yes."
She smiled at the memory and clasped her hands together. It was almost as if she could see the conversation back then and listen into it.
"He thought she was wonderful,"
Mrs. Deadman continued.
"A right little chatterbox," he said. "Never stopped talking, even though her mother kept telling her to stop. She told him how they were going on holiday, but she had to keep out of the sun because she had pale skin and burned easily."
"Do you know if she had red hair?"
asked Norman.
"That's right," she said,
clapping her hands together.
"He told me she had red hair, lots and lots of curly red hair."
"Pale skin and red hair,"
said Norman carefully, clearly trying to coax as much detail as possible.
"So, lots of freckles?"
"It's funny you should say that," she began, "because I clearly remember him saying she didn't have any freckles at all. He thought that was odd, because pale skin and red hair usually means freckles, doesn't it?"
"So what did you make of what we've learnt this morning?" asked Slater when they got back in their car to head back to the station. "Does it confirm your second woman theory?"
"What second woman theory?"
asked Norman. "Come on, Norm, give me some credit here. I'm not an idiot. You showed Ted Pierce both photos because you figured he wouldn't be able to show one gorgeous, leggy blonde with big boobs and long hair from another. Am I right?"
"It's just an idea I think might be worth looking into," Norman said. "Don't you?"
"I think it's an idea we have to look into," Slater said, nodding, "especially as we've just had two people give us totally opposite personality descriptions, for both mother and daughter." Chapter 24.
"I see PC Jolly's done as you asked,"
said Norman as they came back into the incident room. He nodded towards the new whiteboard that now stood alongside the others. "Now that's more like it," Slater said, following his gaze. They both stopped in front of the board to admire Jolly's handiwork. In large block letters, the board was devoted to Victim Number 2, Rose Bresler, age 5 years. A nice big photograph clearly showed the slightly anxious smile of a shy-looking but pretty 5-year-old, with lots of freckles and long ginger hair that cascaded down over her shoulders.
"Well, I suppose you could turn straight hair into curly hair easy enough," said Norman, "but there's no way you could hide those freckles. So, if this is Rose, who's the kid who got in the taxi?"
"And even more important, who was the woman with her?" added Slater, tossing the removals worksheet onto his desk.
"We must try to keep open minds on this,"
Norman said, still looking at the whiteboard.
"We've only got Mrs. Deadman's word for it, and she wasn't even there."
"I haven't forgotten that," Slater said, "but you have to agree it all adds up. Someone murders Sandra and Rose and then impersonates them to make it look like they ran away. It works for me."
"It takes Bresler out of the frame, then?"
"Not if he had an accomplice who looked like Sandra," argued Slater.
"What about the matching kid? That would be just a little too convenient, don't you think?"
"But that's just the point," Slater said, smiling. "It wasn't a matching kid, was it? If Mrs. Deadman is right, it was close to being a match, but not quite close enough."
"We need some way of confirming her story."
Norman sighed heavily.
"Maybe if we can find out which flight they got on at Gatwick, we'll get lucky."
"Didn't the original investigation say they never traced the flight?" asked Slater.
"Well, yeah," said Norman, "but how hard do you think they looked?"
"Good point," agreed Slater. "That's the sort of job Steve Biddeford's good at." As they were talking, Jane Jolly appeared. "Nice work on the board." Slater pointed at the picture of Rose. "Thank you, sir," she said, but she looked a bit uncertain. "You didn't come in here seeking praise, did you?" "I'm afraid not." She shifted uncomfortably. "It's the boss, Big Bob. He left a message saying he wants to see you in his office, just as soon as you get back."
"What, both of us?" asked Norman.
"Uh-huh," said Jolly, shaking her head. "Just D.S. Slater." Slater began to get an ominous feeling. He'd been taken to task for speaking his mind before, but he was sure he hadn't spoken out of turn recently. Even so, this sounded suspiciously like he was going to get a bollocking for something. "Did he say what I've done wrong?" he asked. "No," said Jolly, "but he definitely didn't sound very happy. Not even a please or a thank you."
"Shit," muttered Norman. "Now that does sound bad."
Bob Murray was renowned for his sometimes old-fashioned ways, which included good manners. He only ever forgot them when he was in a seriously bad mood. "I'd better go face the music," said Slater grimly. He picked up the jacket he'd just taken off and turned to go.
"Good luck," said Norman. While you're gone, I'll see if I can track down Biddeford and get him going on the flight search. Maybe he'll be in a better mood now he's had time to cool down."
Norman watched Slater make his way from the room, feeling slightly worried for his colleague and friend.
"Anyway,"
he said to Jolly, keen to lift the mood,
"you seem to be the only person who knows what's going on around here. So where can I find Steve Biddeford?"
"Don't know," she said. "No one's seen him since his little outburst this morning."
"Really?" asked Norman. "That's so unlike him to play the spoilt kid. He's usually Mr. Reliable. I wonder what's eating him today."
Jolly was looking distinctly uncomfortable, and studiously trying to avoid Norman's gaze, but Norman was an old hand. He knew guilt when it was stood right in front of him.
"You know something about this, Jane, don't you?"
She looked even more uncomfortable.
"Don't make me pull rank, Jane. This is about holding the team together and keeping people happy. We'll never solve this thing if there's infighting going on, you know that. If you know something, you need to tell me."
"It might be nothing," she said quietly.
"If it is, it'll go no further than me, I promise."
"I feel like a gossip," she said unhappily.
"Look, I'm known for my ability to keep a secret."
Norman sighed impatiently.
"If it turns out to be nothing, I won't tell anyone, and then no one will know you told me. Now come on, out with it."
"Like I said, it might be nothing. But when Philippa Flight phoned in sick this morning, she called from Steve Biddeford's home phone number. I think she must have slept with him last night."
"Ah, I see," said Norman, very slowly and thoughtfully. "That could explain quite a lot."
He could have said a whole load more, and Jolly looked as though she was expecting him to explain. But he figured she probably had no idea about Flight's nighttime hobby, and now certainly wasn't the right time to tell her.
"Right," he said decisively. "You know nothing about this, okay? I'll speak to Dave when he comes back, and we'll work out what to do for the best. In the meantime, you get back to your work. I'll speak to you later."
"Okay, I know nothing," said Jolly as she headed back to work. Norman thought it would be great if he could say the same. Chapter 25.
"Come,"
boomed Murray's voice from beyond the door as Slater knocked. Taking a deep breath, Slater opened the door and walked in. Murray had his head down reading something on the desk in front of him. He ignored Slater, leaving him feeling distinctly uncomfortable until he'd finished reading. Then he sat back in his seat.
"Ah, D.S. Slater. Thank you for coming to see me."
Slater said nothing. Such formality from the boss was usually a bad sign, and there was an uncomfortable-looking chair in front of Murray's desk. This was known amongst the staff as the chop chair. Rumour had it that people were only ever invited to sit in this particular chair if they were about to get a serious bollocking. Slater knew how uncomfortable that chair was. He'd been invited to sit in it on more than one occasion before, but he'd always known why. Usually it was because he'd said the wrong thing at the wrong time, and he accepted such bollockings as being fair enough. But right now he had no idea what he was guilty of.
"Is anything worrying you?" asked Murray.
"Only you look a little uncomfortable." "Well, to be honest, boss, I'm a bit concerned about the chop chair being set in front of your desk like that. I'm always prepared to accept a bollocking when I'm in the wrong, you know that, but right now I'm in the dark about why this one's coming my way." Murray let Slater stew for a few moments.
"That chair's not just for the benefit of those about to be chewed up."
He smiled at Slater. "It's also for people who annoy me by insisting on seeing me when I'm busy. By making them sit on an uncomfortable chair, they tend to take less of my time than they otherwise would. It works very well. I recommend it for time wasters." Slater breathed a sigh of relief. perhaps this wasn't going to be so bad after all. "Anyway, you already know just how uncomfortable that chair is, don't you?" asked Murray, easing his chair back and getting to his feet. "I have had the pleasure once or twice, yes," Slater said. "But not today," said Murray, pointing across the office to 2 easy chairs either side of a low table. "This is a chat, not a bollocking." He led the way across the office, poured 2 cups of tea, and invited Slater to settle into a chair. "So, how's this case going?" he asked. "Give me a 5-minute update." And so Slater did, bringing Murray right up to date with what they'd discovered this morning. "And does Norman agree with this idea that there was a second woman impersonating Sandra Bresler?" "He was already thinking it was a possibility before we spoke to Mrs. Debman," Slater said. "But we're also aware that, even though it's a neat theory, Mrs. Debman's not a viable witness. We need to find some real proof." "It fits, though, doesn't it?" said Murray thoughtfully. "I like the way you and Norman work together. I shouldn't really have 2 sergeants working together, but it seems to be proving very successful. What's young Biddeford working on today?" "He's looking out for the light aircraft," Slater said, lying. "He's pretty sure he's got it narrowed down to the type of plane and where it's based." "Stop right there," Murray barked. "I have to ask myself why you're lying to me. Are you trying to protect Biddeford or yourself?" Slater stopped talking, his face turning scarlet. His mouth opened and closed a couple of times, but nothing came out. "Did you know Biddeford came to see me earlier today to ask for a transfer?" said Murray quietly. "What? No, sir. No, I didn't know that," said Slater. "Did you know he is so unhappy he feels it's the only thing he can do?" No point in lying to cover for him now, thought Slater. "Up until this morning," he said, "Biddeford has given me the impression that he's happy to be an important part of our team, and we've done our best to encourage him and help him develop." "And what happened this morning?" prompted Murray. "He came in like a bear with a sore head, complaining that we give him all the shit jobs to do and saying he's had enough," explained Slater. "When Norman tried to give him his task for today, he got all arsey. I told him he was going to be no use to the team the way he was, and to either change his attitude or sod off home." "And he chose to go home," finished Murray. "I thought he'd go off and have some breakfast, think about things, calm down and get back to normal." Slater sighed. "I probably didn't handle it very well, but I wasn't going to have him bad-mouthing his superiors and upsetting the team." Said Murray. "You probably could have chosen your words better, but you're right about his attitude. Like the rest of us, he has to respect the rank, even if he doesn't like the person. I'm sure half the staff here hate my guts, and probably with good reason, but I still expect them to respect my position." Murray gazed out of the window. Slater thought his boss was probably right about half the staff hating his guts, but he didn't think telling him so would be appropriate right now, so he kept quiet and let Murray think. "And there's nothing personal between the 2 of you?" Murray asked eventually. "Not that I'm aware of," said Slater, a bit puzzled by the question. "And as far as you know, the other men in the team are quite happy?" "Yes, sir." "What about the female members of the team? Are they all happy?" Slater couldn't see where Murray was going with these questions. What was he getting at? Am I being accused of something? Whatever it was, he wanted to know. He couldn't handle all this piddling around. "Sir," he said, "if I'm being accused of something, I think I have a right to know what it is." "Of course," said Murray, "and if you are accused of something, I'll tell you." Now Slater was confused and getting a tad steamed up. I'm sorry, sir, but that's not good enough. Your questions appear to suggest there may be a problem between me and the female members of the team. If that's what you're suggesting, I'd rather you came out and said as much." Murray let out a long sigh. "So, tell me about PC Flight," he said. "What about her?" asked Slater warily. "How do you get on with her?" "Well, she's a bit fierce," said Slater. "She fancies herself as a bit of an action woman, so she creates merry hell when she's asked to work inside. And I sometimes wonder if she has a sense of humour. But when she puts her mind to it, she's a good copper." "Have you had a sexual relationship with her?" "What?" Slater was shocked. "No, I bloody haven't. Who says I have?" Calm down," said Murray. "No one is saying you have. I'm just trying to establish a few facts." "Why?" asked Slater. "What the hell's going on?" "There's a possibility that PC Flight is going to file a complaint against you for sexual harassment." "She's bloody lying," said Slater aghast. "Who's told you this? Is that what Biddeford told you?" "Is she off sick today?" asked Murray, ignoring Slater's questions. "Yes," said Slater, trying desperately hard to keep his cool. "Do you know why?" "No," Slater said, even though he knew full well. "Get someone to find out," said Murray, "and I want to know the real reason, not some made-up bullshit." He turned to face Slater, who was looking somewhere between shell-shocked and homicidal. "Now, listen to me," said Murray sternly. "You are to speak to no one about this. Do you understand? I know you want to go and murder someone right now, but you're to do nothing. Got it?" "Are you really supposed to warn me this might be coming my way?" asked Slater. "Of course not," said Murray. "And if I thought there was even the slightest possibility that it might be true, I wouldn't have told you anything about it." "Well, at least I've got the old man on my side from the start." "Now," said Murray, "I want you to go and take a walk around town so you can cool down and get yourself together. In the meantime, I intend to speak to Norman, and then I shall ask him to stick with you and make sure you don't do anything stupid. Stay away until Norman calls you. Got that?" He began to get to his feet. The chat was over. "Yes, boss," said Slater, standing up. "I mean it, David. If you do anything to make people think we've had this conversation, you'll be back out directing traffic." "Right, boss. I promise I'll behave." As Slater made his way to the door, Murray picked up the phone and spoke into it. "Can you ask D.S. Norman to come up and see me?" Slater was bloody furious. Why was Biddeford doing this to him? Hadn't he given the guy his chance? Hadn't he looked after him and encouraged him? They made a good team, so why had this happened now? Of course, it was all about Philippa Flight, wasn't it? Putting those two together really was a big mistake. Biddeford was pretty naive where women were concerned. He would have been putty in Flight's hands. She's turned him against me. But there was nothing he could do about it. He'd promised Bob Murray, and there was no way in the world he was going to let the boss down. He'd been walking and brooding on his situation for about 20 minutes when his phone began to ring. He looked at the incoming number, but it wasn't a number he knew. He hummed and hawed about answering it, then decided yes, he would. If it turned out to be someone trying to sell him something, he was in just the right mood. "Hello?"
"Is that D.S. Dave Slater?" asked a pleasant female voice. He thought he should recognize the voice, but he couldn't quite place it.
"Speaking," he said.
"Oh, hi, this is Cindy Main. You said I could call if I wanted to talk to you."
The day's beginning to look up. "Miss Main, this is a pleasant surprise."
"Please, call me Cindy. Miss Main makes me sound like an old dear of about 80.
"I'm sorry, Cindy. Now, what can I do for you? Do you have some information for me?
Not really, no. I just wanted someone to talk to. Do you mind?
What about Rudy? Won't he mind you talking to me?
Oh, don't worry about him. He's lost interest in me now my time's just about up. He's busy preparing the next one.
That sounds really clinical, said Slater.
Of course it's clinical. I told you before, it's just a business deal. There's nothing emotional about the relationship at all. I'm just there for show.
I'm not sure I really understand how that works, said Slater, and he meant it.
So why not buy a girl a drink and let her try to explain it to you?
Really?
Really. It'll be wonderful to have a real conversation with a real person.
A real person? Asked Slater.
I'll explain when I see you. I will see you, won't I?
There was the merest of pauses, and then, for once, he forgot he was a policeman and let his first instinct think for him. Yes, you will see me, he said, suddenly decisive. When?
Whenever suits you. I'm free just about all the time, but I guess you must get pretty busy.
In my job, I never know what's going to happen, so it's always a bit difficult to arrange anything. How about tonight? How much notice do you need?
Ha!
She laughed down the line.
5 minutes, if you'll take me as I am.
I think I can probably cope with that. How about I call you later when I know what time I'm going to be free?
I'll look forward to that, Dave. It's all right if I call you Dave, isn't it?
Yes, I think I'd like that.
Good. I'll wait for your call then. Bye.
That last word was said in a breathy sigh, and Slater replayed the sound in his head several times while the memory was still clear. What a weird day this is turning out to be. 1 minute I'm being told I'm a sex pest, and then half an hour later I'm being asked out on a date. He was roused from his daydream by his phone ringing again. This time it was Norman. "Norm," he said into the phone, not quite sure how Norman was going to feel about him after speaking to Murray. "You okay?" asked Norman. "I've had better days." "Where are you? I'll come and pick you up." "High Street, bottom end." "I'll be there in 2 minutes. I shouldn't have to tell you this, but just so you know, I'm with Murray on this one. I think Biddeford's had his head turned." "Oh, for sure." Slater was relieved Norman felt like that. "We'll talk in a minute," said Norman, ending the call. A car horn tooted, and Norman pulled up just ahead of Slater. "What's this, time travel?" asked Slater as he climbed into the car. "Yeah, I've been working on it for a few years now. It'll make me a fortune when I get it perfected." "So you were already out looking for me, huh?" "I was worried I might have to arrest you for murder." "Look, I'm past the feeling homicidal and looking for someone to kill phase, and I'm okay, really." "Look at me," said Norman. Slater turned towards Norman, who studied his face. "I have to say," Norman said, turning back to the road and pulling away, "you certainly look as though you're past that stage. In fact, you look rather pleased with yourself." Slater allowed a small smile to cross his face. "Are you going to share?" asked Norman. "Not this time, Norm. Sorry." "Aha, so that means you have a date. Am I right? Is it with Yelena?" "I'm saying nothing, mate," said Slater, sliding an imaginary zip across his lips. "Okay," Norman said, smiling. "Whatever. At least it's put you in a good mood, and considering the overall situation, that means I'm optimistic I'm not going to have to stop you committing murder." "It's cool," Slater smiled, feeling slightly happier. "And I'm cool. Okay?" It was coming up to 5 p.m. by the time Norman dropped Slater off at the station. He was glad his colleague hadn't seemed as furious as he had feared. "There's not much more we can do today," said Norman, as they climbed from the car. "So why don't you go home and make yourself all pretty for your date?
I can tidy things up for tonight and get ready for tomorrow morning's briefing."
"Are you sure? I don't want to take advantage of you, Norm."
"Look, I've been telling you for months that you need to ask your Lena out. Am I really going to get in the way now you've finally done it?"
"If you're really sure you don't mind."
"Just go before I change my mind. And make sure you relax and have a good time tonight. I'll see you bright and early in the morning."
Norman watched Slater climb into his own car and set off for home, and then made his way slowly up the stairs to the incident room. He told the PC sat in front of the phones to have an early night. He would be here to answer them if they rang. The door closed quietly behind the departing PC, and Norman sank into his chair. He was beginning to feel increasingly weary just lately, and he was glad to be able to sit and enjoy the silence for a few minutes. He'd just closed his eyes when that silence he so wanted to enjoy was rudely interrupted by the doors being flung open and someone marching noisily into the room.
"Where's Slater?"
demanded Steve Biddeford, pacing up and down in front of the whiteboards at the far end of the room. He was furious and really wanted to have it out with Dave Slater.
"If you mean D.S. Slater, he's not here," said Norman.
He got to his feet and moved across the room so Biddeford would have to pass him to leave.
"Has he got home? OK, I'll go and see him there."
Biddeford made for the door, but Norman stepped in his way.
"Get out of my way," snarled Biddeford.
"Or what?" said Norman.
"Are you going to go and tell Murray a pack of lies about me, too?" "I'll take you on if I have to," said Biddeford,
but he could hear the uncertainty in his own voice.
"You will have to, if you're thinking you can leave this room before you hear me out," said Norman.
Biddeford was a good 3 inches taller than Norman, and would probably win if they were to have a fight. But there was something about the shorter man's determined stance that made him stop and think.
"Have you ever heard the expression, to think with your dick?" asked Norman. "Because that's exactly what you seem to be doing. Do you seriously think you're going to ruin Dave Slater's career with this crap you've told Murray? Well, think again, my friend. The only career you're damaging is your own. Flight's using you, can't you see that?" "What do you mean she's using me? What do you know about any of this?" said Biddeford indignantly. "A lot more than you think," said Norman. "Oh, yeah? Do you know why she's off sick today?"
"I do, as it happens," said Norman.
"And you think it's all right that Slater should be allowed to carry on as if he's done nothing, do you?" said Biddeford in disbelief. "Well, I'm disappointed in you, Norman. I thought you were better than that."
"Better than what?" asked Norman.
"He nearly raped her on Saturday night."
Biddeford was shouting now.
"You might think that's okay, but I don't."
"You slept with her last night, didn't you?" asked Norman quietly.
"What's that got to do with anything?"
said Biddeford, suddenly on the back foot. "And you're not thinking with your dick?" Norman laughed. "Oh, boy, is she taking you for a big ride or what?"
"You're talking shit, Norman. You know nothing about this."
"We'll see who knows nothing about this," Norman said, pointing to the nearest chair.
"Just sit down there and listen before you completely destroy the career you say you love so much."
Biddeford started to protest, but Norman pushed him just hard enough to sit him back in the chair.
"You've had your say," said Norman very firmly. "Now it's my turn. You say Flight claims Slater almost raped her on Saturday night." "That's right."
Biddeford nodded his head, feeling sick with anger at the thought of it.
"But weren't you and Slater out stirring up the doggers on Saturday night? Oh, and rearresting the flasher you allowed to walk out of the station earlier that afternoon?" "Yeah, but—" "And what time did you finish?"
"After midnight, wasn't it?" insisted Norman.
"So did this alleged rape take place on Saturday night or Sunday morning? Flight's a trained police officer. She would know the difference." "You're splitting hairs," said Biddeford, shaking his head. "She was in shock.
He could still have got to her after we finished."
"That's a fact," Norman said, shrugging. "He would have had the time, but that's not what happened. Let's go back to earlier that night. When you got to the car park, how many cars were there?"
"7, according to Sergeant Fantastic Bloody Slater," said Biddeford sulkily.
"But you saw 8, didn't you?"
"I thought there were 8, yes,"
Biddeford said, wondering what this had to do with anything. "And you were actually correct," said Norman. "There were 8 cars. 7 parked to one side, and a large SUV parked on its own." This wasn't what Biddeford was expecting. He thought Norman was going to defend Slater, but now he seemed to be suggesting Slater was up to something.
"I suppose he knew the owner of one of them, did he?"
sneered Biddeford. "In a manner of speaking, yes."
"Typical."
Biddeford shook his head in disbelief.
"He's covering up for his mates."
"I think you'd better stop talking now, or I'm going to punch your lights out," said Norman in a very matter-of-fact way. "I can't believe you've worked with Dave Slater as long as you have, and yet you seem to know absolutely nothing about him and the way he works. So, let me help you out here." Biddeford opened his mouth to speak again, but Norman put a finger to his lips. "No, you just hush your mouth and listen. You are so wrong about this, and I'm going to prove it, but if you so much as make one more peep about Slater, so help me, I really will punch your lights out." Biddeford had never seen Norman threaten anyone before, but it was done in such a cool and collected way he was left in no doubt that he meant it. "Okay," said Norman, "let's go back to Saturday night again. The missing number plate is that of the large SUV. Yes, Dave Slater does know the owner. The owner is Philippa Flight's husband."
"And the dirty bugger was up there,"
began Biddeford. "No," interrupted Norman. "The dirty bugger was nowhere near that car park. He's abroad on business. He has been since last Thursday." Biddeford was puzzled. What did all this mean? "Now," continued Norman, "who else do you think drives that car, especially when her husband's away on business?" Biddeford said nothing. He couldn't seem to understand what Norman was getting at. He thought it was probably all bullshit to save Slater's arse anyway. "You think this is bullshit?" asked Norman, as if he could read Biddeford's mind. "You know she drives the car. I'm sure she would have used it to get to your house yesterday." Biddeford's face reddened. Why did Norman keep on about that? What did it have to do with anything? "Now, here's a very easy question for you, but I bet you can't see the answer," said Norman. "If her husband was away, how do you think Flight's car got up to that car park on Saturday night?" Biddeford wouldn't look at Norman. This couldn't be right.
"Someone must have stolen it," he spat.
"Yeah, right," said Norman derisively. "And I suppose the nice thief brought it back in time for her to use it on Sunday."
"Well, perhaps someone borrowed it then. Yes, that'll be it. Someone borrowed it,"
said Biddeford desperately. This couldn't be true. "Oh, come on," sighed Norman. "Do you really believe that?" Biddeford said nothing. "Okay," said Norman. "Have it your own way. If you want to play dumb, I can keep on going until the penny drops." He stepped back to give Biddeford some space, but kept himself in between him and the door. "Now, where was I?" he began again. "Oh, yes, the mystery of how that SUV got up to that car park. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but as I understand it, Dave made you recapture the flasher while he went to stir up the others, right?" Biddeford was staring hard at a spot on the floor. He said nothing, his thoughts rolling in his head.
Just for the record, I would have done exactly the same thing," he added. "You let the guy escape, so you get the unpleasant job of recapturing him. If he happened to be spraying jungle juice around, well, hard luck. If you hadn't let him get away, well, you get my drift."
Biddeford reddened a bit more, recalling how Dick Waver had escaped from the police station.
"Let's cut to the chase,"
Norman said, clearly wanting to get this over with.
"When Slater got back to the car, would you say his mood had changed?"
"I suppose," agreed Biddeford moodily.
"Shall I tell you why?"
"You're going to anyway, so why not get on with it?" snapped Biddeford.
"He came back in a shitty mood because he had discovered one of his colleagues shagging away in the back of that SUV," said Norman, raising his voice. "He was in a shitty mood because he hates to see people with good prospects throwing their lives away. He was in a shitty mood because that colleague had offered to have sex with him, there and then in the back of that car, if he kept quiet about what he'd seen."
There was a sudden silence in the room. Norman was breathing heavily. Biddeford looked down at the floor and shook his head in disbelief.
"No," he said, "that might be what he told you, but it wasn't like that. She's not like that. She wouldn't—" "Listen to yourself," said Norman. "She's not like that. Do you really believe that? She didn't take long to get you between the sheets, did she?"
"So why didn't he report her?" said Biddeford, becoming more and more desperate.
"Because he's a decent guy and not the arsehole you're trying to make him out to be. He told her to take a few days off sick and think about her future. He can't ignore what he saw, but he's torn between doing his duty and saving her from a whole lot of humiliation. So he's given her a chance to resign without a scandal and sort herself out. Now, however, thanks to you, he will probably have to make an official report to prove he's innocent. He might even tell Murray how you let the flasher escape, too."
Biddeford sank even lower in his seat at the mention of the flasher's escape.
"Yeah," said Norman. "That's something else he kept quiet about to save a colleague from humiliation. But of course you're right. The man really is a complete arsehole."
There was another long silence. Biddeford didn't know what to say. He felt sick to his stomach about the whole thing. Had he really been such a fool?
"Do you believe in karma?" asked Norman. "You know, the idea that what goes around comes around. Because that's what's happening here, to you, right now. And this has to be the fastest it's ever happened. And all for an easy lay. Congratulations, you friggin' idiot."
Biddeford felt wretched as he went over what Norman had told him. Had he really been so gullible? "I've been such a fool," he said eventually.
"You think so?" asked Norman, his voice loaded with sarcasm.
"I'll go and see Dave and apologize."
"You will do no such thing," said Norman. "Your instructions from Bob Murray via me are to keep away from DS Slater. As of now, you are under my command, and you will do as I say. Understand?"
Biddeford looked unhappily at Norman, but he could see there was no point in arguing. He nodded his agreement.
"My orders are to make sure you keep as far away from Slater as possible. Anyway, do you really think he wants to hear your lame excuses right now? You will do the sensible thing and keep away from him and keep out of his way for a few days." "But what about the murder inquiry?" "You seem to have forgotten you walked off the job this morning," said Norman. "You're no longer a part of that inquiry. But I've got a nice little counterfeiting operation you can look into. It'll keep you busy until your transfer." "But I didn't mean anything by that. I'll withdraw the request." "I think you'll find it's too late for that," said Norman. "Bob Murray doesn't go much for people who act without thinking, And he doesn't like shit stirrers. You qualify on both counts. The best thing you can do is make a good job of this counterfeit investigation, and then maybe he won't give you a crappy reference."
Biddeford now saw the enormity of what he'd done, and he knew it was all his own doing. Norman was right. He'd been thinking with his dick. He couldn't even blame Philippa Flight, really. She had told him she didn't want to make it official. If only she'd told him why. But then, how could she? And all those terrible things he'd said about Dave Slater. Oh, God, what a mess. How could he have been so stupid? He hung his head in despair, trying to stop himself from crying. He felt Norman pat him on the shoulder.
"Go home, son," he said. "Report to me in the morning at 9 and I'll get you up to speed with the counterfeit case. You'll have to work on your own, I'm afraid. The rest of us are a bit busy right now."
Biddeford shuffled sadly from the room, feeling utterly broken. He had no idea what his career had in store for him now. How could he have been so bloody stupid? Chapter 26. As Norman had done all the work preparing the briefing, Slater thought it only right he should take a back seat and let him lead it as well. As his colleague began to speak, Slater looked around the room at what was left of their rapidly diminishing team. With Flight and Biddeford both missing, they were all going to have to work a little harder and be a little more resourceful.
"We feel we had something of a breakthrough yesterday. We spoke to the guy who led the removals team and also to the taxi driver who picked up Sandra and her daughter the day she disappeared. In both cases, it seems the woman fits the description of attractive, blonde, long legs, etc. However, the removals guy talks about a very nice, friendly lady who couldn't stop thanking them for all their help. The taxi driver remembers someone with a snotty attitude who didn't know how to say thank you. That's interesting. But if it was Sandra and she was running away, that could be a stressful enough situation to put her in a bad mood. But when it comes to the little girl, it gets very interesting. One description says she's a shy little girl with loads of freckles and long, straight, ginger hair." Norman pointed to the board showing Rose's photograph. "That's a match for the Rose Bresler shown here. The other description from the taxi driver says she was a chatterbox who never stopped talking and had curly ginger hair and no freckles at all." Norman stopped for a sip of coffee, and there was silence around the room as Slater watched them all taking in this latest revelation. "I hope you can see where this is leading. We're now beginning to think Sandra and Rose may have already been murdered by the time the taxi driver made that trip to Gatwick Airport. We think he picked up a pair of lookalikes to make everyone think they'd run away." There was a small ripple of excitement around the room. Norman looked across at Slater. "Have you got anything you want to add?" Slater nodded. "You all have tasks to try and finish today, and I know you're all working hard to do that. But if you're waiting for someone to get back to you, don't. Get on to them and hustle them for all you're worth. We made a big step forward yesterday, but we need more evidence to back up this theory. It is out there, we've just got to find it. We're getting close to giving Sandra's mother some answers. Let's make sure we do." "So, how did the date go last night?" asked Norman as they were tidying up after everyone had gone. He hoped that Yelena had managed to put a smile on Slater's face after the day he had had. "It wasn't a date," said Slater. "It wasn't?" "Well, not exactly." "What's that supposed to mean? I thought Yelena was chasing after you, begging you to take her out." "It wasn't Yelena," said Slater. "It was Cindy Mayne." Norman looked at Slater in disbelief. "Are you nuts? You can't start dating her. She's involved in our murder case, or had you forgotten that?" "Just hang on a minute," said Slater.
Before you start accusing me of doing a Biddeford and thinking with my groin, let me explain.
I think you'd better.
When I bumped into her at the supermarket, I gave her my card, just as I would have given it to anyone else who I thought might be able to give us information, just as you would if you were in a similar situation.
Okay, that's fair enough, Norman said. I can't argue with that.
She called me yesterday, not long before you picked me up, Slater continued. She said she wanted to talk to me, and could we meet somewhere?
If she wanted to talk about the case, you should have told me, said Norman. You know the problems these one-to-one interviews can cause.
It wasn't an interview, Norm, and she didn't want to talk about the case. It was just two lonely people wanting someone to talk to.
Now it sounds like a date. Norman sighed. I told you last time you met her you need to be careful. How do you know Bresler hasn't put her up to it?
The same way you know I'm not a rapist, snapped Slater. For your information, I've explained to Cindy that I can't date her all the time she might be involved in this case, no matter how small that involvement might be.
You have?
Asked Norman in surprise. Yes, I have. Do you really think I'd be that stupid after what happened yesterday? Norman considered this for a moment.
No, you're right. Of course you wouldn't. I'm sorry, said Norman contritely, but I'm not trying to treat you like an idiot. I'm just looking out for you, watching your back.
And I appreciate that, Norm. Really I do. But you don't have to worry about me and Cindy. Scout's honour.
Me and Cindy? What about you and Yelena?
There is no me and Yelena, and there isn't going to be. There's something inside me that says I should steer clear of her. I can't tell you why.
You don't have to tell me why. You have to listen to your gut instincts, right? If your gut says no, that's good enough for me.
They carried on shuffling papers in silence, but Norman's curiosity was getting the better of him.
So you think you might date Cindy when this is over? Asked Norman.
I think that could happen, said Slater shortly.
You like her, then?
Norman was determined to tease the information out of him. Slater gave him a dirty look. Look, he said, I like Cindy. She's warm, she's funny, and I just like her, okay?
Oh, my, said Norman with a grin. She has that indefinable quality. Now that's serious.
It's not serious, said Slater irritably. I just like her, that's all.
Look, said Norman soothingly, I'm just teasing. If she makes you happy, Dave, then I think that's great. Just be careful. I know it's unlikely, but she could still be involved in this case.
I know that only too well, Norm. And she did offer a couple of snippets of information last night that might be useful.
Well, come on. What snippets?
First of all, she thinks Bresler's for real. According to her, he wouldn't hurt a fly, and he especially wouldn't have hurt Sandra.
Yeah, said Norman, but then he would ask her to say that, wouldn't he?
Okay, said Slater patiently. So you think she's just doing as he says? Fine. We'll just have to agree to disagree on that one.
So, what was the second point?
Urged Norman, aware that he was probably annoying Slater, but also aware they couldn't afford to trust anyone right now. The second thing is that the first girlfriend he had after Sandra was around earlier than he told us. Cindy thinks she may even have been around before Sandra disappeared.
But he told us he ended his affair as soon as Sandra suggested starting over, Norman said, confused.
Yeah, that's right, Slater said. But what if he was having more than one affair?
Perhaps we'd better go and ask him, said Norman. But first I have to brief D.C. Dickhead Biddeford about the semi-literate counterfeit operation that's currently running in Tinton.
Okay, said Slater. I'll be waiting here somewhere. As Norman left the room, Slater was thinking about Cindy, and especially about the last thing she'd said to him the night before. As he'd escorted her to her car, she had told him her deal with Bresler was due to end in just a few days. "It'll be strange," she had said. "I'm going to be at a loose end. I won't know what to do with myself. I suppose I'll have to find a real boyfriend." Then they had reached her car, and it was time to say goodbye. Like a nervous teenager on a first date, Slater had suddenly found himself in that awkward situation where he wasn't sure what he should do next, or even if he should do anything. For a brief moment, Cindy had seemed equally unsure of herself, but then she had rescued the situation and made the decision for him. By leaning forward and gently planting her lips on his for just a couple of seconds. As she drew back from the kiss, she slipped a piece of paper into his pocket. "My number," she had said, patting the pocket, "in case you ever want to buy me another drink. Please don't lose it." Then she had climbed into her car, blown him a kiss, and driven off. A smile spread across his face as he recalled that moment. There was no way he was going to lose that number. He'd had a great night, and she had been wonderful company. He very much wanted to buy her another drink. His thoughts were interrupted by a passing voice. "Someone looks happy this morning," said Jane Jolly. "Did you win the lottery last night?" "I think I might have, in a manner of speaking," Slater had said, beaming at her. Maybe things were looking up. Truth be told, Norman was glad to have a little time out from the murder inquiry, even if it was just for half an hour to brief Biddeford. All these early starts and late finishes were beginning to wear him out, and all these stairs were a pain in the backside, he thought, as he puffed his way up one flight. He was breathing quite heavily by the time he reached the top. Maybe they were right, and he did need to do something about his diet, and perhaps he could do with a little more exercise. But if it made him feel like this, how could it be good for him? "Okay," he said wearily, as he slumped into his chair and slapped a small folder down on the desk. "This is all the information on the case." "There's not much there," observed Biddeford unhappily. Norman thought Biddeford looked awful this morning, like he hadn't slept for several nights. That was probably rich coming from him. Norman had caught sight of his own reflection earlier as he passed a mirror and had been shocked at the grey pallor of his skin. He was still out of breath from the stairs, too. "Are you all right, Sarge?" Biddeford asked, looking concerned. "Nothing a bacon sandwich and mug of coffee can't cure," Norman said, hoping that was the case. "I just haven't eaten yet." "Right," said Biddeford, sounding unconvinced. "So, what have we got, then?" he asked, clearly making some effort to sound keen and upbeat. "Apparently the local trading standards people have had some complaints about a woman selling counterfeit Gucci handbags," Norman began. "Isn't that their problem and not ours?" asked Biddeford. "It seems the last time they had to speak to the suspected counterfeiter, their man ended up in hospital. So now we're involved." "Okay," said Biddeford. "So who's the lucky lady?" "The chief suspect is one Alison Beatty," said Norman. Biddeford let out a groan. "You know her?" asked Norman. "I've not actually had the full pleasure yet," said Biddeford, "but I know of her reputation. From what I've heard, I'll need a bloody armed guard if I'm going up there." "Surely she can't be that bad," said Norman. "She's officially unstable and unpredictable," Biddeford said, sighing. "It's no wonder the trading standards guy ended up in hospital. Assault is second nature to Alison. She regards it as a form of communication. She's put more than one innocent caller in hospital, and she hates any sort of authority, especially the police." "If she's dangerous, why isn't she locked away?" asked Norman. "Care in the community," said Biddeford. "If we try to charge her with assault, they always get some do-gooder down here to tell us how ill she is and why we should leave her alone. That would be frustrating enough, but we also have to contend with her husband, who's a one-man crime wave.
What does he get up to?
Oh, it's mostly petty stuff. Burglaries, shoplifting, that sort of thing. They call him Billy Bumble because he's supposed to be an idiot, but he's not that dumb. He knows how to play the system, regards Alison. If we go near the house to arrest him, he shouts for help from her do-gooder friends, and we get accused of harassing her again.
He sounds pretty cute to me.
Norman smiled, recognizing the type.
But this time you've got a search warrant to take with you, and a genuine reason for having it. Maybe you'll find some stuff to use against both of them. Take a couple of uniforms up there and see what you can find.
Is this my punishment? Asked Biddeford.
You can call it that if you want, Norman said, but between you and me, you shouldn't complain. You probably would have drawn this particular short straw anyway.
Biddeford smiled ruefully as he gathered up the folder.
I'm not complaining, he said. I can deal with it.
You wouldn't have been given it if we thought you couldn't deal with it, said Norman.
Let me know what happens.
I'll catch you later, said Biddeford, closing the door behind him. Chapter 27. Slater had been relieved to find Cindy's car wasn't parked on Bresler's drive when they got to his house. At least he would avoid that particular embarrassing situation. He and Norman were made about as welcome as the proverbial turd in a swimming pool when Bresler opened the front door, and his irritation with them didn't fade as Norman began to ask his questions.
"I thought I'd already told you," said Bresler. "I ended my affair as soon as I knew Sandra was serious about us moving away and starting over. And anyway, the girl I was having the affair with was short and dark-haired."
"Women have been known to wear a wig,"
Norman pointed out. "Yes, that's true," Bresler said. "She could have changed her hair colour that way, but she could never have changed her voice to make her sound like an Englishwoman."
"Sorry?"
said Norman. "She was French," said Bresler smugly. "She spoke English with a very heavy accent. It was part of the attraction, you see."
"Right,"
said Norman, sounding irritated.
"So she was French. Does she have a name? Do you know where she lives now?"
Slater got the distinct impression Bresler wasn't telling them everything he knew, but he couldn't decide if it was because he had something to hide or because he just liked the idea of messing them around.
"Her name is Michelle Laurent," said Bresler with a heavy sigh.
"Is this really necessary?"
"And her address?" Norman asked.
"I have no idea where she lives now, but back then she was a nurse working in the cardiology unit at Good Hope Hospital in the Midlands. That's how we met. Cardiology is my area of expertise."
"Right, thank you,"
said Norman pointedly as he wrote this information in his notebook.
"Is there anyone else we should know about from that time? Any Sandra lookalikes you were seeing behind her back?"
"I'm not sure I like your attitude, Detective Sergeant Norman," said Bresler.
"And I'm not sure I like the fact that you seem to think it's clever to withhold information," said Norman.
"I can assure you I'm not withholding anything. The first Sandra lookalike, as you put it, didn't come into my life until at least 6 months after Sandra disappeared."
"Well, we know about Cindy, who's number 3, and now we know about Michelle, so we can check her out," said Norman. "So how about you save us some time and give us the names of the first 2 lookalikes, and then we can check them out too."
"I really can't see why you need to go poking your nose into the affairs of people who didn't even know Sandra," said Bresler angrily. "Why are you doing this? You're just wasting your time."
"I don't have to tell you why I'm following a particular line of inquiry, sir," explained Norman quietly and patiently. "And as long as it's me choosing to waste my time, I won't have to charge anyone with wasting police time, will I?"
"Oh, you people," hissed Bresler. "Just wait a minute. I'll write them down for you."
He went to his desk and found an address book. He noted the 2 names and addresses on a sheet of paper and handed it to Norman.
"Thank you, Mr. Bresler," said Norman, holding Bresler's gaze. "Do you think this is some sort of game we're playing here? Is that it? Before I go, let me remind you this is a triple murder we're investigating."
Bresler said nothing, and Slater watched as he and Norman had some sort of staring contest. Slater's money was on Norman, and right enough it was Bresler who was first to look away.
"I hope we understand each other," said Norman finally. "We'll see ourselves out."
Steve Biddeford arrived at the possible war zone that was Alison Beatty's house, unsure what he would find there. To his great surprise, it was the unpredictable side of Alison Beatty that greeted his arrival. He was armed with 2 PCs, dressed in heavy protective gear. Instead of the expected battle on her doorstep, she had been sweetness personified when Biddeford had presented her with a search warrant, inviting them all in and offering to make tea. Biddeford could tell the 2 PCs were pretty uncomfortable. On the journey over, they had talked about previous run-ins they'd had with Alison Beatty, and they sat in her living room as if they were waiting for a bomb to go off. Biddeford had informed Alison what they were there for, and why trading standards weren't dealing with the matter. Alison just smiled sweetly.
"Don't look so nervous," she'd said. "This new medication I'm on is good stuff. I'm in control."
As if to demonstrate, she'd taken in 1 or 2 deep breaths.
"I'm not worried,"
she told them.
"I know why you're here, and I know I ain't done anything wrong. Some people just don't have anything better to do with their time than try to spoil things for me just because I'm showing a little bit of enterprise. There's nothing counterfeit about them bags."
"But Gucci is a trademark," explained Biddeford. "You can't copy their name and use it on your own goods."
"I know that, and I ain't using their name. I might be mad,"
she said, and Biddeford was glad she had at least some level of self-awareness.
"but I ain't bloody stupid. Their name is spelt Gucci. Mine is spelt Guchi. How's that the same? And anyway, my bags don't look nothing like Gucci bags. Here, I'll show you."
She pulled open a cupboard door, and 6 handbags fell out. She handed one to Biddeford.
"Now, tell me how that's a counterfeit bag."
Biddeford could see her point. Looking at the obviously cheap handbag emblazoned with the name Gucci, he could see there had been no attempt to make it look even vaguely like a genuine Gucci bag. It's not the counterfeiter who's illiterate, it's the stupid people who reported her, and trading standards should know better. He was just about to call the whole thing off when one of the PCs popped his head around the back door.
"You'd better come and have a look in the garage, sir," he said.
"What?"
said Alison, sounding surprised.
"There's nothing in there."
Biddeford headed outside, Alison following. As they reached the garage, he peered inside. The whole interior was stacked high from floor to ceiling with cartons of cigarettes. Biddeford braced himself and turned to Alison. Now the battle would surely start. But whatever fight was in her seemed to drain away at the sight of the cigarettes. She just cursed quietly and sagged wearily against the wall.
"Oh, Billy,"
she sighed wearily.
"You're supposed to be going straight, you stupid git."
"I'm sorry, Alison," said Biddeford, "but I'm going to have to ask you to go down to the station with these 2. He indicated the 2 police officers, neither of whom looked convinced Alison was safe to be alone with.
"Yeah, I know," she said, sighing, "but I ain't going to say anything, and you'll have to notify an appropriate adult to sit in with me."
"You know your rights, then?" asked Biddeford with a trace of admiration.
"When you're married to a bloody idiot like Billy Bumble, you have to," she said, smiling wanly.
"Okay, you 2 go and book her in."
Biddeford turned to the two PCs. "I'll get a team up here to finish the search and collect all this stuff. There must be a lorry load here." Chapter 28. All the way back to the station from Bresla's house, Norman kept on about how he must be hiding something. Even when they got out of the car and made their way up to their incident room, he was still going on about it.
"He's fast becoming my #1 suspect,"
he said as they walked back into the room. "No, really? Now there's a surprise." Slater smiled at him, shaking his head. "I would never have guessed. But don't we need to find some compelling evidence against him first?" Before Norman could respond, the doors burst open and Tony Ashton walked in clutching some papers in his hand, and obviously had something to tell them. "What have you got, Tony?" asked Slater. "Anything on that phone line yet?"
"I've been on to BT. As it all took place so long ago, they said it would take time to give me any answers. But when I started to make a lot of fuss and told them I'd come down and look for myself, they changed their tune. Now they reckon someone will get back to me this afternoon."
"What's that in your hand?"
asked Norman.
"Aha," he said mysteriously. "I think you're going to like this. I've been digging around in Sandra Bresla's bank account. I couldn't find any evidence of anything untoward before she disappeared. She certainly wasn't stashing any cash that I can see, and there were no big withdrawals or transfers."
"Come on, Tony, out with it."
Norman wasn't feeling particularly patient today.
"You said there was nothing untoward before she disappeared. So what happened after?"
"This is where it gets interesting," said Ashton, placing the sheets of paper on the desk. "There were 3 big checks written and cashed after she disappeared. These are photocopies."
Slater and Norman stepped up beside Ashton and studied the photocopies of the checks. "If Sandra signed these checks," said Slater, "we can wave goodbye to our look-alike called the taxi theory."
"The last one's dated nearly 6 months after she disappeared,"
Norman said, looking closely at the checks.
"Why the hell weren't these spotted 15 years ago?"
"Because they'd stopped looking," said Slater. "This is the sort of thing Nash would have done to protect one of his mates." He turned to Ashton. "Tony, take a look back through Nash's school years and compare it with Bresla's. They both grew up in this area, so they could have gone to the same school." "Got it," said Ashton, heading back to his desk. Norman began sifting through their accumulated paperwork. He finally produced the worksheet from the removals company.
"Let's see if these signatures match,"
he said, laying the worksheet next to the checks. They both leaned over the table and studied the documents. Said Slater. "It's close, but I'm not convinced it's close enough."
"Yeah," said Norman. "I think I'd have to say I agree with you. But we need to get these to someone who can say for sure."
"I'll get on to Bexy. This sort of stuff is more his area than ours." As he hurried off to phone Ian Bex, Norman saw Jane Jolly stand up and make her way over to him. "I've been digging around into Bresla's background," she said. "He has some huge investments and quite a property portfolio, but I'm not sure it's really enough to pay for the lifestyle he has."
"Are you suggesting he's up to something?"
asked Norman. "There's nothing I can point to for sure," she said, "and maybe I'm completely wrong. It just seems a bit too honest, if you know what I mean."
"So Mr. Squeaky Clean might just be a little too squeaky to be really clean, huh?"
said Norman, wishing Jolly had found something concrete he could use against Bresla. "I did find one thing that might interest you," she added.
"If it gives me a reason to lean on the guy, then yes, you're right, it does interest me," he said, beaming. "What have you got?"
She placed a photograph and a list of names on the table. "This was taken at a conference Bresla attended 4 months before Sandra disappeared," she said. The photograph clearly showed Rudy Bresler dressed up to the nines in dinner jacket and bow tie, obviously attending a dinner of some sort. It was taken at a cardiology conference. Jolly pointed to the list of names. This is a list of those who attended. Apparently, this was taken at the grand dinner on the final evening.
So, who's the blonde? Asked Norman.
On Bresler's arm in the photo was a stunning-looking blonde, straight out of the Sandra look-alike mould. According to the blurb, said Jolly, reading her notes, her name is Lindy Fellows. She was one of the doctors attending the conference.
She was also Bresler's first girlfriend after Sandra disappeared, Norman said, recognizing the name. He said she didn't come into the picture until 6 months after Sandra left, but they look pretty cozy to me.
Norman sensed someone peering over his shoulder and turned to see Slater had returned. Yeah, but it doesn't necessarily mean there was anything going on, Slater said.
No, but I'd be willing to bet a whole lot of money I'm right, said Norman. Jane, can you check out the conference Bresler was on when Sandra disappeared? See if you can find a list of attendees. Maybe Lindy Fellows attended that one too. And see if you can find anyone else who attended both. I'd like to speak to them and see if they can remember anything about Bresler and Fellows back then.
Okay, said Jolly. Would you like me to look into Lindy Fellows while I'm at it?
Now you're thinking.
Slater smiled at Jolly. Well done, Jane. As she left, Tony Ashton came running back.
Just had BT back on the phone.
He was grinning widely. According to their records, Sandra did report the line not working, but when they did a line test, it was working just fine.
So they didn't send an engineer out.
So why would Sandra report the phone not working if it was okay? Asked Slater thoughtfully.
What if someone had tampered with it? Ashton said. Maybe they rigged the phone so it seemed like it wasn't working, but still passed the line test.
I wonder if Ian Bex would know about that sort of thing, said Slater. I'll go and pick his brains and see if he knows. When Slater found Ian Bex, he was interested to discover that Ashton's suggestion about rigging the phone was, in fact, possible. Anyone could do it if they had the right equipment, Bex assured him. You'll also be pleased to know that it's not going to take long to get your signatures verified. But I thought you said it would take at least a week, said Slater. Normally it would, Bex said, because I would have to send it away to be analysed, but it just so happens it's your lucky day. Nadira, our tiny travelling pathologist, also happens to be an expert at handwriting. You're kidding me, said Slater, hardly able to believe his luck. She'll let us know tomorrow, before they head back home. They're going already? Asked Slater. They're very expensive to maintain, mate, Bex said, shrugging. Unless you can come up with another body, we can't afford to keep them here any longer. That's okay, said Slater. We'll pass on a fourth body. We already have too many for my liking. It was a pretty happy Dave Slater who made his way back to the incident room and across to where Jane Jolly was tapping away at her keyboard. Have you found anything else? He asked. I've got the list of attendees for the second conference, she said. Lindy Fellows was supposed to have been there, but she dropped out the day before it started. Other than that, there were only 2 other people who attended both. I've highlighted their names on the list. So, said Slater, only 4 people were booked to attend both conferences, and 2 of those happened to be Rudy Bresler and Lindy Fellows. That's a bit of a coincidence, don't you think? It's a bit too much of a coincidence for me, Jolly said, nodding. Can you find contact details for the other 2? Already done, interrupted Jolly with a grin. She handed Slater another sheet of paper. I've confirmed the top one is still working at the same place, but I don't know about the second one. That's very impressive work, Jane, said Slater, impressed. I'll go and try the top one. Maybe we won't even need both. By the way, said Jolly, I also found that same photo of Bresler and Lindy on her profile. She's not working as a doctor anymore. Apparently, she retired when she came into a lot of money about 15 years ago.
Which would have been when she hooked up with Bresler, said Slater thoughtfully, as he walked off to make his phone call. He looked down at the names on the sheet Jolly had handed him, and wondered if Dr. John McCall would be able to remember anything about those conferences all those years ago.
Chapter 29. Slater was huddled over his desk, preparing the next morning's briefing, when Norman shuffled his way in. He looked quite pleased with himself, but there was obviously something bothering him too.
"You look like the cat who got the cream and then found it tasted sour," said Slater. 10 out of 10 for the analogy," Norman said, smiling slightly. "That's pretty much how I feel right now."
"So what's the problem?"
"You know Alison Beatty, don't you?"
"Oh, yes." Slater repressed a shudder. Angry Alison. Has she been maiming people again?
"On the contrary," said Norman. "Apparently she now has medication that actually works to keep her calm. Steve Biddeford went up there today with 2 PCs and she was as sweet as you like. And I owe her an apology for suggesting she was an illiterate counterfeiter."
Slater listened with interest as Norman explained how they had no grounds for arresting her for counterfeiting. Then he told how they'd found a garage full of smuggled cigarettes and had to arrest her for that instead.
"What does she say about it?" asked Slater. "She said absolutely nothing until her appropriate adult turned up," said Norman. "And now we've got some mental health guy here telling us we're persecuting her. Steve says she was genuinely shocked when she saw the garage stacked to the roof with cartons. You know her. Would she be involved in cigarette smuggling?"
"No," said Slater with conviction. "I don't think so. That's not the Alison I know. That's going to be Billy. Mind you, it's a step up for him. Nicking one packet out of someone's pocket is more his style. This sounds like big boy stuff."
"You reckon I should get a search going for Billy?"
"No need," said Slater. "Just hold on to Alison overnight. She won't like it, and nor will the do-gooders. But when Billy gets home, he'll be scared shitless if she's not there. He's like a headless chicken without her. He'll come down here to report her missing, and if he finds out she's been dragged down here because of something he's done, he'll be down here like a shot to give himself up. He'd admit to murder if it meant getting her out of trouble."
"Now that's true love," said Norman.
"Oh, he worships her," Slater said, thinking there was an odd sweetness to their relationship. He really would do anything for her. "And there's another thing you need to bear in mind," he added, as the thought suddenly occurred to him. "If you let her go now and she gets to him before we do, she'll beat the crap out of him. She might even kill him if she gets carried away."
"You're kidding me, right?"
asked Norman, looking shocked. "It'll be a good test for how effective that medication is," said Slater grimly. "I've always thought she'll snap one day. This could be the day. Do you want to risk it?" Just then the phone on the desk buzzed. Slater picked it up and listened. "Great, I'll be down in 2 ticks," he replied. "It's okay, you can send Alison home," he said, turning to Norman. "Billy's downstairs. He says he wants to talk to me."
"Oh, right,"
said Norman, looking somewhat miffed.
"This is going to get to be a mess if everyone's taking turns at doing the interviews."
"It's okay, Norm. I don't want to interview him. I'll remind him he knows Steve. He'll be okay to talk with him. I'll just keep him busy while you and Steve get yourselves ready."
"Should I tell Alison he's here?"
"Yeah, you better," Slater said. "Otherwise she'll be worrying about him. But first make sure she understands she can't see him and she has to go home. Get the mental health doctor guy to take responsibility for getting her home and getting her settled." It was almost an hour later when Norman and Biddeford finally sat down across a table in an interview room with Billy Beatty, a.k.a. Billy Bumble. Norman had told Biddeford to lead the interview. After all, it was his case, and he thought the young officer perhaps needed lifting a bit after what had happened the other day.
"Right, Billy. You understand why we had to arrest Allison earlier?" Biddeford began.
"Not really, no, Mr. Biddeford," mumbled Billy.
"It was because there was a garage full of cigarettes, and she couldn't explain how they got there," Biddeford said, slowly and deliberately.
"But they weren't nothing to do with her,"
said Billy. "So, how did they get there?"
"They're mine,"
said Billy, looking and sounding immensely proud.
"I'm looking after 'em for a friend."
They had made sure before they started that Billy understood his rights, but Norman felt now might be a good time to reiterate the part about being represented at this interview. He didn't want anyone saying later that Billy had been denied his rights.
"You do understand you are entitled to have a solicitor here to represent you if you want one?" he asked.
"Yeah, I know that," said Billy. "But what's the point? All you legal people are the same. You're all out to stop people like me making a living."
"We're only here to stop you making a living illegally," said Biddeford. "We'd be happy to help you get started making a living if it didn't involve breaking into people's houses and nicking stuff."
"So why am I here then, Mr. Biddeford? I didn't break into no one's house this time. I got a proper job now, driving a truck. I'm just storing some goods for a while."
"I didn't know you could drive a truck, Billy," said Biddeford, sounding dubious. "Do you have a license? When did you pass your test?"
"I can't remember,"
mumbled Billy. Norman noticed he was very careful to avoid eye contact with both him and Biddeford.
"Okay, we'll worry about that later," said Biddeford. "Why don't you tell us about this friend of yours?"
As far as Norman knew from what Slater had told him, Billy didn't actually have any real friends. His known associates were all fellow petty criminals.
"I don't know his name. I only just started working for him. I only done 2 jobs before this one,"
said Billy, looking even more shifty. Norman had the sense of a tower of lies being constructed around him, but he thought it probably wouldn't take much to bring them tumbling down. Biddeford sighed heavily.
"All right, how about telling us where this friend comes from?"
"Dunno,"
mumbled Billy. "Let me get this straight," said Biddeford. "You're working for a friend you don't know, who comes from somewhere you don't know. Presumably they know just as much about you, and yet they are happy for you to look after thousands of pounds worth of cigarettes. Have I got that right?"
"That's about right, yeah."
Billy shifted, looking uncomfortable. Norman knew it was because of him, and he scowled to emphasize his point. He knew very well that if they both just sat in silence now, eventually Billy would start talking. He would feel he had to, and sure enough, after a few minutes, he did.
"I got this job, right? All I have to do is collect the truck, drive it up to Trapworth Airfield, sit and wait while it's loaded up, and then take it to where they tell me. Thing is, last time I got lost, so I took the stuff home and put it in me garage."
"So where's the truck?" asked Biddeford.
"I dumped it down in Southampton like I was told."
"Where do you get it from?"
"I picked it up from the M3 services at Fleet."
"Who met you there?"
"I don't see no one," said Billy. "I get told the registration number and I have to find it. The keys are on top of the front wheel."
Norman felt it was time he got 1 or 2 things clear.
"So, someone steals a truck," he said aloud, thinking it through. "They leave it at the services where you collect it. Then you drive it to Trapworth and get it loaded. Then you drive it to where?"
Instructions to where I'm going are always left on a piece of paper," said Billy. "It's hidden under the passenger seat. I just take the truck to where it says, unlock the back, wait until someone comes along and empties it. Then I drive it to where I have to leave it, put the keys on top of the wheel and scarper. I swear I never sees no one, not even at the airfield."
Norman was getting a déjà vu feeling about this. It was beginning to sound like an operation he'd come across when he worked up in London.
"I think we need to have a few words outside," said Norman to Biddeford.
Biddeford looked surprised as Norman explained what he was thinking. "Wow," said Biddeford when Norman had finished. "You really think this could be a London gang?"
"As I recall," said Norman, "the truck would be stolen to order just a few hours before it was needed. Then the number plates were switched, the job was done, and within a few hours the truck was dumped somewhere else. Sometimes it was all over before the truck had even been reported stolen. By using lots of different people, all recruited separately, each one doing just a tiny part of the job and then leaving, no one ever saw anyone else who was involved. So, if one got caught, no one else could be easily incriminated."
"It's interesting he should mention Trapworth Airfield," said Biddeford. "When we were poking around up there, I was pretty sure there must have been something going on at night. The security's non-existent."
"This is not good," said Norman. "The problem for Billy is that he's got himself involved with some serious criminals. Whoever's behind this is going to be looking for their missing loot, and they're not going to believe Billy got lost and decided to look after the goods until they reclaimed it."
"Crap," said Biddeford. "What do we do now?"
"I think we need to explain to Billy just how deep the hole is that he's dug for himself."
"Detective Sergeant Norman thinks you've really done it this time, Billy. You've managed to get yourself caught up with the big boys and pissed off some real hard men. When they find out you've stolen their cigarettes, you're in for a serious hiding," Biddeford said, looking intently at him. "These people won't be messing about. You might even be a dead man walking."
"But what about Alison?"
Billy asked, looking horrified.
"This has got nothing to do with her. They won't hurt her, will they?"
"They will if they think she knows where the cigarettes are," said Norman. "But we can do something about that if you'll help us."
"But I don't know anyone else involved."
Billy sounded and looked desperate.
"I'd tell you if I did."
"All right," said Biddeford. "We understand you don't know anyone. But what about how the operation works? You mentioned Trapworth Airfield. You can tell us things like what happens up there, what time, how often."
"I've only done it 3 times, and this is all I know,"
said Billy, misery etched on his face.
"They always pick a night when they know it's going to be cloudy. They usually fly in between 1 and 2 in the morning. I park where they tell me. They load the truck, and when I get the signal, I leave. That's it."
"Does anyone see you back into your parking place?"
"Nah, they drive the aeroplane up to the back of the truck. It's only one of them little things, you know."
"How regularly does it happen?"
"It's usually on a Monday night, but not every week."
"When was the last time?"
"A week ago."
And so they went on, asking short questions and getting short answers, until finally they thought they'd probably got all they were going to get. Norman decided to try one more question before they called it a night.
"Can you remember anything about last Monday night? Was there anything different from usual?"
Billy creased his face up in concentration.
"Yeah,"
he said finally.
"There was 2 of them."
"What do you mean, 2?
"Usually there's just the pilot. He's all dressed in a black one-piece suit thing, and he wears a balaclava, so I never actually gets to see his face or anything. and he keeps far enough away so I can't see anyway. He bangs on the side of the truck when he's finished loading and sticks his thumb in the air. I can just about see it in the wing mirror light."
But this time there was someone else, Biddeford asked, and Norman could tell he was getting a bit more excited. He was too.
"Yeah, I reckon it must have been his girlfriend."
"A woman?"
"Was a bit small if it was a bloke," said Billy. "She only came up to his shoulder. She was definitely in charge, though."
"And you're sure it was a woman?"
"Yeah, they seemed to be in a big hurry, and there was a bit more light than usual. I could see she had a nice figure, 'cause she had a tight-fitting outfit, like one of them catsuit things, and she sounded like a woman."
"You heard her voice?" asked Norman, almost climbing from his seat in surprise.
"I couldn't hear exactly what she said, but I know a woman's voice when I hear one," Billy said.
"And you're sure you don't know what she said?"
"It was only a few words, and it were as if she was a bit foreign," said Billy,
screwing up his face. He was evidently trying his hardest to remember. "A bit foreign?" asked Biddeford, looking puzzled. "What do you mean, a bit foreign?"
"Well, you know," said Billy, "it was English, like, but not spoke proper like what an English person would."
"So not the Queen's English as spoken by you," said Norman, but the irony was totally wasted on Billy. "So how did she sound?" asked Biddeford.
"Like someone from Russia," said Billy, struggling. Then his face brightened. "I can tell you who she sounded like," he said, his voice more certain now. "You know that tea shop in town, the one that's run by that little foreign bird with the funny voice that all the fellas fancy? Well, that's just what she sounded like. They could have been twins going by the voice."
Norman knew exactly who Billy meant. "And you're quite sure about this?" asked Biddeford.
"Oh, yes, Mr. B."
Billy smiled proudly.
"I often go into that shop just to hear her talk. Lots of fellas do. It gives me the horn listening to her."
"All right, Billy," said Norman, wincing at the image Billy had just created in his head. "We get the picture. Unfortunately." For his own protection, Norman decided to lock Billy up for the night. In the morning they would make it obvious to any visitors that the police had raided Billy's house and put the word out that he'd been arrested along with his loot. That should make sure Alison didn't get any unwelcome visitors. "Can you believe what he was saying about the girl sounding like Yelena?" asked Biddeford.
"Yeah, it seems a bit weird. But then he only said sounded like," said Norman. "But she's from Serbia or somewhere like that. I reckon anyone from that part of Europe would sound similar. At this stage I'd put my money on Albania. I thought I'd left all that East European gang stuff in London, but maybe it's followed me down here."
"So what next?" asked Biddeford. Norman looked at his watch. It was 11 p.m.
"Let's go home and sleep on it," he said wearily. "We'll plan our next move in the morning."
Chapter 30. Next morning, Slater and Norman were killing time waiting for a call from Dr. McCall before they set off for the home of Lindy Fellows. Slater was disappointed that he hadn't yet heard back from Dr. McCall, but McCall was a heart surgeon, and when he'd called yesterday afternoon he'd been told the doctor was in surgery and could expect to be there until late into the night. He was assured the surgeon would be informed when he came out of theatre, but Slater had been told not to expect a call back before this morning. It would have been nice to have his suspicions about Bresler and Lindy Fellows confirmed before they spoke to her, but Slater knew well enough that heart surgeons often operated for many hours, and he could hardly expect the surgeon to set everything aside just to talk to him. Norman had appeared to be rather preoccupied during this morning's briefing, and even though he'd taken the time to go off and talk to Steve Biddeford before they'd left, he still didn't look entirely happy. "You're quiet this morning, Norm," Slater said. "Has it got anything to do with Alison and Billy Bumble? Do you want to talk about it?"
"I thought you didn't want to be involved," said Norman moodily.
"I don't recall saying anything like that," said Slater. "I'll admit I'm not exactly keen to work with Steve Biddeford right now, but if you want my help, I'm not going to refuse, am I? What's the problem?"
"The problem," said Norman with a heavy sigh, "is that my itty-bitty little counterfeit handbag case that never was has the possibility of becoming one huge case that originates far away from Tinton and involves some seriously heavy crooks."
"What? Are you trying to tell me Billy Bumble has suddenly become some sort of criminal mastermind?" Slater laughed, thinking how ridiculous it all sounded.
"This is no laughing matter," said Norman.
"Seriously?" asked Slater sceptically.
"Seriously,"
said the unsmiling Norman.
"I'm not quite sure how Billy got involved with these people, but he's made a serious mistake helping himself to their hooky cigarettes."
"Who are these people, Norm?"
"I think they may be Albanians, or at least some sort of East European gang."
Slater thought about this for a moment. What was Billy's explanation for the cigarettes ending up in his garage? He finally asked.
"He says he got lost on his way to make the delivery, so he took the stuff home and stashed it in his garage."
Norman sighed in exasperation. "Yeah," said Slater, "that sounds like the sort of crap Billy would come out with. And he expected you to believe that?"
"Yes," Norman said, nodding. "He did."
"And if the people in this gang find him, that's what he'll tell them, too."
"The thing is, if they find him, they'll probably smash his kneecaps for fun and then kill him. I've seen what these people are capable of," said Norman, sounding genuinely concerned.
"So, what have we got so far?" asked Slater.
"We know it's a sophisticated operation," Norman said. "There are lots of people involved, but no one ever gets to see anyone else, so no one knows who's who. Billy knows bugger all, really, but he did tell us it all goes down on a Monday night, and the stuff comes into Trapworth Airfield."
Sarah dropped from an aeroplane on a Monday night. Slater racked his brain. What if that's what she was onto? What if it somehow ties in with Sandra's murder?
"I think you may be asking one too many what-ifs there," said Norman. "I don't see how it's likely to tie in with Sandra. That would have been too long ago. But there again, it would be one hell of a coincidence if there were two light aircraft flying that low over Tinton last Monday night, don't you think?"
"I don't believe in coincidences." Slater was becoming more and more interested in what he was hearing. "Does the timing work?"
"Billy reckons they usually fly in between 1 and 2 in the morning. But if they're flying out of Trapworth, picking up somewhere close to the coast of France and then returning, I reckon they could well be flying out of Trapworth around 11 p.m.
"Steve says the kid who logs all the aircraft reckons he heard a plane at 11:10 p.m. last Monday. That's close enough for me. I've got him going through all that stuff again right now, and he's going to speak to the kid again and see if he's got any record of the return flights. A kid that age would probably be asleep at that time of the morning, but you never know."
"The thing is, if this turns out to be as big as I think it could be, Steve's going to need some help. He can't deal with something that big all on his own."
"Have you told Bob Murray yet?" asked Slater.
"I was planning on seeing him when we get back," said Norman, "if that's okay with you."
"Of course it's okay with me, Norm." Slater smiled reassuringly at him. "If there's a link to Sarah's murder, then we're all involved anyway."
"Right,"
said Norman, sounding uncertain. Fine. Slater could tell he had reservations about him being involved in a case with Steve Biddeford after what had happened between them. But they were all adults, weren't they? And anyway, if Billy Bumble was linked to their murder investigation in any way, he had to be involved, regardless. Anyway, what makes you think they're Albanians? He asked, suddenly.
I don't know for sure, said Norman, sounding tentative. It's just something Billy said.
Well, go on, tell me. Slater was puzzled by Norman's evident reluctance to tell him. Don't keep me in suspense.
He says there's usually just one guy at the airfield. This time there was a second person. He reckons it was a woman.
Slater was sure there must once have been a time when women were never involved in this sort of thing. But now they seem to be involved in everything, even armed robbery. But then, that's equality for you, he thought. He realized Norman had stopped talking. So, just because there's a woman, that makes you think they must be Albanians? Asked Slater, confused. Since when did that become a reliable indicator of the nationality of a gang?
No, of course it's not that, said Norman, but the woman spoke. Billy said she had an Eastern European accent.
Billy wouldn't recognize an East European accent if it bit his ass, Slater said, scoffing. He's having you on.
Sorry, but you're wrong.
Norman let out a heavy sigh.
Billy knows exactly what that accent sounds like. It seems he's a big fan of Tinton's favourite tea shop, which just happens to be run by what he described as that little foreign bird with the funny voice that all the fellas fancy. Does that ring any bells with you?
What, Yelena? You're kidding, said Slater in disbelief.
According to Billy, he only heard a couple of words, but he says the voice was so similar they could have been twins.
Okay, said Slater. So it sounds like her, but then so would any woman from that part of Europe, wouldn't they?
No one's saying she's involved. And as far as I know, there's nothing to suggest she's ever done anything illegal, said Norman.
It's a coincidence, that's all, said Slater, and busied himself with his work. He didn't want to discuss it any further. As Norman sat, watching his colleague engross himself in paperwork, he wondered if he should point out that only a couple of minutes earlier his partner had insisted he didn't believe in coincidences. No, probably not the right time for that. He also didn't feel it was the right time to mention that he'd asked Steve Biddeford to take a good look into Yelena's background when he had time. Norman was well aware Slater thought Yelena was one seriously attractive young woman, and to be honest, he doubted there were many men in Tinton who would disagree. As far as Norman knew, though, they had never actually been on a date together. In fact, Slater had actually told him that his gut instinct had been to steer clear of her, despite the physical attraction he felt for her. Norman also knew for sure that she had asked Slater out on more than one occasion, and he'd always found an excuse not to go. Now, Dave Slater was a good-looking guy, and most women seemed to find him attractive, but how many would be happy to accept being rejected and then keep coming back for more? Norman had wondered about her chasing after Slater before. It didn't make sense. She could charm the pants off any guy, so why keep going after him if he wasn't interested? Perhaps he was being extra suspicious because he felt protective towards Slater, but it suddenly made a lot more sense if you accepted it had nothing to do with his good looks and was much more to do with what he might know in his position as a police officer. Lindy Fellows lived in a small village about half an hour from Tinton, certainly close enough, in Slater's opinion, for her and Bresler to get together, if they ever felt the need. Her house was a good-sized cottage, with a large garden and a paddock adjoining. The short drive ran alongside the paddock and up to the front of the house. 3 horses lazily interrupted their grazing to watch their arrival, before returning contentedly to the grass. At the end of the paddock nearest the house, a small but expensive-looking stable block provided shelter should they need it.
You don't get much change out of $1 million when you buy one of these.
Norman let out a low whistle as he surveyed the house.
And they're not cheap to maintain, are they?
Slater gazed admiringly as he manoeuvred the car up the drive. He parked the car on the drive in front of the house, and he and Norman made their way to the front door. He rang the bell 3 times, but it was soon obvious they weren't going to get an answer any time soon.
"Can you hear something?"
asked Norman.
"No,"
said Slater, listening hard.
"There," said Norman. "Did you hear that?"
"I can't hear anything." Slater strained his ears.
"It's not a constant noise,"
Norman said, turning his head this way and that.
"It's every 30 seconds or so. It's coming from over there somewhere."
He pointed to the stables and began to head that way. Slater followed, listening hard. Thwack. It was faint, but he definitely heard it that time. Norman was right. There was a sound, and it was coming from behind the stable block. They kept walking, following the path down the side of the house. Thwack. There it was again, much louder this time as they got closer. It was coming from a barn behind the stables. Thwack. This time he recognized the sound. Someone was chopping logs. They took the last couple of steps down the side of the barn and turned to their left. The barn was open-fronted, and Slater could clearly see the source of the noise now. Thwack. The oak log split neatly in 2, right down the middle. They could only see the back of the person wielding the axe, but they didn't need a degree in anatomy to see it was a woman. "Miss Fellows?" called Slater. Startled, she spun round at the sound of his voice, axe held ready to defend herself.
"I am sorry."
He held up his hands in a calming gesture. "I didn't mean to make you jump." He produced his warrant card, and Norman followed suit. "I'm Detective Sergeant Slater, and this is Detective Sergeant Norman. We're from Tinton CID. We'd like to ask you a few questions, if you could spare the time." Now she had turned around. Her tight leggings and skimpy t-shirt made it easy for them to see she was a perfect fit for the Bresler mold. The passing years had done nothing to spoil her good looks, and her figure was still as good as it was in the photo from 15 years ago that Slater had in his pocket. "I didn't hear you coming," she said, lowering the axe. "A girl can't be too careful living out here on her own."
"Do you always chop your own logs?" asked Norman. "It's unusual to see a lady swing an axe like that."
"I enjoy it," she said. "It helps keep me fit, and there's something very satisfying when the axe hits home with that lovely noise. My parents owned a farm when I was a child, and we always chopped our own logs. My father taught me when I was about 10. I'm still using the same axe as it happens. When you have good technique and a well-balanced axe, it's just like an extension of your arm." She lifted the axe and swung it smoothly. With another resounding thwack, she embedded the head in her chopping block. "See?" she said. "If your technique's right, it's no effort at all. I can split any log any size, and I can keep going for hours." She walked past them, leading the way to the back of the house. "I take it you'd like a cup of tea," she said. "Let's go into the kitchen. We can talk in there." "So, what is it you want to ask me about?" she asked. Slater looked round the lavish kitchen as she pottered about making a pot of tea. There was money here, all right. "We're investigating a couple of murders in Tinton," said Slater. "One concerns Sarah Townley, who was murdered just over a week ago. The other concerns the murder of her sister, Sandra Bresler, and her daughter 15 years ago." "Murdered?" said Lindy, sounding surprised. "I thought she just walked out and left. That's what Rudy told me."
"So you do know Mr. Bresler?" asked Norman.
"Well, of course I do. I was in a relationship with him for 5 years, as I'm sure you must know already."
Did you know Sandra? Asked Norman.
Good heavens, no. I didn't meet Rudy until about 6 months after she disappeared.
Are you sure about that? Asked Slater.
Are you calling me a liar?
She said, bristling with annoyance. Slater produced the photograph and laid it down in front of her.
This was taken several months before Sandra disappeared, he said. She looked guiltily at the photo.
Well, she stammered, and her face reddened. When I say I didn't meet him until after Sandra disappeared, what I mean is I didn't become involved with him until then. We had met at 1 or 2 medical conferences. We shared the same area of expertise, you see.
You're a doctor too? Asked Norman.
No, not anymore, she said, smiling. I stopped practicing when I came into some money.
When you moved in with Mr. Bresler? Slater asked.
It was around that time, yes, she said. Slater could see she was trying to remain tight-lipped.
And you're quite sure you and Mr. Bresler weren't in a relationship before you moved in with him? He asked.
I've already told you no, she snapped.
It's just that it doesn't seem to have taken very long for you to decide to move in with him and quit being a doctor, said Slater.
There's no law against making your mind up quickly, is there? We hit it off right away, and he asked me to move in and share his luxury lifestyle. What was there to think about? She said sulkily.
So, why did your relationship end? Asked Norman.
They all end when the girl gets to 30. I would have thought you knew that.
But you didn't know that before it started, did you? Said Norman.
Slater looked at him, surprised. He must be playing a hunch. It wasn't the first time in their career together that Norman had used his gut instinct, and to great effect. There was just a flicker of petulance across Lindy Fellowes' face before she answered. No, I admit I didn't know that. I was even stupid enough to think he might make me the next Mrs. Bresler, but he was obsessed with Sandra and the life they had together, even though she had left him. All he wanted to do was keep reliving it over and over. That's why we all get kicked out at 30, so he can start it all over again from where she was 25. They tried to get more information from her, but eventually Slater accepted that she had told them all she was going to.
Well, thank you for your time, Miss Fellowes, said Slater. There's just one more thing you might be able to help us with. Do you know the address of the young lady who replaced you in Mr. Bresler's life?
No one could ever replace me, she said arrogantly. I'll always be special to Rudy. But if you mean the girl who went to live with him after me, then yes, it's in my address book. I'll get it for you.
It's okay, said Slater, tearing a sheet of paper from his notebook. Perhaps you could just write it down on here for me.
She took the sheet of paper and left the room, returning shortly to hand him the neatly written address.
Thank you,
said Slater, folding the paper carefully and putting it in his pocket.
Now we'll get out of your way, and you can get back to chopping your logs.
So, what do we think? Slater asked, interested to hear Norman's take on Lindy Fellowes. It was a nice day, so they'd elected to stop for tea at a roadside snack bar. There was no one else around, so they were sat at a wooden picnic table, enjoying the sun on their backs.
I think a bacon and egg sandwich would be a good idea, Norman said, grumbling.
And I think you eat far too much fried food and bread, said Slater. You need to start looking after yourself. From now on, I intend to stop you eating anything like that. I'm going to educate you about healthy food choices if it kills me.
Have you become my mother all of a sudden?
Norman glared at Slater.
I like fried food.
So, said Slater, it was all right for you to look out for me the other day, but it's not all right for me to look out for you. How does that work then?
I just wanted to make sure you didn't kill Steve Biddeford, Norman said,
and I just want to make sure you don't kill yourself. Slater glared back at him.
I also wanted to make sure you don't get involved with a witness in this murder case,
Norman said, sniffing haughtily. Don't argue, and don't try to change the subject. You know you're unfit. You even have to stop for breath when you climb a flight of stairs.
So I'm a little overweight. Is that so bad? Lots of people are.
Norm, you're not just a little overweight. You're a hell of a lot overweight, and you know it. As your partner, I'm not asking you to lose it. I'm telling you. This job involves teamwork. That means if someone does a runner, we both have to chase. It does not mean I get to do all the chasing while you sit on your ass and watch. Norman brooded in silence for a couple of minutes. Slater knew his comments had hit home. Surely it wasn't a surprise to Norman that he was out of shape. He must look in the mirror from time to time. Norman took a sip of his tea.
"Ah," he said, "I also think this tea tastes like shite. I reckon those tea bags they're using have been dried out and reused, at least twice."
"It's not good, is it?" Slater said, pulling a face as he tasted his too. "Perhaps we should have had coffee."
"Anyway, what you really meant is, what do I think of Lindy Fellows, right?"
asked Norman. "Exactly," Slater said, nodding.
"She's what we used to call drop-dead gorgeous when I was a teenager," Norman said, smiling wistfully. "I think kids today would say she was fit, and they'd be right. Yet she seems to have chosen to live alone. Maybe I'm a dinosaur, but that strikes me as odd. Yeah, I know there could be all sorts of reasons for that, but I still think it's odd. And then there's the way she swings that axe. Now, I'm definitely a city boy, and there isn't much call for splitting logs where I come from, but is it usual for a woman to be quite so handy with an axe? Also, she's definitely lying about her and Bresler. I reckon they were an item before Sandra disappeared."
"Me too." Slater didn't think Lindy Fellows had been telling them the whole truth. "Perhaps when Dr. McCall calls me back, he'll confirm that." He took another sip of his tea. Norm was right. It really did taste like shite. "Here's something else for you to think about." He set his cup down, trying to get rid of the unpleasant taste in his mouth. Cindy and Lindy both confirmed the fact that Bresler seems to live in some sort of personal time loop, where he keeps reliving 5 years of him and Sandra. Now, we know he used to cheat on the real Sandra, so it figures he would cheat on a pretend Sandra too. According to Cindy, he definitely cheats on her. In fact, she says he never has sex with her. What if he never has sex with any of his girlfriends, but he cheats on them instead?
"I'd say that was pretty weird," said Norman. "But then the one thing we know for sure is that Bresler is one weird guy."
Slater waited for Norman to catch up with his train of thought.
"Oh, I see where you're going with this," Norman said suddenly. "You think Lindy's the other woman, right?"
"She's conveniently close," said Slater, "and it would explain why there appears to be no man in her life."
"But isn't she too old?"
asked Norman. "Maybe, but suppose she's the constant that makes the whole thing work for him." Norman leaned away from Slater, turned towards him, and gave him a long, appraising look.
"You have some very strange ideas, Dave Slater," he said. "I think you ought to see a psychologist."
"There's nothing wrong with the way I think," protested Slater. "I'm very creative in my thinking."
"I know you are," Norman said. "I'm saying I agree with you. I meant you need to see a psychologist to find out if your theory about Bresler makes sense. If you're right, we could have a good motive for him to be the killer, and Lindy Fellows could easily be in the frame as his accomplice."
It adds up even more if he knew Sandra was going to leave him, said Slater.
Yeah, that's true.
Norman nodded.
Just because we found the bodies here, it doesn't mean she never left, or that she wasn't going to leave. We need to find someone who knows. If she didn't tell her parents, maybe she told a friend.
I've got Jane Jolly working on finding her old friends, said Slater. She'll find someone. In Norman's jacket pocket, his phone began to blast out a tinny version of Blondie's Call Me. Slater cringed in embarrassment, glad there was no one else around to hear it. Norman rummaged in his pocket for the phone.
Yo, this is Norm,
he boomed into it. Slater tried to listen to the conversation, but it was impossible to make sense of it from only Norman's responses.
That was Steve Biddeford,
said Norman finally, slipping his phone into his pocket as they walked back to their car.
He's been poking around at that airfield, finding out who keeps aircraft up there.
Anyone we know? Asked Slater.
No one involved with this case, replied Norman, but he says one name jumped out at him. Someone he met with you down at that sports centre, Leisure for Pleasure. He says the guy pissed you both off, and that's why you remembered the name. Some guy called Rodney Rogers.
Ring a bell? That tosser can fly a plane. Slater was surprised Rodney Rogers could even spell aeroplane. It must be easier than I thought.
He made a good impression on you, then? Norman asked, laughing.
The guy's a tit, Slater said, shaking his head.
That's why I remember him.
On the way back to the station, Norman called Bob Murray. From what Slater could glean from the conversation, Murray hadn't been best pleased to have his lunch interrupted. It seemed that he soon changed his tune when Norman told him why he needed to arrange a meeting so urgently, though, and Murray had agreed to see him when they got back to the station. Chapter 31. As Norman was puffing his way up to see the boss, Slater was wondering how all those sticky notes seemed to attach themselves to his desk when he was out. Was there some sort of conspiracy going on? Did people wait until he was out before they called? Or did someone save up all the messages until he went out? He glanced at the 4 notes, decided they were too trivial to worry about, screwed them up and tossed them in the bin. Then his phone rang. Dr. McCall was what Slater would have described as old school, and from the sound of his voice, he was probably in his 60s. The doctor didn't like time-wasters, and he didn't like to be a time-waster, so the call was soon over. But by the time he put the phone down, Slater was happy enough.
Oh, yes, the doctor had told him. I remember Dr. Bresler and Dr. Fellows. They came to 2 or 3 of the conferences I arranged. It was an open secret that they were an item. They always had separate rooms, but she never slept in hers. It was damned embarrassing for everyone. We all knew what they were up to. It was even worse for me because I knew his wife. It made me very uncomfortable, to tell the truth. It was like I was a part of their dirty little secret. It ended my friendship with Bresler.
Next, it was the turn of Ian Bex. "I understand you've been looking for me," said Slater, when Bex answered.
"Why is it you're never around when I have something to tell you?"
"You could always call my mobile," said Slater.
"Can't guarantee a decent signal," said Bex. "That's why you should be there in your office."
"The reason I always seem to be out is because I'm so popular," Slater said. "I get to go out and meet all these interesting people. You, meanwhile, are stuck down there in your dungeon where you belong and where you can't frighten members of the public. You should think yourself lucky I'm prepared to share any of my precious time with you."
"Yeah, right, oh Lord and Master," said Bex. "Thank you so much for sparing the time to call me back. Please accept my humble thanks. I wish you a short and painful life, and
In case you're wondering, yes, I am waving 2 fingers at you." "Just so long as you know your place," Slater said, laughing. "So, what have you got for me?" "Your handwriting sample. It's definitely not Sandra Bresler's signature on those checks." "I didn't really think it would be," said Slater. "Of course, now we've got to figure out whose it is." "Sorry, mate, can't help you there," said Bex. "It's your job to find out who, and my job to do the clever stuff and confirm your findings using science." "Yeah," said Slater ironically. "Of course, we're all idiots up here. But it just so happens this idiot has another sample for your handwriting expert." "Well then, you'd better get it down here quick before they go." "It's already on the way," said Slater. "Good," said Bex. "Now, do you intend to carry on wasting my time, or would you like to hear what else I've got for you?" "What? What else have you got for me?" Slater was puzzled. "That DNA sample of Bresler's." "Oh, that? I'd almost forgotten. We've got nothing for you to compare it with yet." "Ah, but you're wrong," said Bex triumphantly. "I am. To be honest, it wouldn't have happened if it was down to me. I wouldn't have had the time to do it, unless you'd asked, of course." "You're losing me, Bexy," said Slater. "What are you on about?" "If I was here on my own, as I usually am, I would have saved the sample and not processed it until you asked me to compare it with something else. Because, you see, normally I wouldn't have the time." "Right." Slater was still baffled. "So this means what, exactly?" "Nadira took the sample and processed it for me," continued Bex. "And just because she had the 2 samples and she had the time, she compared Bresler's DNA with the sample from the little girl, Rose." Slater liked Ian Bex, but he had this annoying habit of going all around the houses before he got to the point. Sometimes it could get a bit tiresome. "And?" asked Slater impatiently. "And it doesn't match." "What?" "It doesn't match," repeated Bex. "Bresler's not the girl's father." "Bloody hell." Slater was surprised. "I hadn't bargained on that." "I thought so," said Bex, knowing that he had made an already complicated situation even more complex. "That's why I was so keen to tell you." "You're sure about this?" asked Slater. "Of course I'm bloody sure," said Bex. "Are you suggesting we don't know what we're doing down here?" "Well, no, of course not," said Slater, still shocked by what Bex had just told him. "I just wasn't expecting it, that's all. We hadn't even considered it." "Well, perhaps you should have." "Maybe you're right about being an idiot," said Bex cheerily. "Life's full of little surprises." "It certainly is," agreed Slater, ignoring the insult. "Well, thanks, Ian, I think." "My pleasure," said Bex. "Any time you idiots want the water muddied, just let me know, and I'll do my best to help." There was a click as Bex hung up the phone. Slater thought about what Bex had told him. If Bresler wasn't the father, then who the hell was? Obviously, Sandra Bresler wasn't quite the squeaky-clean, innocent victim she first appeared to be. "Is there anybody in there?" Slater turned with a jolt and saw P.C. Jolly standing beside him. "Sorry," he said. He'd been totally lost in his thoughts. "I was just thinking." "That can be dangerous," she said. "You never know what might happen if we all started doing that." She was hopping nervously up and down, notes in hand. "Either you're going to ask me if you can go and use the loo, or you've got some information for me," Slater said. "You've never asked my permission to use the loo before, so you must have information, am I right?" "Yes, sir." "You see, my amazing deductive powers, it's almost uncanny, isn't it?" "Frankly, I'm surprised any criminals are left on the streets." Jolly's voice was heavy with sarcasm. "Wouldn't it be great if we could suss everything out that easily?" Slater sighed. "There wouldn't be an unsolved crime anywhere." "In a perfect world?" Slater shook himself and gave her a beaming smile. Meanwhile, back in the real world, he said, this case just seems to get more and more complicated. But something tells me you're going to solve it right now, PC Jolly.
I wish I could solve it, sir, she said, but what I think I'm about to do is complicate things even further.
Oh, deep joy. He wasn't sure how it could get any more complicated, not after Ian Beck's revelation. Go on then, if you must.
Sandra Bresler, she said. You asked me to see if I could find any of her old friends, so I called her mum. She was obviously struggling to remember, but she did come up with 2 names. One of them has moved out of the area, and I haven't tracked her down yet. But I did manage to speak to the other one, Stella Gray.
Well done, said Slater. Did she remember anything about Sandra wanting to run away from Bresler?
She says Sandra never mentioned anything like that to her, but she did tell me something else that would interest you.
Oh, really? Said Slater. Go on then, I'm listening.
According to Stella, Sandra had a secret.
Only it obviously wasn't quite as secret as she thought it was, Slater pointed out.
Exactly, said Jolly enthusiastically. Apparently Sandra was having an affair behind Bresler's back.
Oh, was she now? Slater thought of the DNA test. Now that's an interesting twist. She's becoming less and less of an innocent victim by the minute.
It gets better. There's more, said Jolly. It seems there was a suspicion that Bresler may not have been the father of Sandra's baby.
There's more than a suspicion, Jane, said Slater. It's a fact. DNA tests have confirmed Rudy Bresler was definitely not the father of Rose Bresler. Slater pondered this new information for a moment. Of course, you realize you've opened the door to another potential suspect, don't you, Jane? He asked. Does Stella know the name of Sandra's secret lover?
She didn't recall his name, but she remembered he worked at the local leisure centre. He ran the gym there. So I made some calls and did some checking.
She looked immensely pleased with herself. Using your initiative, I like it, Slater said teasingly. And did he get his name?
I did. She was beaming now. His name is Rodney Rogers.
There was a pause as Slater absorbed the name. He thought he'd come across it before and racked his brains. Suddenly he remembered. This name just kept on cropping up. But surely it couldn't be the same guy, could it? Is the guy still working there? He asked, but he was already quite sure what the answer would be.
No, he left years ago.
See if you can find out exactly when Mr. Rogers left that leisure centre.
I already have, she said. According to my reckoning, it was roughly 3 months before Rose Bresler was born.
Do you know why he left? Asked Slater.
They wouldn't say anything specific, said Jolly, but I got the impression it wasn't a promotion.
A sideways move. Slater thought for a moment. So he obviously did something to get a black mark. I would imagine getting a member pregnant wouldn't exactly win him any prizes, would it?
Especially if that member's husband made a lot of fuss,
added Jolly. Is he still with the same company?
Yes, he is, said Jolly. It's called Leisure for Pleasure, and you'll never guess where he is now.
I hate to spoil your fun, Slater said, but that's where you're wrong.
I'm sorry? Said Jolly, looking puzzled.
He works at the leisure centre in town, doesn't he? Slater smiled, enjoying her reaction.
How did you know that?
Jolly said, looking crestfallen that he'd stolen her thunder. Don't look so disappointed, Jane. I met him last week when the flasher was terrorising the old ladies down there, Slater said. He's obviously been given a chance to redeem himself, and then managed to work his way up the ladder. He manages the whole place now.
Oh, pooh, said Jolly. And there I was, thinking I'd done some brilliant detective work.
Ah, but you have, Jane, you have, Slater interrupted, keen to recognise her good work. It's just luck on my part. And this morning we also discovered our new friend Rodney keeps a light aircraft up at Trapworth Airfield. So that's twice his name has come up today. Now that's what I call a coincidence, said Jolly. Only if you believe in coincidences. Slater didn't. With his connections to all our victims, this has to be more than a coincidence. What's he look like, this Rodney Rogers? He looks and behaves like a prized tit, said Slater. But if you mean, does he have ginger hair, then yes, he does. My money's on him as the father, then, Jolly said, smiling. And I think that's a pretty safe bet. Did you say he keeps a plane up at Trapworth? It seems his name's in the owner's register up there. Slater remembered what Steve Biddeford had found out. So, what if Sarah Townley somehow found out Rogers is Rose's father? Is he the type who would murder her and throw her out of an aeroplane? Asked Jolly. I'm not sure there is a type who murders. Slater pondered for a moment, but it's definitely a possibility. He had an idea. Do you fancy a little run out in the morning, Jane? It'll only take half an hour. What have you got in mind? She asked. Take Sarah's photo down to the leisure centre. Show the photo to some of the staff, but keep it low-key. You just want to know if anyone recognises her. Maybe she did go looking for our friend, Mr. Rogers. Okay, she said. I can do that. Chapter 32. On their way out to Bresler's house, Slater thought about how to approach the upcoming conversation. At the briefing earlier, he and Norman had decided they shouldn't wait any longer, and they should start to lean on Bresler and Lindy Fellows. They were going to start by telling him about the DNA test results and how his daughter actually wasn't his. I'm sorry you're getting stuck with preparing all the briefings, said Norman, looking guilty. It's not a problem, said Slater. I realize you need to help Steve keep on top of that smuggling circle. It must be the first case like that he's had to deal with, so he's going to need some guidance. You are keeping on top of it, aren't you? Oh, yeah. On the one hand, we could do with some extra resources, but right now there isn't anyone to spare. On the other hand, because it's such a small operation, we're not making a lot of waves, which might work in our favour. Steve's been working on the flight log and fuel log, and there seems to be a pattern emerging. With any luck, we might even be able to say when the next flight's coming in and set up a welcoming party. If we could just get this murder inquiry out of the way, we might be able to rustle up enough people to keep it in-house. As you're asking so nicely, I promise to try extra hard to catch the killer. Slater smiled broadly. It just so happens I have a feeling today's going to be a good day. Slater was relieved to find there was no sign of Cindy's pink Mini Cooper. He hoped this meant she was out. If you're looking for Cindy, she's not here, said Bresler the moment he set eyes on Slater. She's out choosing decor for her new house. She's about to move out of here and needs to get everything ready, but then I'm sure you already know that. Slater was caught completely off guard and was totally lost for words. He felt his face turn a nice shade of pink to accentuate his embarrassment, and his mouth flopped open in surprise. Don't be embarrassed, Sergeant, said Bresler. I don't have a problem with you seeing Cindy. After all, I've just about finished with her. Slater's embarrassment quickly began to change to indignation. He wasn't going to let Bresler talk about Cindy like this. She wasn't some sort of used good. A smug-looking smile crossed Bresler's face. That's okay, said Norman, and Slater was slightly relieved he had stepped in to defuse the situation. He didn't think punching Rudy Bresler in his arrogant face would go down very well with the powers that be. We're not looking for Miss Main. It's you we wanted to talk to. Oh, for goodness sake, Bresler sighed impatiently. Have you people got nothing better to do? What is it this time? The sooner you let us in, said Norman with an icy smile, the sooner you'll find out. We value our time too, said Slater, recovering his composure and trusting himself to speak now. That's why there's an offence called wasting police time. Bresler didn't look impressed by Slater's veiled threat, but he stepped back and let them into his hallway. It was quite clear that was as far as they were going to be invited to go. I'm not sure I like your attitude, he said to the two detectives. Yeah, you said that before, replied Slater, and I'm still not sure you understand the true nature of our investigation. So once again I'll remind you we're investigating the murder of 2 women and a child, all of whom were related to you. I don't need some jumped-up little prick who thinks a badge makes him God to remind me my wife and daughter are dead, Detective Sergeant, snarled Bresler, squaring up to Slater. Slater felt himself getting angry again. Who did this guy think he was? Whoa, said Norman, breaking the tense silence. Right now we're only thinking about charging you with wasting our time, Mr. Bresler. If you prefer, we can stop thinking about it and actually do it. Bresler looked from Slater to Norman. Finally, he relaxed and took a step back. You have to admit, Norman said to Bresler, Sergeant Slater does have a point. You're not exactly busting your balls to help us now, are you? To be honest, getting information from you is like pulling teeth. And then, when we do get something out of you, we find some of it just isn't the truth. That makes us think you don't want to help us. When people don't want to help us, it makes us suspicious, and then we start to think they probably have something to hide. It would make life a whole lot easier for you and for us if you were to tell us everything you know. I've got nothing to hide, and I have told you everything, cried Bresler, sounding exasperated. Oh, really? Said Norman. You might want us to believe that, but do we really look that stupid? Now Bresler was beginning to look uncomfortable, but he said nothing. I had a nice little chat with your friend, Dr. McCall, yesterday, began Slater, or did I get that wrong? I mean, you're not actually friends anymore, are you? I haven't seen him in years, said Bresler. Sometimes friends just drift apart, you know that. And sometimes friends get driven apart when one of them behaves in a way the other finds intolerable, continued Slater, which is why Dr. McCall no longer regards you as a friend, isn't it? McCall's an old fool, said Bresler dismissively. He didn't sound like an old fool to me, said Slater. Old school, maybe. Old morals, definitely. Old fool? I don't think so. He didn't approve of you cheating on your wife, did he? And he especially didn't approve of you making him part of it by flaunting it in front of him. I don't know what you're talking about, snapped Bresler. Yes, you do, said Norman. He's talking about you and Lindy Fellows. Dr. McCall might have turned a blind eye when he couldn't prove your affair, but you made a big mistake sharing a hotel room with her at his conference. That made him part of your little conspiracy behind your wife's back. And that was a step too far for him. He's mistaken, said Bresler calmly. We had separate rooms. I knew Lindy as a fellow doctor attending a conference. That's all there was to it. Yeah, right, said Norman. We know she was booked into her own room. The problem for Dr. McCall is she never actually slept in that room. The biggest problem for us is it's getting hard to sift the truth from the fiction where you're concerned. Why don't you ask her if you don't believe me? Bresler's face was like thunder. Oh, we will, said Norman. You can count on it. You go away a lot on business, don't you? Slater changed the subject suddenly. Yes, 2 or 3 times a month. You already know that. Where? Asked Slater. Where exactly do you go?
All over Europe and Southeast Asia, sometimes to the USA, replied Bresler.
Do you use commercial flights?
Of course.
Same airline every time?
That depends on where I'm going.
I think this is more fiction, Norman piped up.
I don't have to put up with this, said Bresler angrily. This is just harassment. I think this interview is over.
I don't think so, said Slater calmly. You see, the problem Sergeant Norman is having here is believing your suggestion that you leave the country 2 or 3 times a month. The thing is, we can check facts like that quite easily. And we have. He let Bresler think about this for a moment before he continued. According to the very efficient constable who checked this out, you left the country just 6 times in the last 12 months. And we're pretty sure 3 of those trips were holidays, because Miss Mayne was on the same flights. Slater could see Bresler was struggling to come up with a plausible answer. Of course, continued Slater, it could be that you've somehow got lost in the system. Maybe your records have become corrupted somehow.
Yes,
Bresler clutched hopefully at the straw.
That must be it. One little glitch and a whole record can be wiped clean.
But of course, said Norman with a smile, clearly enjoying Bresler's discomfort. If you show us your passport, we'll be able to see all those nice little stamps that prove where you've been.
Yes. Bresler was evidently struggling again.
The thing is—
Don't tell me you've lost it,
said Norman, his voice thick with faux helpfulness.
Since I came back from my last trip, said Bresler desperately, I can't seem to find it anywhere.
Oh dear, how inconvenient. Slater was really piling on the sarcasm now. Well, I hope you find it soon, because if you can produce it and it proves our system doesn't work and we're wrong to keep bothering you, you'll have grounds to make a real complaint about harassment. But if you can't produce it, we'll just have to carry on hassling you until you tell us the truth. He looked at Norman, and they began to move towards the front door as if they were about to leave. Oh, one more thing I nearly forgot, said Slater, turning back to face Bresler. Remember that DNA sample you allowed me to take? Well, we finally got it analyzed. And then we compared it to the DNA sample we have from Rose. She's not your daughter. Slater watched Bresler's face carefully. It seemed to crumple for a second, and a look of desperate sadness passed across his face. But then it was like he got a grip of himself, and his face returned to its usual stony expression. You know she's not your daughter? Asked Slater.
Of course I didn't know.
Oh, come on, Bresler, Norman said, sighing. Quit messing around. We saw it on your face. Have you always known?
Slater saw resignation pass across Bresler's face. I knew from the timing I was unlikely to be the father, he began. I had been away more and more, and Sandra was unhappy about that. Then she started to be out of the house more and more whenever I called. She was having an affair with some fitness guy at the local gym.
You knew who he was?
Asked Norman. It didn't take a lot of working out, said Bresler. I made a complaint about him, and he was transferred away somewhere else. But it was stupid of me, really. The damage was already done, you see. So how come you didn't kick Sandra out? Asked Slater. Or divorce her? Have you never been in love, Sergeant?
Not like that, he hasn't, said Norman. But I know what you mean. You just wanted to try and carry on because you couldn't see a life without her, right?
Bresler nodded his agreement. But it was never the same after that, he said. I tried to love that little girl, but I just couldn't. And that drove another wedge in between Sandra and me. Of course, Sandra's mother thought I was the father and couldn't understand why I didn't want to know her. Home became a sort of hell, and I began to stay away longer so I didn't have to face all the dirty looks and snide comments. That's when I started my first affair. He fell silent. He looked genuinely distressed, and Slater almost felt sorry for the man. Then he reminded himself that they had just found yet another motive for Sandra's murder, and that Bresler was now their #1 suspect. If it was so bad, how come you and Sandra moved here so you could make a fresh start? Slater asked. I told you before. She suggested if we moved away and escaped her mother, we could try to wipe the slate clean and start again. I genuinely believed she meant it. But then she disappeared as soon as we got here, and then I didn't know what to believe anymore. Slater said nothing, but he thought they had just chalked up yet another motive. Bresler had gone quiet again. Slater exchanged a glance with Norman. It was time to go. He turned and opened the door. We'll leave you to it then, Mr. Bresler, he said. We're going to need to talk again, so please don't leave the country. But then you can't, can you? Norman said, smiling at his parting shot. Not without your passport. Chapter 33. When they got back to the office, Slater and Norman set about planning their next move. The plan was to arrive at Lindy Fellowes' house with a search warrant. Slater had suggested going in mob-handed to unsettle her, but in the end, he and Norman agreed to take just one female PC to keep an eye on Lindy while they conducted their search. Their chosen female PC was the increasingly impressive Jane Jolly. While they were collecting the search warrant, Slater had a quiet word with Tony Ashton. You know Bresler's car, said Slater. Just park up the road where you can see if he leaves the house. Take someone with you and stay out there for as long as it takes. I want you to call me the moment he gets in that car, and I want you to follow him wherever he goes. I'm on it, said Ashton, gathering his things and heading for the door. As Slater and Norman headed across the car park for their car, PC Jolly drove in. PC Jolly, Slater smiled at her. Perfect timing. We have another little job for you. As a special reward, you get to accompany both myself and DS Norman. She parked her car and climbed into the back of their unmarked car, pushing piles of rubbish aside to make room for herself. Don't you ever clean this car? She asked, sounding dismayed. We can't decide which one of us is the responsible driver, said Norman from the driver's seat. And we're both the same rank, so it's difficult to allocate such a menial task. If it worries you, we're quite happy to wait while you— On your bike, she interrupted him. You clean your own car. There's no way I'm cleaning up your mess. You can come up with an excuse for not doing anything, can't you? It's a gift I seem to have been blessed with, Norman said, clearly doing his best to look modest. So how did you get on this morning, Jane? Asked Slater, returning them to more official business. 2 witnesses both claim to have recognized Sarah, she said. They say she came in asking for Rogers. Aha, said Slater. Now we're getting somewhere. He didn't see you, did he? You picked the right day, she said. It's his morning off. Now, that's got to be a good sign, Norman said, smiling. Maybe our luck's starting to change at last. It gets better. They also say they saw him take her into his office. Oh, yeah. Slater liked the way this was going. Better and better still. He turned to Norman. If Steve can prove from that fuel log that Rogers was flying the night Sarah was killed, he's got a lot of explaining to do, don't you think? I sure do, said Norman. You can expect us to be looking very closely at that just as soon as I get back. Lindy Fellows was remarkably calm when they arrived at her house. There was a trace of alarm when Norman waved the search warrant in her face, but it didn't seem to dent her calm facade for long. While Slater and Norman began their search and P.C. Jolly made tea, Lindy Fellows sat quietly at the kitchen table, reading a newspaper. Slater was pretty sure she had been expecting them. He was quite sure he could guess who had tipped her off, too.
"Just a bit too laid back, don't you think?"
Norman asked him as they made their way through the lounge. She knew we were coming.
"But she wasn't expecting the search warrant,"
Norman said.
"I'm sure she will have been told to hide anything obvious, so I don't know what we can expect to find. But there's got to be some sort of clue here somewhere."
"You'll have told her to hide things for sure." Slater sighed, irritated. "You start down here. I'll take upstairs." Their search didn't take very long, and it didn't reveal anything seriously incriminating. But then Slater didn't really think it would. However, there's only so much you can hide in a short time, and there was more than enough evidence on display to suggest Bresler was a regular visitor. "Did you find what you were looking for?" asked Fellows, as Slater and Norman came back into the kitchen.
"I would have to know exactly what I was looking for to be able to answer that question," replied Slater. "But I can say it was quite a revealing search."
"Find some items of interest in my underwear drawer, did you?" she asked. "I hope you haven't helped yourself to anything."
"There was nothing in there that would fit me."
Slater knew she was trying to goad him. "But I did find some men's underwear in the drawer below. There were items of interest in your wardrobe, too, like men's shirts, jackets, and trousers. And of course, there's all the shaving stuff in the bathroom."
"I sometimes have men friends come to stay," she explained.
"And would these friends all happen to be the same size, in their late 50s, about 6 feet 2 inches tall, and keeping themselves in good condition?"
"I like all my boyfriends to be in good condition," she replied. "Size is immaterial, and age is just a number. As long as they can do the business, that's all that matters to me."
"They're Bresler's clothes, aren't they?"
Norman asked.
"I've told you. I have men friends who come and stay."
"So you'll be able to give me their names?" Slater produced a notebook and pencil, and made a big show of looking expectant.
"I'll do no such thing," she snapped. "My private life has nothing to do with you."
"We could easily carry on this conversation down at the station if you prefer," said Slater. "You might want to think about that."
"Look," said Norman, "we know you and Bresler were doing much more than just attending conferences together. Dr. McCall told us how he fell out with Bresler over your affair."
"Dr. McCall isn't—"
"Old fool," interrupted Slater. "Yeah, we know. That's exactly what Bresler said, and I bet that's what he told you to say."
"I've told you before, and I'll tell you again." Lindy Fellows looked furious now. "I didn't start sleeping with Rudy Bresler until a few months after Sandra left him. I lived with him for 5 years, and then we split up. You know about this stupid contract of his. That's all I was, just another Sandra substitute. I haven't seen Rudy in years."
"But you speak to him regularly," said Slater. "We've seen his phone records."
"He wants us to get back together," she said, sighing wearily. "He keeps calling me about it. Quite honestly, he's becoming a pest."
"And you're not interested?"
asked Norman.
"What, and become Sandra's substitute number 5, or whatever number he's on now? I don't think so."
"Surely you'd be too old for that role now."
Slater winced inwardly at Norman's remark. It had obviously been designed to get under her skin. He decided to step in before she could recover herself enough to reply. "I see you have a pilot's license," he said.
"That's not illegal now, is it?"
She grimaced, still looking daggers at Norman. "Do you have a plane?"
"Good heavens, no," she said, laughing.
Now that would be an extravagance. If I get the urge to fly, I hire one from Trapworth Airfield. So much more sensible. Anyway, what's my being able to fly got to do with anything?
One of our victims was pushed from a light aircraft, said Norman, so having a pilot's license has quite a lot to do with anything.
Oh, I see, she said sarcastically. Now I understand why you're poking your noses so far into my private life. You see me as a murder suspect. How exciting! She clapped her hands together. I'm really flattered to receive all this attention, she said, sighing theatrically. But I'm afraid you're looking at the wrong girl. I haven't flown for at least 3 months. She frowned. In fact, she said, it might be even longer than 3 months. I honestly can't remember. But I'm sure I'd remember if I had pushed someone from an aeroplane in flight, don't you think? The last few words were spat out, and Slater let the silence hang in the air for a few moments before speaking. "Who's the nice-looking girl in the photo?" he asked, nodding towards a graduation photo on the kitchen dresser. "That's my niece," Lindy said. "Please tell me you're not going to accuse her of murdering someone?" "Pretty girl," said Slater, ignoring the comment. "When did she graduate?" "Last year." "Was it a real degree, or one of those cop-out ones like media studies that aren't worth tuppence because there are so many of them?" "Oh, no," said Lindy proudly. "Melanie's a very bright girl. She speaks 6 different languages." "Good university?" asked Slater. "Doesn't get better than Cambridge, does it?" she said, smiling proudly. "When we get back, Jane," said Slater, turning to Jolly in the back of the car as they pulled away from Lindy Fellow's house, "can you—" "Check out the niece," finished Jolly. "No, why would I want you to do that?" Slater asked teasingly. "Because she has pale skin and ginger hair," said Jolly, "and if she's just graduated, she would have been about the same age as Rose Bresler."
"You have a very suspicious mind, Mrs. Jolly," said Norman, sounding impressed. "You'd make a great police officer."
"Flattery won't get you anywhere, you know." But she smiled sweetly. "I'm still not cleaning this mobile rubbish tip for you. Besides, I'm already a great police officer."
"And so modest with it," Norman said, grinning back at her. "All joking aside," Slater said, keen to continue the train of thought he had embarked on, "if Bresler and Fellows murdered Sandra and Rose, they could easily have staged the runaway. Pack some bags, substitute Fellows and her niece for Sandra and Rose, then call a taxi company who won't know them from Adam." "As far as anyone knows," Norman said, "a mother and daughter matching the descriptions of Sandra and Rose took a taxi to Gatwick Airport and then disappeared. Perfect."
Chapter 34. As soon as they got back to the station, they split up. Norman hurried off to find out if Steve Biddeford had figured out a flight pattern yet. Slater returned to the incident room. Something was bothering him, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. He was hoping it would jump out at him once he got back to his desk. Jane Jolly said she was going to start searching for Lindy Fellow's niece. It was gone 5 p.m. before Slater realized what was troubling him. Jolly was still working at her desk, so he wandered across. "Jane, have you managed to track down the second Sandra substitute yet?" "If you mean Terry Evans, I'm afraid not. Every search has turned up a blank so far. To be honest, you said she probably wouldn't have any relevant information, so she's not exactly been high priority. Do you want me to make it a priority now?" "How are you doing on Lindy's niece?" asked Slater. "I think she's more important right now." Jolly's face broke into a broad grin. "You've found her already, haven't you?" He laughed, shaking his head. She really was proving to be an extremely efficient and useful member of the team. "It wasn't hard, was it?" She smiled at him again. I already knew which university to start from, and there aren't that many Melanies with ginger hair who were studying languages and graduated with honours last year."
"You're a genius, PC Jolly," said Slater.
"I'm going to call her in a minute. Do you want me to arrange for someone to go and interview her?" she asked.
"Why don't you arrange to go and interview her yourself?" Slater thought she had more than proven herself capable of the task. "It'll be good experience for you. If you want to, of course."
"Are you sure I can handle it?" she asked.
"Of course you can handle it. It'll be a piece of cake for you, Jane," he said to her as he headed out of the room. "A piece of cake." Out in the corridor, he almost collided with Norman and Biddeford, who were clearly rushing off somewhere. Slater gave Biddeford a curt nod. The younger man nodded back, but looked as if he would rather have been anywhere else right at that moment. "Where are you rushing off to?" he asked Norman. "Time to drag your friend Rodney Rogers in for a little chat," Norman said. "Steve's worked out his flight pattern to within a couple of days each time. We can't prove conclusively that he was in the air that night, but it's near enough for us to be asking some serious questions. We're going to ask him to come down and give us some answers." "Good work," Slater said to Biddeford. It had been good work, but he still felt pretty bitter about the man's accusations about him to Bob Murray. He turned back to Norman. "When you get back, we need to talk. I've got a nasty feeling about something, and I'd like your opinion." "I can bring Rogers in if you like," said Biddeford. "I'm sure I can find a uniform or two to take with me." "Now that sounds like a plan," Norman said. "So, what's worrying you?" asked Norman, looking intently at Slater. He and Slater were grabbing a quick meal in the canteen. It would be a while before Biddeford returned with Rogers and readied him for an interview, and Norman didn't fancy having the added background sound effects of his stomach rumbling away while they were asking questions. "We haven't found Terry Evans yet," said Slater, "and that's beginning to worry me." Norman chewed thoughtfully on a mouthful of pasta. "She hasn't come up in any of the searches?" he asked. "Not so far," said Slater. "There could be any number of reasons for that. Maybe she doesn't want to be found," Norman pointed out, spearing a piece of pasta with his fork. "Or maybe she's just not out there to be found," Slater said, shrugging. "We have no reason to think that. If Sandra was murdered and Terry was a Sandra substitute, I think we have plenty of reason to think it's a possibility," Slater said, sighing. "But Lindy was replacement number 1 and she didn't get murdered," said Norman. "But suppose Lindy was never a real substitute?" Slater leaned back in his chair. What if she was always the mistress, and Bresler could never see her as anything else? "I'm not entirely sure I agree with you, but it is a possibility," Norman said through a mouthful of pasta. "I guess we need to step up the search. It's a pity we don't have a few more bodies." They chewed in silence for a while, before Norman spoke again. "So, what do you think we really have here?" he asked. "How do you mean?" asked Slater. "Well, we have 3 suspects, but we're not really sure who's done what and who they've done it to." "I get what you're saying," Slater said, "but we know we have 3 dead bodies for sure, and a 4th person is so far unaccounted for. And we know our 3 suspects are all guilty of something. We suspect it's the murder of Sarah Townley and Sandra and Rose Bresler. All we have to work out is who used the axe and who pushed someone out of an aeroplane. Simples." "Only it's not simples, is it?" Norman sighed, obviously frustrated. "Is there a link between all 3? I can see how Bresler and Fellows could have set up Sandra and bumped her off, and I understand how Rose would have been collateral damage in that setup." And I can see why they would have needed to get rid of Sarah if she had turned up knowing their little secret. But I can't see where Rogers fits in, can you?
Maybe there isn't a connection. Perhaps we've allowed ourselves to believe there can't be a coincidence when there actually is one. Slater chewed his pasta as he watched Norman take this in.
So, you're saying we built a box to think in, he said, and now you're demonstrating how clever you are by thinking outside of it and coming up with a theory. I'm impressed.
He grinned and nodded his approval.
OK, DS Clever Dick, Norman said, smiling at Slater. Let's hear this theory of yours.
I think we're agreed on the first part, Slater said. Bresler and Fellows murdered Sandra and Rose so they can get together. We've got motive, we've got opportunity. We've even got a suspect who's shown us she's very handy with an axe. That's the easy bit. He took a slurp of coffee before he continued. Now, the problem we've had is that we've always assumed Sarah had somehow worked out who killed Rose, and she'd come down here to confront them. QED, whoever killed Sandra also killed Sarah, right? Norman nodded his agreement. But what if our assumption was wrong? What if Sarah hadn't figured out who the murderer was, but instead had sussed out Rose's real father was Rogers? What if she came down here to confront him?
But would he murder her for that? Asked Norman. I mean, it's not exactly a big deal in the grand scheme of things, is it? 50 years ago it would have been a scandal, but now it happens all the time. And don't forget, Sarah was given that paralyzing injection. Would an idiot like Rogers know how to do that?
People know how to give injections, Slater said. It's not that hard.
I disagree. Not everyone knows how to give an injection. But every doctor knows how to do it. And we have two to choose from.
Yeah, true. Slater had to admit Norman had a point. But then, how did she come to drop from the sky?
You're forgetting Fellows has a pilot's license, said Norman.
But the kid only heard one aeroplane that night, and we already have Rogers down as the pilot. What are the chances of there being a second rogue pilot out at the same time on the same night from the same airfield, and he didn't hear it?
I think this is going to be a long night.
Norman sighed, and Slater thought he looked tired.
There are so many ifs, buts, and maybes concerning these murders.
But there is an added bonus, added Slater. We also get the chance to learn why our friend Rod is so keen to break the rules and fly at night. Maybe we'll even get to find out who's behind it all.
Yeah, we need to figure out how we're going to play this. Who's going to interview who?
I've been thinking about that, said Slater. Here's what I suggest. 10 minutes later, meals finished, strategy agreed. They got up from their table and headed for the door. Slater was ready to roll. His mobile phone started to ring. It was Ian Beck's.
We're just getting prepared to start hauling people in and interviewing them, said Slater. Well, this might be useful information then, depending on whom you're going to interview, of course.
Well, come on then, let's hear it. Slater was impatient to get started. But make it the short version, because I haven't got a lot of time right now.
I thought mates always had time for each other, said Bex, obviously trying to sound hurt.
Not when we've got the first suspect nearly ready and the clock's ticking, said Slater. When this is all over, I'll buy you a pint and you can talk to me all night, but not right now.
A pint?
Beck sounded indignant.
I think you owe me a damn sight more than that. It's got to be at least half a dozen by my reckoning.
Bexy, Slater sighed impatiently. I'll keep you in beer for a whole night, all right? Now, either tell me what you know or I hang up. The signature on those checks," said Bex. "Lindy Fellows isn't your forger." "Are you sure?" "Why do you always ask me that?" said Bex, sounding irritated. "Of course I'm bloody sure. It's my job. I wouldn't say it if I wasn't sure, you ungrateful sod." "Yeah, but—" It was too late. Bex had cut the connection. Slater looked gloomily at the now-dead phone in his hand. "Lover's tiff?" asked Norman. "Looks like I've pissed him off," Slater said, putting his phone back in his pocket. "He thinks you're questioning his judgment, right?" said Norman. "Because you always ask him if he's sure." "Do I really?" asked Slater. "I don't mean to. It's just that—" "Maybe you need to choose your words a little more carefully when he doesn't come up with the answers you want. It would piss me off if you kept asking me if I was sure." The only reply Slater could think of was to make a humph sound. "So, what was the call about anyway?" asked Norman. "It wasn't Lindy Fellows who forged Sandra's signature on those checks." "Really?" said Norman, sounding surprised. "Are you sure?" "Of course I'm started Slater irritably. Then he saw the huge grin on Norman's face. He'd been caught out. Again. Chapter 35. It was past 9 p.m., and Slater was dog-tired. He would have loved to have gone home, but Jolly had just delivered the bad news that Lindy's niece, Melanie, was away on holiday, and she was having trouble contacting her. This was a blow. Slater was convinced she could be key to their inquiry. Now he was hoping Ashton was going to call at some stage with some good news. He had settled into a chair in the observation room where he could watch, through a two-way mirror, as Rogers was interviewed. They had decided over their earlier dinner that, as Biddeford had done all the work on this case, he should lead the interview, accompanied by Norman. Through the mirror, Slater was watching a very uncomfortable Rodney Rogers fidgeting restlessly as he waited to be interviewed. It was almost as if Rogers had the word guilty tattooed on his forehead, but Slater wondered what exactly they were going to be able to prove he was guilty of. "I want to make a complaint," said Rogers, even before Biddeford had managed to sit down. "Oh, really?" said Biddeford, unimpressed. "I'm sorry to hear that. Has someone upset you? We did explain down at the leisure centre why we were bringing you in." "Smuggling!" Rogers looked incredulous. "It's just ridiculous. And you marched me out in front of all those people." "Yes," Biddeford said, nodding. "That was a bit embarrassing, wasn't it? Maybe you would have preferred us to arrest you on suspicion of murder. That would have been something to be proud of, wouldn't it?" "Murder!" Roger's voice rose to a shriek. "You can't be serious. This is a nightmare." "Afraid not." Biddeford smiled brightly at him. "You wake up in the morning and a nightmare's gone. When you wake up tomorrow morning, we'll still be here." "That's if you can sleep at all in one of our cells," Norman pitched in with a smile. "So, what was it you wanted to complain about?" Biddeford asked. "Someone has been poking their nose into my affairs without my consent." "Oh dear," said Biddeford. "That's not good, is it? But that's what happens when we investigate crimes." "But what about the Data Protection Act?" Roger's face was red with anger. "Yes?" Biddeford smiled again, more icily this time. "What about it?" "I've got a better idea, Mr. Rogers. What about you stop wasting our time and start answering some questions?" "I understand you own a Lincoln Beaver aircraft," said Norman, studying a sheet of paper on the table in front of him. "That's right," Rogers said. "Not a very fuel-efficient engine, is it?" Rogers looked rather puzzled by this line of questioning, but he answered quickly enough.
Actually, it's very economical to run," he said. "One of the best around."
"Oh, really?" said Norman, sounding surprised. "What sort of figure does it return?"
"In car terms, I guess a beaver does about 20 miles to the gallon," Rogers said.
"Something wrong with yours, is there?" Biddeford took the lead again.
"I'm sorry,"
said Rogers, looking even more confused. "The thing is," Biddeford said, forcing himself to be patient, "I've been looking at the fuel log at Trapworth, and the flight log. According to the flights you've logged and the fuel you've used, I estimate you're getting less than 5 miles to the gallon. Why do you think that is?"
"I had a fuel leak,"
said Rogers, but Biddeford wasn't fooled at all.
"It must have been worse than I thought."
"Or perhaps you've forgotten to log all your flights?" Biddeford asked, setting a trap. He wondered if Rogers would spring it.
"Yes," said Rogers, "that must be it. I've forgotten to log a couple of flights."
"Now I understand." Biddeford smiled at him. "No wonder my maths is up the creek. Perhaps you could fill me in with these missing flights."
Yes, all right,"
said Rogers. Biddeford could tell he was becoming desperate. "Let's start with the night flights you make." Biddeford crossed his arms and looked at Rogers intently.
"What?"
"The night flights you make," repeated Biddeford. "We've even got the dates you made them here somewhere." He nodded to Norman, who began looking through the documents on the table in front of him. He handed a sheet of paper to Biddeford, who glanced at it and then placed it on the table before Rogers. "Here we are," he said. "A regular little fly-by-night, you might say." Rogers looked at the list, and his face turned to horror.
"But I don't fly at night. We're not allowed to," he said, mumbling. "It's against the rules. There's no safety certificate."
"Yes, that's right," Biddeford said, nodding. "The thing is, we tend to find criminals aren't the sort of people who worry about rules or safety certificates."
"But I'm not a criminal," said Rogers.
"Oh, I think you'll find you are," said Biddeford. "But that's another thing about criminals. They tend to be in denial all the time."
"And they tell lies," added Norman.
Biddeford had to repress a smile at Norman's cheery demeanour. He knew Slater was in the observation room, watching the interview. He hoped that seeing him in action, using the skills that Slater had helped him hone, perhaps made up just a little for how Biddeford had treated him. But he had to stay focused on the interview now. He felt like he was getting somewhere. "Let's come back to the matter of your night flights a bit later, shall we?" Biddeford asked. "It'll give you a chance to think about whether denying you've made them is really a good idea." Rogers didn't know what to say to this, so he chose to say nothing. "So what shall we talk about now?" continued Biddeford thoughtfully. "I know. Why don't you tell us about Sarah Townley?"
"Who?"
said Rogers.
"This girl."
Norman slid a photograph across the table in front of Rogers.
"Now, do you know her?"
Rogers stared down at the pretty face in the photo.
"I've never seen this girl before in my life,"
he said, but Biddeford was unconvinced. "You know her double, though, don't you?" he asked.
"Double?"
asked Rogers, looking puzzled again.
"What double?"
"It's like this," Biddeford said, taking the photo back. "This girl, or her double, has been identified by staff at your leisure centre. They say she came asking for you."
"Well, that may well be the case," said Rogers. "She may well have come looking for me, but that doesn't mean to say—"
"The witnesses also say they saw you taking her into your office," interrupted Biddeford. "So, was it her? Or does she have a double going around impersonating her?"
"All right,"
Rogers sighed.
"Yes, she did come looking for me. But that's not the name she used. She told me her name was Ann Hunter."
"Ann Hunter," said Norman, sounding as doubtful as Biddeford felt.
Right, OK. So why was Anne Hunter looking for Rodney Rogers?
She wanted to hire a pilot with a light aircraft.
And why would she want to do that?
Because I occasionally make flights to France for people to collect stuff and bring it back here. Oh, do you? Said Biddeford, surprised by this admission. And who would these people be? Actually, there's only one person, Rogers said, and Biddeford could tell he was reluctant to give any more information about this individual. And we're talking about dodgy stuff, are we? Stolen goods, drugs, that sort of thing, suggested Biddeford. No, said Rogers, looking dismayed. We're talking legitimate stuff like antiques, paintings, old books, stuff like that. And it's all above board, with the proper documents. The only thing that's dodgy is the fact that I get paid cash and don't declare it to the taxman. Rogers actually managed to look slightly embarrassed by his last admission. Biddeford studied his face. He looked pretty miserable, but he also looked and sounded pretty convincing. So if it's all legit, asked Biddeford, why do you make these flights at night? I don't, Rogers said, stuttering over his words. I've told you, we're not allowed to fly at night. I don't even make the flights very often. The last one was about 2 months ago. I don't recall the exact date, but it was a Wednesday, my day off. If you check my flight log or the airfield log, you'll see when it was. They had a copy of both logs, and Norman quickly began checking back. After a few seconds, he indicated an entry to Biddeford. He read the entry, and was amazed to find that Rogers appeared to be telling the truth. This was completely unexpected.
Does this person you work for have a name? He asked, recovering his composure. Maybe he can save us some time and verify your story.
Rogers seemed to realize he had little choice. Yes, he sighed. He's called Rudolph Bresler. Norman's jaw dropped open in surprise at this news. Biddeford was sure Slater's would be doing the same in the observation room. He paused for a moment, thinking of how to handle this unexpected revelation. It puzzles me that the man whose wife you got pregnant should then employ you, said Biddeford. Rogers said nothing. Doesn't it seem odd? Asked Biddeford. If he'd wanted revenge and perhaps murdered you, I could understand that. But to employ you seems odd. Why do you think he did that?
It wasn't like that, said Rogers. So, what was it like?
Norman piped up.
You make it sound like I was on the payroll full time, began Rogers. It was just an occasional thing. Sometimes I didn't hear from him for months, and then other times he'd need me 2 weeks running.
How long has it been going on?
Norman was like a dog with a bone now, and Biddeford was content to let him follow this particular avenue for the time being. It started about a year or so after I got moved down here to Tinton. He just turned up one day and asked me to fly for him.
Didn't that seem a bit strange? Asked Norman. Him just turning up like that.
Are you kidding? Said Rogers. Of course it was bloody strange. I thought he'd come to hound me out of another job, but then he told me he understood how he'd been wrong to pin all the blame on me. He said he and Sandra were as much to blame as I was, and he felt bad about forcing me to have to leave home and move all the way down here.
And you believed him? Asked Biddeford.
I didn't know what to believe at first, said Rogers, but he seemed sincere enough. Then he offered me $1,000 to fly to France, collect a couple of paintings and fly back. I was short of money, and this seemed easy enough, so I said yes.
So you're mates now then, you and him?
Norman looked disbelieving.
Don't be ridiculous, said Rogers. It's just a business deal. How could I be mates with him? I'd be forever expecting a knife in the back or something.
Has he ever asked you to do anything else? Asked Biddeford.
No,
said Rogers firmly.
Never.
Are you sure about that? Biddeford wondered if he was telling the truth.
What is it you think he might have asked me to do? You must have something in mind, said Rogers warily.
Do you ever chop logs? Asked Norman. Or dig? You look like you could handle an axe and a shovel.
Rogers seemed to consider the question for a few moments.
I have never done anything for him except fly, he said finally.
There was a tense silence in the room that seemed to last for a long, long time.
All right,
said Biddeford eventually. So what did Anne Hunter want you to fly in for her?
She had this crazy idea that I was the sort of guy who would be prepared to fly over to France one night and bring back a load of knocked-off wine.
But you're not that sort of guy, are you? Biddeford asked.
Of course not,
said Rogers indignantly. No, of course not. Biddeford sat back in his chair. Wine's much too heavy. You need something that doesn't weigh too much in a piddly little aircraft like yours. Knocked-off cigarettes is more up your street, isn't it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Roger's eyes darted wildly about the room.
Yeah, right,
Norman sighed wearily.
Of course you don't.
But why you? Persisted Biddeford. Why do you think Anne Hunter would be prepared to come all the way down here to ask you if you'd be willing to do something like that for her? You'd think there would be plenty of pilots where she lived, wouldn't you? Why travel nearly 150 miles specifically to find you? It makes no sense to us. Don't you agree, Mr. Rogers?
I don't know, said Rogers. I didn't know where she'd come from. She never said.
Anne Hunter, or to use her real name, Sarah Townley, came from the Birmingham area, Mr. Rogers, continued Biddeford. A little to the south, actually, not far from Redditch. She had a sister who lived in Redditch. That was about 20 years ago. You know Redditch, don't you, Mr. Rogers?
Yes,
answered Rogers sullenly, because that's where you used to work. And that's where Sandra Bresler lived. You remember Sandra. She used to come to your gym, didn't she?
Yes, all right, said Rogers. I thought we'd already done this bit.
You got moved sideways because you had an affair with her, didn't you?
Norman leaned across the table towards him.
Look!
Rogers looked wild with desperation now.
You know the story, so why keep asking me these questions? Yes, I had an affair with Sandra Bresler. Yes, she got pregnant. And yes, I was told to move to a different location or lose my job. That's how I came to be here in Tinton, all right?
The outburst was followed by a sudden silence.
Got a bit of a temper, haven't you?
Norman said quietly.
Of course I have, said Rogers. So would you have if you'd been dragged in here accused of smuggling and then been asked all these questions that have no relevance to anything.
You're sure they have no relevance, are you? Asked Biddeford.
What possible connection could there be between a mistake I made in my personal life 20 years ago, a girl who came looking for me, and this night-flying smuggling thing you seem to think I'm involved in?
Just bear with me a moment and I'll tell you. Biddeford smiled, in control again. Let's just go back a little way and make sure I've got this right. So you were moved to Tinton 20 years ago because you got Sandra Bresler pregnant, yes?
Yes, I was moved out of the way to prevent a scandal, said Rogers.
But what about 15 years ago when the Breslers moved here? I understand your company provide transferable memberships, so as she was still a member, it would make sense for Sandra to transfer her membership to Tinton, right? But I'm guessing if she did that it would have made things a bit awkward for you. Am I right again? Rogers sighed heavily.
Yes, he said finally. It would have been very awkward. But it never happened.
Why not? Asked Biddeford, fully expecting Rogers to say that she had disappeared before it got that far.
I don't know, Rogers said, sighing again. She came into the leisure centre about a month before they were due to move. She was checking out the schools, doctors' surgeries, things like that, and she came to see where the gym was and what it was like. She was as surprised as I was when she walked in the door. She told me she was going to become a member when she moved to Tinton, and she hoped we could be friends. The company even notified us they were transferring her membership, but then she never came to the gym, and I never saw her again.
Do you know what happened to her? Asked Biddeford.
I read in the local newspaper about her disappearing.
And you know nothing about that?
Nothing.
Biddeford stared at Rogers.
He said doubtfully. And that's it, is it? What else do you want me to say? Said Rogers. That I know where she ran off to and I helped get her there.
Biddeford studied Rogers in silence for a few moments before he spoke again.
You asked me earlier how this was all connected, he began. So let me tell you why we believe it's all connected, and how we think it all goes together. 20 years ago, you lost a job you love, because you got a member pregnant. As a result, you ended up in a backwater called Tinton because her husband had enough clout to see to it that you were punished. Then, 5 years later, that same woman turned up in Tinton and wanted to transfer her membership to your club. You think it's possible you didn't like that idea, so you saw to it that she didn't ever show her face here. He stopped for a moment to draw breath and to allow Rogers a chance to speak, but Rogers looked too horrified to say anything. Then, a few weeks ago, continued Biddeford, a young woman who you say called herself Anne Hunter turned up looking for you. Her real name was actually Sarah Townley. She was Sandra Bresler's younger sister, and she was looking for Sandra's killer. She believed it was you, so now you needed to get rid of her too. It just so happens you make regular illegal night flights, so you drugged Sarah, dragged her into your aeroplane, and then booted her out at 500 feet. Again, Biddeford paused to allow Rogers to speak, but he just sat there, looking stunned. You read the local newspaper, Mr. Rogers, so you know as well as we do that Sandra and her daughter didn't run anywhere, don't you? But we think you didn't need a local paper to find that out. We think you knew 15 years ago. Biddeford was fast becoming convinced that Rogers knew plenty, but he was actually too scared to tell them anything. But who was he scared of? Bresler? I think you know plenty, but for some reason you don't want to tell us, said Biddeford. I should remind you that you're in a whole lot of trouble here. You have motive to kill Sandra and Sarah. You also had plenty of opportunity. And we even know the exact method you used to kill them both. You'll be put away for life, no question. And, worst of all, you killed an innocent child. No one likes a child killer, and they definitely don't like child killers in prison. Rogers had been listening slack-jawed as Biddeford explained his situation, but his jaw was working fine now. This is crazy! Tears began streaming down his face. I'm not a murderer. I need a break. I can't think straight. And I want to see a solicitor. I think you probably do need a break, said Norman. We'll suspend this interview now, and you can spend the night in one of our guest rooms. It'll give you time to think about how big a hole you're in. And you're definitely going to need a solicitor. There's one on duty somewhere. I'll ask someone to find him for you.
Rogers slumped forward on the table, sobbing, as the two detectives left the room. It was approaching 11 p.m. when Slater finally got the call he was expecting from Tony Ashton.
"Hi, Tony," he said. "What's going on?"
"About 5 minutes ago, Bresler carried a flight bag and a case out to his car," said Ashton. "It looks like he's making a move."
"Is he still there?" asked Slater.
Ashton began relaying Bresler's movements, his voice getting more and more excited.
"I can see him in the binoculars. He's out front of the house talking to that blonde bird of his. Now he's heading towards the car. He's getting in. He's driving off. Should I stop him, boss? He's not supposed to leave the country, is he?"
"It's all right, Tony. Keep calm. I don't think he's going to try to leave the country. The suitcase is supposed to make Cindy Mayne think he's going abroad. He doesn't know it, but he's not fooling her, and he's not fooling us either."
"He isn't?"
asked Ashton, sounding doubtful. "You just follow him at a safe distance. I think I know exactly where he's going. When he gets there, he'll turn off the road along a driveway. You just sit outside and let me know. I'll arrange for a car to sit outside and watch overnight. We'll pick them up in the morning."
"We will?"
said Ashton, his voice sounding unsure.
"Okay. Right, whatever you say, boss."
"Good lad," said Slater. "I'll speak to you in about 15 minutes. Sure enough, almost exactly 15 minutes later, Ashton was on the phone again, confirming Bresler had driven to a private house and appeared to be staying. "Excellent," said Slater. "You just hang on until your replacement arrives, and then you get off home, Tony. I'll see you back here at 5:30 tomorrow morning. We'll pick up Bresler at 6.
"You're the boss," said Ashton. "I'll be there."
It didn't take long for Slater to arrange for 2 cars and 4 uniforms to be there to accompany him in the morning. And then he set off for home. He wasn't going to get a lot of sleep, but if he could manage 4 or 5 hours, it would be better than none. Chapter 36. Slater told the uniforms to wait further down the road until they were called. Then he jumped into Ashton's car. "Right, Tony," he said. "Let's go get 'em." Lindy Fellow's face was a picture when she opened the door to find Slater and Ashton facing her. In panic, she tried to slam the door, but Slater had anticipated something like that happening, and his foot was already in the way. She had a second attempt, much harder this time. It made him swear, but by then Ashton was already charging into the door, and she was knocked back as his shoulder slammed into it. Alerted by the commotion, Bresler came rushing down the stairs. "What the hell's going on?" he shouted. "Ah, Mr. Bresler," said Slater. "What a surprise. Fancy us finding you here." "You!" said Bresler, looking furious. "What are you doing here? How did you find me?" "D.S. Norman did explain to you yesterday that we weren't totally stupid." Slater was taking pleasure in this. "He also warned you that the next time we spoke it would be down at the station. He was right." Ashton was already radioing for the uniforms to join them. "You even get chauffeur-driven," Slater said, smiling. "Nice drivers in nice uniforms. Shall we go into the kitchen to wait?" Bresler was the first to be taken away. This time there was no bluster about him. It seemed the wind had been well and truly taken from his sails. Before Lindy was led away to the other car, Slater pointed to the dresser. "Where's the photo gone?" he asked. "The one of Melanie graduating." "I hide it when I know he's coming," she said. "She would just remind him of Rose." "Oh, right, I see," said Slater. "That would be a bit painful for him, would it?" "Of course it would," she said bitterly. "Anyone who lost a daughter they loved would feel the same." Yes, of course they would. Slater remembered what Bresler had told him yesterday about never being able to love Rose. "Take her away," he said to the 2 uniformed PCs. "D.S. Norman's waiting at the station. I'll catch you later, Lindy.
How did you know he was coming here? Asked Ashton after the others were gone. He packed a suitcase. I was sure he was going to the airport.
That's what everyone is supposed to think, Slater said. Let's go and have a look in his car. The car was unlocked. Slater popped the boot open. Lift that case, he said to Ashton. Ashton reached in for the case and then turned, surprised, to Slater. He had been right then. It was empty. See, it's all subterfuge, Slater said, peering inside the empty case. Ashton still looked rather doubtful. It'll all become clear later, said Slater. You'll see. Slater eyed Bresler across the table in the interview room. He was eager to hear what the man had to say for himself.
"Okay, Mr. Bresler,"
began Norman once the formalities were out of the way.
"You understand you're here to help us with our inquiries, right?"
Yes. Bresler sounded impatient. Will you just get on with it, please? We have another interview going on, Slater said. The person we're questioning claims you employ him on an occasional basis to fly to and from France. I just need you to confirm or deny it. Is that all you need to know? Bresler looked incredulous. You drag me out of bed at 6 a.m. and bring me all the way here just to ask me that? That's all we want to know in connection with that particular investigation, yes, said Slater, doing his best to remain ambiguous. So who's the person? Asked Bresler. Rodney Rogers, said Slater. Is he telling the truth? Bresler leaned back in his seat. If he was surprised to find they were interviewing Rogers, he didn't show it. What on earth are you interviewing him for? Asked Bresler. What's he done wrong? You know we can't tell you that, said Norman. Is he for real? Yes. Bresler heaved a sigh. I've used him on and off for years now. And you pay him? Asked Norman. Very handsomely. But that's because he appreciates the value of the things I ask him to transport, and he looks after them. That's why I use him. When was the last time you used him? It must have been a couple of months ago now. I can't tell you the exact date, but it was probably a Wednesday. It's his regular day off, I think. He collected a couple of very old books I'd bought in an auction. Employing him seems a bit strange to me, said Slater. It's almost like rewarding him for sleeping with Sandra. I wouldn't expect you to understand, Sergeant, Bresler said, sniffing snootily. When all that happened, I made so much fuss I nearly cost the man his job. He had to move away from all his friends and family, all because I couldn't appreciate the fault wasn't all his. It takes two to tango, and I must have driven Sandra to seek comfort elsewhere, so there were really three of us to blame. But at the time, I blamed only him. Later, I felt guilty about that, so I looked him up and offered him the chance to make a bit of cash on the side. You expect us to believe that? Slater thought the whole thing sounded very unlikely. I don't care if you believe it or not, said Bresler. It's the truth, so it's all you're going to get. Now, can I get out of here? Not so fast, Mr. Bresler. We've got plenty more questions yet, said Norman. But you said, began Bresler indignantly, turning to Slater. I said that's all we wanted to know about that particular inquiry, interrupted Slater, and I thank you for answering that question. Now I'd like to ask some questions about another inquiry. This one relates to the death of your wife and daughter, so I'd like to think you'd be prepared to help us if you can. Bresler looked as though he was about to blow, but Slater stared impassively back at him. You would like to know what really happened, wouldn't you, Mr. Bresler? Asked Norman. Well, yes, of course I would, said Bresler, staring back at them. Good. Slater smiled broadly. So, why don't you start by telling us how often you stay at Lindy Fellow's house? I don't know what you mean, said Bresler. I've never stayed at her house before. This was a one-off visit. We know you were there all night, said Norman. We know only one bed was slept in. That and one or two other things we've discovered gives us reason to believe you're a regular visitor. We believe that near enough every time you go away on business, you just drive over to Lindy's and share her bed for a few days. That's rubbish. I was just calling in to see how she was. Or making sure you've got the story straight and you're both singing from the same hymn sheet. Norman raised an eyebrow. What story? There is no story. Bresler's face was turning puce. So, why go through the pretense of packing a suitcase and telling Cindy Mayne you were going on business? Slater watched as Bresler's expression turned to shock. He probably thought Cindy had turned on him. She didn't volunteer that information, Slater said. I got someone to phone and asked to speak to you. She said you were away on business. Now we know why you only made 6 flights in the last year. You don't need to fly to get to Lindy's, do you? So it looks like Cindy's an innocent victim of your cheating too, just like Sandra was. Bresler looked daggers at Slater, but he said nothing. Does that make the whole living in the past thing seem more real for you? Asked Slater. I couldn't quite figure out why you didn't have a younger mistress like you did back then, but I asked someone who knows about these things, and she told me it would work for you if it was still the same mistress, regardless of her age. It's all about continuity. Age range or person, it doesn't matter, as long as it creates continuity. My lifestyle and my affairs might offend your moral sensibilities, Sergeant, snarled Bresler, but they're not against the law. No, Norman spoke up now. They're not, but murder is. How many times do I have to tell you I didn't murder Sandra and Rose? All right, said Slater. We can come back to that later. How about we go back in time? You'll like that, won't you, Mr. Bresler? He slid a photo across the table. We've been through this. Bresler looked at the photo of him and Lindy at Dr. McCall's conference all those years ago. We were just friends. Yeah, said Slater. I remember. But what about the conference you attended when Sandra was moving house? Was Lindy there, too? I presume you already know she wasn't, or you wouldn't be asking me, said Bresler. Yes, you're right, Slater said, nodding. But we don't know why she wasn't there. Do you? That was a long time ago, said Bresler. I'm sure you can recall why your lover didn't turn up. She was no longer my lover by then, Bresler said, shrugging. I had told her it was all over once Sandra found a house for us to buy. That's when I thought she was for real and we were going to start over. Lindy didn't come to the conference because I was going. She wanted to avoid me. What's this got to do with anything anyway? We think it's got a lot to do with Sandra's murder, said Slater. We think you and Lindy conspired to kill her. You had an alibi being at that conference, but you knew all the details about the move. You could quite easily have told Lindy, and she could quite easily have killed Sandra and Rose. This is absurd. Bresler's face went red again. I'm not saying another word. I want my solicitor. Okay, said Slater. I think you probably need one now. We'll adjourn this interview while that's arranged. Let's see what your friend Lindy has to say. Lindy Fellows had obviously been stewing for some time as she sat in the bare room, with only a solitary, wordless PC for company. As Slater entered the room, Norman just behind him, she stood up from the table, looking furious. "This is bloody outrageous!" She banged her fists on the table. "How dare you keep me here like this? I demand you let me go right now!" Slater ignored her outburst and sat down, Norman doing likewise. Slater took an excessively long time to get himself sorted, shuffling his papers. "So, tell me," he began eventually, "how often does Rudy Bresler come and stay with you?"
"He doesn't," she snapped.
"But he was there today when we called."
"That was a one-off. I had no idea he was coming. He said he wanted to talk about us."
"I bet he did," Norman said.
"So why hide the picture if you didn't know he was coming?" asked Slater. There was silence. "Come on, Lindy," said Slater. "We know he's a regular visitor. You said as much at your house earlier."
"I did no such thing,"
she cried indignantly. "Don't you remember what you told me about the photograph of your niece? I always hide the picture when he's coming, you said." Her face told Slater what he and Norman wanted to know. They had caught her in a trap of her own making.
"I demand you let me out of here."
Her voice was loud and shrill.
"You're making a terrible mistake. I've done nothing wrong."
She let out a piercing scream, which seemed to echo in the confines of the small room. She banged her fists on the table again. The detective stared impassively at her, but said nothing. She stared defiantly back at them.
"Oh, my," said Norman quietly. "That's some temper you have there."
"Finished shouting now?" asked Slater.
"I've been waiting hours," she said.
"I'm afraid that can happen when we're busy," said Norman jovially. "We had someone here for almost a day once, before we got round to interviewing him. But he was like you see. He kept on lying to us. If he just told the truth in the first place, he would never have been dragged in here."
"This isn't bloody funny."
"Murder never is," said Slater quietly. Lindy glared in his direction.
"What are you talking about? You think I murdered someone?"
"Not one," he said firmly, "but two, possibly even three, one of whom was just a little girl of 5.
"And you can prove this, can you?"
She laughed, shaking her head.
"You must be out of your mind."
"Me out of my mind," said Slater. "You're the one who's laughing about a double murder, not me."
"This is ridiculous. You can't prove anything."
"Did it ever occur to you that maybe Sandra hadn't run away?" asked Norman.
"What do you mean?"
she said.
"I'll spell it out, shall I?" he said. "Did it ever occur to you that she might have been murdered?"
"Yes. No. Well, I guess it did occur to me, but I suppose I just chose to ignore that idea. He seemed so genuinely upset about her leaving."
"You mean Bresler? But why would he murder them?" Slater asked. "Why go to all that trouble when he could simply have divorced Sandra?"
"How could he do that?"
Lindy looked at Slater as if he was stupid.
"She would never have let him get away with it. They had a child. She would have taken him to the cleaners to provide for that child."
"On the contrary," said Slater, "the child would have been his grounds for divorce. She wasn't his daughter. Sandra had an affair of her own and she got pregnant."
"No," said Lindy. "That can't be right. You're lying. He would have told me. And he would never have accepted that."
"DNA tests don't lie, Lindy," Slater said, sighing. "And when we asked him, he admitted he'd known all along."
"No," she said. "No way would he have accepted such a betrayal, even from her."
"But he did accept it," said Norman. "You see, whatever line he might have spun you at the time, it was Sandra he really wanted, not you. He didn't love you. He loved her. In fact, I think she's the only woman he's ever really loved. You were just his bit on the side, which, of course, you still are."
"Of course he loved me."
Lindy glared at them, her face crimson.
"He's always loved me. That's why he still carries on seeing me."
"So why aren't you the one sharing his house?" asked Slater. "Why hasn't he married you? Why does he keep you out in the country, hidden away from everyone?"
"If he loved her, why did he kill her?" she shouted,
and Slater saw she was getting hysterical now. "Oh," said Slater, "so now you know he killed her. And how did he do that?"
"He attacked them with an axe!"
she screamed. There was a sudden silence. "Really?" Slater spoke quietly.
"Okay, let's have it your way," said Norman. "Maybe Bresler did kill them, even though he had no motive for doing so. But you know what? I think you were in on it right from the start. You conspired with him to murder Sandra and Rose."
"I didn't!"
She spat the words out.
"It was him!"
"You look tired. I think you need to spend some time in one of our guest rooms," Slater said, clapping his hands together. "It'll give you time to decide which story you're going to run with."
"You can't do this!"
"Oh, he can," Norman assured her, "and so can I. But don't think you're special. It's an invitation we usually extend to all our murder suspects."
"I haven't murdered anyone. I'm innocent."
"Yeah, that's what they all say," said Norman.
"I want a solicitor."
"The duty solicitor's really busy right now, but we'll see if we can find another one for you. In the meantime, you can go and cool down."
"It'll be a chance for you to get used to the conditions," said Slater. "I'm afraid the view's crap unless you're about 8 feet tall, and the food's not up to much."
"And believe me, the tea's like shite," Norman said, grimacing. "And thinking about it, the mattresses aren't up to much either, and you won't find any spare pillows or blankets. But the company can be really entertaining, especially if you're here overnight and we get a lot of drunks in."
"You're enjoying this, aren't you?"
Lindy was shouting now, glowering at Norman.
"If you mean, am I enjoying locking up a murderer, then yes, I am," Norman said cheerfully. "It's always better when you enjoy your job, don't you think?"
"You fat bastard!"
Her words were loaded with venom. "That's an evil temper you have, Lindy," said Slater, opening the door. "We'll add it to your murderer's CV." He called in the PC who had been waiting outside. "Get some help and take this woman away," he said.
"Yes, sir,"
she said. Chapter 37. It was almost 2 p.m. before Bresler's solicitor finally told Norman he and his client were ready to resume the interview. A small, wiry man, Trevor Bastian was well known to the Tinton police as a fierce but fair defender of his clients. He didn't go out of his way to be awkward, but he was a stickler for the rules and would speak up any time he thought the police were overstepping the mark. Norman knew he and Slater would have to tread carefully to stay on the right side of him, so he intended to offer him the respect he was due. They had barely sat down and finished the introductions before there was a knock on the door. Norman couldn't believe it. He'd specifically said no interruptions. There was another knock. Whoever it was obviously didn't intend to go away. "I'm sorry about this," Slater said, looking embarrassed. Norman climbed to his feet and opened the door just enough to stick his head through. A nervous young PC was hopping up and down outside.
"This had better be damned good," hissed Norman. "We're trying to interview a murder suspect."
"Yes, sir. Sorry, sir, but the duty sergeant insisted it was very important,"
mumbled the PC. He thrust a sheet of paper at Norman and then stepped back hastily, almost as if he expected Norman to suddenly bite him. Norman looked at the sheet of paper. He read it, and then read it again. He reached out and patted the PC on the arm.
"Okay, son,"
he said to the PC.
"The duty sergeant was right. Thank you for bringing this down. I'm sorry I snapped your head off."
"Oh, right," said the PC, now visibly more relaxed.
"You get along. I'll deal with this now,"
said Norman, backing into the room and closing the door. He passed the sheet of paper to Slater, and then addressed Bastian and Bresler.
Something really important has come up, Mr. Bastian, Mr. Bresler," he said. I'm afraid we're going to have to suspend this interview for a while."
Bresler's face showed a small sign of relief at being given a reprieve.
"I hope the need for this delay is relevant to this inquiry,"
said Bastian, addressing Slater. The implied threat was that he would be raising merry hell if it wasn't.
"It certainly is, Mr. Bastian," said Slater. "I think you know us well enough to know we don't mess you about. I just have to take a phone call, and I'll be right back. 15 minutes, tops. I'll see you get tea while you're waiting."
Bastian made a big deal out of displaying his wristwatch.
"I agree to a 15-minute break," he said, "but the clock's ticking already."
Slater ran up the stairs to the incident room. He could hear Norman puffing behind him.
"What the hell is Jolly doing at Gapwick?" he asked.
"Showing some initiative."
Norman could barely speak, and when Slater turned back, he saw Norman had stopped. He was about to stop and wait for him when Norman waved a hand.
"I'll catch you up,"
Norman panted. Slater rushed on, charging through the doors into the incident room. A small light flashed at his phone to indicate a call waiting. "Hello?" He snatched up the phone excitedly.
"Hello, sir,"
said Jane Jolly.
"What are you doing at Gapwick?" asked Slater. "Why aren't you here?"
"I managed to track down Lindy's niece," she said.
"I thought she was away on holiday."
"She flies out any minute now."
Slater could hear the airport tannoy in the background.
"She's been staying with friends for a couple of days, and they're all flying out today. So I used my initiative and arranged to speak to her before she flies out. So here I am."
Just as Norman had said, thought Slater. "Has anyone told you you're amazing, PC Jane Jolly?" he said.
"That's what my husband says when I—"
she began, then stopped suddenly.
"But you don't want to know about that."
"No, you're right, you'll make me blush," Slater said, smiling.
"Anyway, it was worth the journey," she said, changing the subject. "Do you want to hear it?"
"I'd better," said Slater. "We were just going to start interviewing Bresler again. Trevor Bastian's not amused that we've been interrupted already."
"But I'm just in time," said Jolly. "You're going to love this."
Almost exactly 15 minutes after they had stopped the interview, Slater and Norman re-entered the room. Slater knew he was looking particularly smug, and Bresler looked a bit concerned.
"Have you ever met Lindy Fellow's niece?"
asked Slater, once they were ready to resume.
"I didn't even know she had a niece," said Bresler. "I've certainly never met her, and she never talks about her."
"Melanie," continued Slater. "She graduated from Cambridge last year. Languages. First-class degree with honours. Lindy has a photo of her on graduation day."
"Clever girl," said Bresler admiringly, "but I don't see what that's got to do with me." "She's pretty, too," said Norman, "with beautiful, curly, ginger hair. She's about the same age Rose would have been, if she was still alive."
"I still don't see what any of this has to do with me," said Bresler, clearly getting annoyed.
"Sergeant," said Trevor Bastian menacingly, "I thought you wanted to ask questions about a possible murder."
"There's no possible," clarified Norman. "It's definitely a murder."
Bastian looked at Norman in distaste.
"Let's not split hairs," he said. "I fail to see why you're asking my client about someone's niece. Either get to the point, or we're out of here."
"Okay," said Slater. "It's like this. On the day Sandra and Rose disappeared, a taxi driver collected a young woman, a little girl, and some suitcases from your house, Mr. Bresler, and took them to Gatwick Airport. The assumption made by everyone at the time was that this was Sandra and Rose."
Yes, yes, said Bastian impatiently. "We know all that. They were heading off into the sunset."
"That's what we were all supposed to think back then," Slater nodded. "But that was before we found their bodies buried in a shallow grave at the haunted copse." Now we've found the bodies and made some proper inquiries, we're beginning to see things a little differently. You see, we got to thinking it would be a bit strange for a murderer to let them fly away, kill them, and bring them back here to bury. It makes no sense. He let Norman take up the story. Then we thought, suppose they never actually left. Suppose they were murdered here, and then someone else who looked like Sandra with a little girl who looked like Rose called a taxi to make everyone think they'd run away. All you'd need is a nice-looking blonde, say like Lindy Fellows, and a pretty little ginger-haired girl aged about 5, like Lindy's niece. Sandra and Rose had only just moved to the area, so the taxi driver wouldn't know them well enough to give a good description. But as long as he was asked if he remembered a nice-looking blonde and a little girl with ginger hair, that's going to be good enough for the purpose of our murderer. And sure enough, that's what the original inquiry asked him. No, this can't be true, Bresler began. Say nothing, Bastian snapped. Slater smiled at Bastian, seeing he was cottoning on to what their end game was. What else could he advise Bresler to do? The thing is, Slater continued, we now know the blonde and the little girl in that taxi weren't Sandra and Rose. We know that from the little details we managed to get from the removals company and the taxi driver. Yes, the two women looked alike, but one was nice and friendly, the other was anything but. One little girl was very shy, hardly said a word, and had long, straight hair. The other was a real-life chatterbox with a massive ginger curls. It was a long time ago, said Bresler. They could easily be mistaken. That's right, said Norman. They could easily be mistaken. But then we spotted the photograph at Lindy's house. What photograph? The one of her niece, her graduation photo. I still don't know this photograph you keep on about, said Bresler. Slater placed the photo, complete with frame, on the table. Bresler looked at it, and then looked up at them in surprise. It was obvious from the look on his face that he had genuinely never seen it before. I promise you I've never seen this before in my life. You're absolutely sure? Asked Slater. Sergeant, warned Bastian, my client has already said more than once that he is unaware of the existence of this girl, and that he's never seen this photograph before. If you're not going to believe anything he says, there's no point in going on with this interview. I'm sorry to keep on, Mr. Bastian, Slater said, but I'm sure you'll understand why when I tell you this girl recalls spending a day with her Aunt Lindy at a big house near Tinton. She remembers how Lindy had lots of bags packed. She clearly remembers how a taxi came to collect them and take them to Gatwick Airport. She remembers it vividly because she thought she was going to fly away on holiday. That's what her Aunt Lindy had promised. But in fact, they spent about 20 minutes wandering around the airport, changed their clothes, and then went back outside to get a different taxi back to Aunt Lindy's house. This can't be true, said Bresler, looking horrified. You're mistaken. These people have got it wrong. Lindy wouldn't have done that to me. But didn't you dump her to go back to Sandra? Said Norman. Remember, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Bastian's eyes narrowed. Slater thought he was probably about to call for a timeout for his client. Melanie says she remembers it so well because she's never been so disappointed in her life, Slater said quickly, before the solicitor could speak. He looked at Bresler, waiting for him to say something. What do you say to that, Mr. Bresler? Prompted Norman. He's saying nothing, said Bastian, and I'd like some time with my client now, in private. I think we're okay with that, said Slater, looking at Norman, who nodded his assent. We could do with a break anyway. I'll get some tea sent down. Norman breathed in deeply. The smell of bacon sandwiches and hot coffee filled the canteen. He, Slater, Biddeford, and Ashton had gathered to discuss the progress so far, and their strategy for the upcoming resumed interviews. They had already decided to allow Biddeford to continue interviewing Rogers, but with Ashton as support. It was a compliment to the way Biddeford had conducted the interview so far. Norman could see Slater's resentment for Biddeford appeared to be fading, but he couldn't be sure if this was a genuine softening of attitude, or if it was simply the case that Slater was being very professional. He knew Biddeford hoped it was the former. "So where exactly are you with Rogers and his smuggling?" Slater asked Biddeford. "To be honest," said Biddeford, "we've hardly mentioned the smuggling. That's almost become a side issue. We sort of focused on the murders, didn't we?" He looked across the table to Norman, who nodded his agreement. "Yeah." Norman swallowed a mouthful of coffee. "He's protesting his innocence, of course, but even he can see there's plenty of reason for the finger of suspicion to be pointing his way. But something doesn't add up." Biddeford looked slightly puzzled. He admits Sandra came to his gym before she moved down here, and he admits her membership was transferred to Tinton. But then he says he never saw her again. He claims all he knows is what he read in the paper when she disappeared. "How's he coming across?" asked Slater. "Still the big I am?" "He was quite confident when we were talking about 15 years ago," said Biddeford. "But when we got to Sarah and recent events, he sort of fell apart. I think he's terrified of something, and he knows flexing those big muscles isn't going to get him out of whatever mess he's in." "Have you found anything to link him with Bresler or Fellows?" asked Slater. "Not a sausage." Norman shook his head sadly. "Apart from the admission he flies odd jobs collecting antiques." "And Bresler's confirmed that," said Slater thoughtfully. "I'll get Jolly to check that out later, but they're so open about it, that part must be true." "Has Rogers seen the solicitor yet?" asked Norman. "First thing this afternoon," said Biddeford. "It'll be interesting to see how he has advised his new client." "So, how do you want to play it today, Steve?" asked Slater. "A change of tack might be interesting," Biddeford said. "We focused his attention onto the murders last night, and that'll be on his mind now. But I'm sure whatever he's scared of is related to more recent events. If we change the line of questioning back to the smuggling, he won't be expecting it. He could slip up and tie himself in knots. Then we can go back to the murders later, and see if he can remember all the lies he told us yesterday." Slater nodded. Norman could see he was impressed. Norman was impressed too. "What do you think, Norm?" Slater asked. "Sounds like a plan to me," Norman said, smiling. "I'd be quite pleased with myself if it was mine." "Yeah, me too." Slater grinned back at him. "Looks like Biddeford and Ashton might just prove to be a formidable force. I don't know if we got anything that might help you yesterday," he continued, addressing Biddeford and Ashton. "Bresler's still adamant he has nothing to do with Sandra's death, and he says he didn't even know Sarah was in the area. We can't decide if he's really the brains behind all this, or if he's totally innocent. He says he split with Lindy as soon as Sandra suggested starting over. Lindy says it wasn't quite like that. She says he told her to pose as Sandra and take a taxi to Gatwick." "We're having a lot of trouble deciding what's truth and what's fiction," said Norman, taking over now. "We definitely know Lindy's involved because of what her niece has told us, and she knows about the axe. That's not been made public yet, so that's pretty damning. She must be involved to know about it. But she says it was Bresler who was the killer, and she had no choice but to go along with it. Personally, I think she's Sandra's killer. But if I'm right, we need to figure out, did she do it on her own, or was Bresler part of it all along? I have to say, I find it hard to believe Bresler would have killed the wife he loved, and, obnoxious as he is, I don't see him as a child killer." He stopped for breath and a mouthful of coffee, so Slater took over again. "And then we come to Sarah's murder," he said. We know she fell from an aeroplane, and we know Lindy has a pilot's license. But we're also pretty sure Rod was in the sky that night. It would be quite a stretch to think there were two light aircraft in the same airspace at the same time. So we've got to try and find out if there was ever any contact between Sarah and Lindy or Sarah and Bresler. And where does Rogers come into it? He did admit he met her, said Biddeford, but the reason he gave for it was a load of old cobblers. I reckon she had him sussed as the real father of Sandra's baby, but I don't know how we can prove it. We need to keep in contact while we're doing these interviews. If Rogers gives you anything that seems relevant to us, or if we learn anything relevant to you, we let each other know, okay? Right, echoed Biddeford and Ashton. We're going to tell Lindy what her niece remembers about that day 15 years ago, said Slater. Now that's going to be an interesting conversation. We're nearly there, I'm sure. He drained the rest of his cup. We've just got to put the final pieces in place, and then we'll see the whole picture. So good luck, boys. Let's go. Chapter 38. Jerry Brannan, the duty solicitor, was young and ambitious, and Biddeford could see he was incredibly keen to be dealing with a possible triple killer. But once he'd spoken to Rogers, Biddeford saw some of his confidence drain away. He wondered what the muscly pilot had told his solicitor. Brannan disappeared from the room to make a phone call, and then returned, looking slightly more confident again. "My client would like to make a statement," he told Biddeford and Ashton as soon as the interview started, and before they could ask a single question. "Oh," said Biddeford in surprise, "is it a confession?" He looked at Rogers, who gave the appearance of a man about to face the gallows. He still looked terrified, but now he also looked haunted and haggard. "It is," said Brannan, "but it's not a confession to 3 murders, and he wants a guarantee of protection before we start." "Protection?" said Biddeford and Ashton in unison. "Protection from what?" asked Biddeford. "He'll tell you that once he knows he's protected," said Brannan. "This is all a bit chicken and egg," said Biddeford in exasperation. "How can we offer him protection if we don't even know what we're supposed to be protecting him from?" "That's the deal." Brannan shrugged. "You're new to this, aren't you?" asked Biddeford. "Perhaps you've been watching too many TV dramas. This isn't how it works. And anyway, I don't have the authority to grant that sort of thing. You should know that much at least." "You can speak to your boss," said Brannan. "He'll laugh in your face with what we've got so far." Biddeford smiled, shaking his head. "I would at least need to offer him some sort of clue." "A smuggling gang," said Rogers desperately. "I've not murdered anyone, but I have got involved with these people. If I tell you what I know and you don't protect me, I'm as good as dead. I know how ruthless they are. I've seen it for myself." "I think that's a big enough clue for now," interrupted Brannan, putting his hand on Roger's arm to indicate he should stop talking. "Well, I can ask the boss," said Biddeford, "but I'm making no promises." "No protection, no statement," said Brannan firmly. "They killed that girl," blurted Rogers, panic written all over his face. "The one you found in the field. They drugged her. I thought they were just going to take her to France and leave her there, but they pushed her out of my aeroplane as soon as we took off." "I think you should stop now," said Brannan. "I can't live with this any longer," said Rogers, tears of desperation streaming down his face. "She haunts me. I see her face every time I close my eyes. It's all my fault. If only I had talked to her, she wouldn't have followed me up there, and they wouldn't have seen her, and oh, God, it was awful." At this point, he dissolved into floods of tears, and great racking sobs shook his body. "I think we'd better take 15 minutes so you can compose yourself, Rod," said Biddeford, reeling from the sudden flood of information. "Then I think we better start at the beginning, don't you?"
"Yeah,"
Rogers said, sniffing.
"that would be good. I just need a few minutes and I'll be all right."
"I'll fetch some tea," said Ashton. This had all happened so quickly, Slater and Norman were still up in the incident room, preparing for their interviews with Rudy Bresler and Lindy Fellows, when Biddeford found them. "You did say we should let you know if we hear anything that might be relevant to your investigation," said Biddeford. "Well, Rogers says he knows what happened to Sarah Townley, and he wants to make a statement." Slater looked at Norman. "What do you think, Norm? Can we afford to make them wait while we watch Rogers make his statement?"
"Well, we're going to charge Lindy, so that won't take long, and technically we can hold Bresler until the morning if we need to. This solicitor won't be too happy having to hang around waiting for us, but if we tell him it's in his client's interest to wait an hour or two, I don't see he's got much choice, do you?"
"Okay," agreed Slater. "Let's do it." "Rogers also says he's going to need protection," said Biddeford. "From what?" asked Norman. "He claims he can put us onto a smuggling gang, but if he does, his life will be in danger," explained Biddeford. "That sort of thing can't be arranged in 5 minutes," said Slater. "I know that, and you know that," said Biddeford, "but we're dealing with a keen young solicitor who seems to have watched way too many TV shows."
"Let me talk to him," said Norman. "I'll explain how it really works and how if he doesn't back down, his client is going to be charged with murder. That should help to clarify the situation for him."
"It began about 2 years ago," said Rogers, when they finally got started. He seemed calmer now, and Biddeford eagerly awaited his every word. "I was approached to collect some stuff from France. I wasn't looking for anyone else to work for, but I had a job to do for Bresler, and I thought I could do the two together. I was going anyway, so I thought it wouldn't hurt to get paid twice. It never occurred to me that I was walking into a trap. I was greedy, and I've paid for it ever since. The thing is, I didn't realize they had people with cameras all over the place. I was photographed in France, handing over an envelope and collecting a package. I didn't know I was doing a deal with a well-known drug dealer until they showed me the photos. The next thing I know, I'm being told if I don't fly for them, they would send the photos to my boss and to the police. Then a few weeks later, they showed me a photo of a dead body and told me if I didn't fly at night, that was how I would end up." "So they frightened you into carrying drugs for them?" asked Biddeford. "And cigarettes," said Rogers, "and anything else small enough to fit into my aeroplane. I've even brought passengers over on 2 or 3 occasions." "What sort of passengers?" "Men. The sort of characters you wouldn't want to meet on a dark night." "You mean illegal immigrants?" "Gangsters, more like," said Rogers. "What nationality?" "I don't know," said Rogers. "I was always told not to speak to any of them, and none of them ever said anything to me. There was one girl, but mostly it was men." "Okay, Rod, you're doing well here, mate," encouraged Biddeford. "This is all very important, and we will come back to it later. But earlier you mentioned you knew what had happened to the girl we found in the field. Can you tell us about that?" Rogers took a long gulp of water. Biddeford sensed they were getting to the real crux of the matter now. "She came to see me at work," he began. "There was no warning. She just suddenly turned up one day. She told me she knew I was the father of Rose Bresler, and she wanted to know if I had killed Sandra and Rose. I hadn't thought about Sandra for years. I didn't even know she was dead. I genuinely believed she'd run away and taken Rose with her. And now, 15 years later, here I was being accused of murdering them." "So, what did you do?" asked Biddeford. "I told her it wasn't true, of course," said Rogers. "I told her to go away and leave me alone." "And did she?" "I thought she had," said Rogers, "but I was wrong. She started following me. That's how she came to be up at the airfield that night. She followed me up there, only she chose the wrong night. Normally, I go on my own, but every now and then the boss flies with me. I think she comes along to make sure I'm still scared enough to keep quiet." "She?" said Ashton, sounding surprised. "Did you say she?" "Yeah, she," Rogers nodded. "She's not the big boss behind it all, but she's the boss at this end, that's for sure. She's a nasty piece of work. I'm sure she'd kill me as soon as look at me." "So what happened to Sarah that night?" Biddeford was desperate to know. "She was creeping about up at the airfield while I was getting the plane ready to fly. But she didn't know that this girl boss was also creeping about. The watcher was being watched. The first thing I knew about it was when I was being called by the boss. I went over to where she was, and there was Sarah, lying unconscious on the ground. The next thing I knew, there was a gun pointing at me, and I'm told to carry the girl and put her in the aeroplane. I honestly thought we were going to fly her over to France and leave her there or something, but once we got airborne, she just pushed the poor girl out. We were at about 400 feet. She would have had no chance. It was horrible." Once again, Rogers became a sobbing mess as he relived the events of that night. "I think we'd better take another 20-minute break now," said Biddeford sympathetically. "We'll talk some more about this gang and the girl boss when we resume." "Yes, thank you." Rogers looked grateful underneath the tears streaming down his face. Slater watched from behind the one-way mirror, fascinated. "What do you make of that?" Norman asked. "We need to know a lot more about this gang, and especially the girl he says pushed Sarah from the plane," said Slater. "But if it's true, it clears Bresler and Lindy from any involvement." "Yeah, I agree," said Norman. "Let's proceed with them in the frame for Sandra and Rose. If Rogers turns out to be telling us a load of bullshit, we can always backtrack." "Do you think he is bullshitting?" asked Slater. "No, I don't," said Norman. "Like you say, we need to know more about the gang and the girl, but it all sounds weirdly plausible to me. These gangs do trap people into working for them and then use fear to keep them quiet. I've seen it before." "Let's get Steve to concentrate on learning more about the gang," said Slater. "Meanwhile, I think we need to charge Lindy and have another go at Bresler." Chapter 39.
"What do you mean you're charging me with murder?" Lindy Fellows looked utterly incredulous. "You've got no proof I was even there."
"We can prove you arranged for a taxi to pick you and your niece up from the Breslers' home on the day Sandra supposedly ran away," Norman said, smiling.
"Absolute rubbish," sneered Lindy. "I was nowhere near the place."
"Your niece confirms you were there with her. You booked a taxi, went to Gatwick Airport with a load of luggage, changed your clothes, and then got another taxi home."
"She's lying," said Lindy, sounding uncertain for the first time. "That's just some sort of childhood fantasy. I bet you suggested it to her."
"It's actually a vivid recollection," said Slater. "She was so disappointed not to be flying away like you promised that she's never forgiven you for it. Kids remember things like that, as if it happened yesterday. She didn't need any prompting."
"It was all his idea," she yelled. "He told us to get the taxi."
"That would be Mr. Bresler?" asked Norman.
"Yes, he told us what to do."
"Your niece says she's never met Mr. Bresler," said Slater. "So how did he manage to tell her what to do?"
"Me," she said. "He told me.
It was after Sandra had run away."
"Oh, she ran away," said Slater. "Didn't you tell us earlier that Bresler had chopped them up with an axe?" She barely faltered at his words, seemingly not hearing them, or perhaps just choosing to ignore them.
"Don't forget he was obsessed with her," she continued. "He wanted me to reenact the runaway so he could achieve some sort of closure. He said if I did it, I could move in and take her place."
"If you don't mind me saying," Slater said, smiling at her, "this is all beginning to sound a bit desperate now, don't you think? First, Sandra was murdered, and then she ran away. Now your niece is lying, or it's a childhood fantasy, then it's our fault, and now it's Rudy's fault. I think it's actually all your fault."
"It was always me he wanted, really," she said pleadingly. "He said he'd made a mistake going back to Sandra and believing things were going to change. He told me all I had to do was make this journey to the airport and everyone would believe she'd left him."
"So he really had dumped you, then?" asked Slater.
"No, of course he hadn't. Not really. I always knew he would come back. It was always me he really wanted, not her," she said. "But as soon as that stupid bitch Sandra mentioned starting over, he was off like a bloody shot. I told him it wouldn't work out, but would he listen?"
"So, let me get this right," said Norman. "You're saying he dumped you and went back to Sandra. Then he realized he'd made a mistake, asked you to act out the decoy runaway, waited 6 months, and then moved you into the house in her place?"
"Yes,"
she said. "Didn't you think it was a bit weird, asking you to act out the runaway? I mean, if she'd already gone, why do it again?" asked Norman.
"I don't know," she said. "I assumed it was something to do with this bizarre Sandra obsession of his."
"I'll tell you what happened, shall I?" asked Norman. "You were jealous of Sandra because she was Mrs. Bresler, and you were just his bit on the side. You knew that when the Breslers moved down here to Tinton, you'd never see him again. He told you as much, didn't he? But he also told you about the moving arrangements. Instead of going to a medical conference, you went to Tinton. You kidnapped Sandra and Rose, took them out to the haunted copse, and killed them. Then you staged the runaway with your niece so everyone would think Sandra had run out on Bresler and taken Rose with her. All you had to do then was wait a few weeks, start to sympathise with Bresler, and you'd find your way back in with him."
Lindy's face told them they'd got it right, more or less. Norman looked across at Slater.
"Shall I? Or would you like the pleasure?" he asked.
"I think you deserve this one," Slater said, leaning back in his chair.
"Lindy Fellows," began Norman, "I'm charging you with the murder of Sandra Bresler and Rose Bresler."
"So, what have you got on Bresler?" asked Bob Murray. "Is there actually any hard evidence to tie him to the murder?"
No, not really," Slater said reluctantly into the phone. "And Bastian's insisting we have to let him go."
"Frankly, Bastian's right to do so if you've no hard evidence." Murray sighed. "You even said yourself that you think the Fellows woman's lying about him being involved." Slater could hear Murray breathing as he considered the situation. "No, I'm sorry, David. He might be guilty of some suspicious behavior, but that's not enough on its own. You can't hold him on suspicion alone. You're going to have to let him go. And if Bastian's creating, you'd better make it soon."
"Okay, boss." Slater pulled a face. "I'll do it now."
"While I'm on the phone," said Murray, "what's happening with this smuggling thing? Is Norman there?"
"He knows more about the case than me," said Slater. "I'll hand you over to him."
He quietly placed his hand over the handset. "Bugger," he said. Then he passed the phone over to Norman.
"We've got to let Bresler go, right?" asked Norman when he'd finished talking to Murray.
But you knew that anyway. You can't charge a guy with murder just because you don't like him.
It's not just that, Norman, you know it, said Slater angrily. We still haven't found Terry Evans. It's as if she suddenly vanished into thin air once her deal with Bresler ended. What if he's bumped her off too? That really would be reliving his life with Sandra, wouldn't it?
But no one has ever reported her missing,
said Norman. That's because there seems to be no family or friends to report her missing, explained Slater.
But we have no proof she's been murdered. Even if she has, why couldn't it be Lindy who killed her? That's who I'd be focusing on. Why does Bresler have to be involved?
His attitude doesn't work for me, continued Slater, ignoring Norman's question. When we first told him about Lindy and her niece taking the taxi ride, he couldn't believe Lindy could do such a thing to him. Now, just a few hours later, he seems quite happy to accept she's guilty as charged.
Let's be honest here, said Norman calmly. You just don't like the guy because he thinks different to you, and he knows how to get under your skin. I might even be so bold as to suggest there's a certain amount of jealousy over Cindy.
That's bollocks. I'm not jealous, said Slater indignantly. I just don't like the way he talks about her like she's a used car or something.
That's where he thinks different to you, explained Norman. I'm not saying he's right, but whether you like it or not, to him she is just like a used car. And he's just about to trade her in for a newer model.
We've still not been able to find Terry Evans, Mr. Bresler, said Slater, as he led him to the duty sergeant to collect his things.
Perhaps you're looking in the wrong place, said Bresler.
Slater hated that smug, clever Dick smile that was all over his face once again.
If you know where she is, what harm would it do to tell us? Asked Slater.
If I knew where she was, I would tell you, said Bresler. I've not seen or heard from her since our contract ended. Has it occurred to you that perhaps she doesn't want to be found? Has anyone reported her missing?
There is no one to report her missing, is there?
Said Slater. You must know she has no family. Yes, of course I know that, said Bresler, signing for his possessions. Anyway, I'd love to continue this fascinating conversation with you, but I really would like to get home. He offered Slater his hand to shake. No hard feelings, eh? Bresler smiled at him, but Slater just glared back. There was no way he was shaking Bresler's hand. Not going to shake my hand? Asked Bresler. I do hate a sore loser. Never mind. Perhaps you'll have better luck next time. He turned to go, but then paused and turned back to Slater. Did you know Cindy also has no family? So if she disappeared, no one would report her missing either. With that, he turned and was gone. Slater really wanted to chase after him and punch that smug face, but a cold fear was suddenly spreading through his guts. What did Bresler mean, if Cindy disappeared? He realized he hadn't spoken to her or seen her for days. Where was his mobile phone? He turned and sprinted for the stairs. Back in the incident room, Norman was listening to Biddeford telling him what Rogers had said. Apparently the gang was Eastern European. Rogers thought they could be Albanian, as Norman had suspected, but they could also be Serbians. All Rogers could tell them was that the big boss was called Tony something, and the local boss was his daughter. It all seems to tie in with what Billy Bumble told us, explained Biddeford, even down to the woman being there last time. And that's where it gets really interesting. Apparently everyone wears black, and they all wear masks, and no one ever speaks. It's all done by gesture. But one night the boss's daughter got a bit careless and let her mask slip for just a second or two. She didn't realize it, but Rogers saw her face. Then one day he was in Tinton and he saw her again. He says she runs the tea shop, Sophia's. Norman couldn't quite believe what he was hearing, and at first he said nothing. "Isn't that the place you and Dave Slater go?" asked Biddeford. "Isn't she the girl that's always asking him to take her out?" "Holy crap," said Norman. "Yelena!" "That's her," agreed Biddeford. "Billy Bumble said it sounded like Yelena too," said Norman. Slater came rushing through the door just as Norman called out Yelena's name. He was in a panic, and the name only just registered with him. "What about Yelena?" he asked as he rushed to his desk. "I think you need to sit down before we tell you," suggested Norman. "Just let me make this call," said Slater, snatching up his mobile phone and searching for Cindy's number. "It's really important." He pressed the button and heard it ringing. Come on, he said impatiently. He turned away from the other two and walked to the end of the room so they couldn't hear him. "Hello," Cindy's voice said. "Fancy you calling now. I was just thinking about you." A tidal wave of relief seemed to sweep right through him. "I can't tell you how pleased I am to hear your voice," he said. "Gosh, Detective Sergeant Slater," she said, laughing. "How very forward of you. And we've only just met." "Where are you?" he asked her. "At my house," she said. "I've been decorating the bedrooms, but I've finished now and I'm hungry. I was just wondering if someone would like to come and join me for dinner." "That sounds like a great idea," he said, really meaning it. "But I'm not sure if I can get away yet." "I can wait," she sighed, "as long as I don't have to wait too long." There was a noise in the background. He thought it sounded like a doorbell. "What's that?" he asked. "The doorbell," she said. "I wonder who it can be. Let me have a look out of this bedroom window. Oh, it's Rudy. What's he doing here?" "Don't let him in," said Slater sternly. "Don't be silly," she said. "That would be so rude. All the lights are on and my car's outside, so he knows I'm here. Of course I'm going to let him in. I'll call you back in a little while." "No, listen to me, Cindy," said Slater into the phone. But it was too late. She'd hung up. Norman was watching him and could see he'd finished his call. "I think you need to hear this," he said to Slater. "Not right now, Norm. I have to go. I think Cindy's in trouble." He grabbed his car keys and sprinted for the door. Norman watched, perplexed, as Slater rushed out of the room. "What's all that about?" asked Biddeford. "Your guess is as good as mine," said Norman. He was wondering what the hell was going on. Why was Slater rushing off to see Cindy? Why would she be in trouble? He thought perhaps Biddeford wasn't the only one around here who thought with his dick. He hoped it wasn't catching. "Between you, me, and the gatepost," confided Norman, "I think D.S. Slater has a problem with Bresler. He wants him for murder, and he's just a tad disappointed he's been released. And then there's the small matter of a young lady called Cindy, who he seems to be rather smitten with." "Ah, I see." Biddeford smiled as he realized what Norman was telling him. "So you're saying he's thinking with his dick?" "I didn't say that," Norman said, grinning back. "No, of course not," agreed Biddeford. "But he wants to be careful. That sort of thinking can get you into all sorts of trouble." "You think?" asked Norman. "Trust me, I know," said Biddeford sadly. "Anyway, whatever that was about doesn't matter," said Norman finally. "Murray's arranging a search warrant. He wants us to take some uniforms and pick up Yelena now." Norman felt excited as they drove from the police station. This was sure to be dramatic. "Apparently there's some sort of commotion going on in town," said Biddeford beside him. "Must be a fire or something." "Let's hope it's not in the centre where we want to go," said Norman. It was only a short drive to get to their destination in town, but it became immediately obvious that whatever the problem was, it was going to impede their progress. "Crap," said Norman. "It'll be just as bad if we go round the other way. Let's try blue lights and sirens. Maybe that might help. I'll see if I can find out what's going on." Biddeford switched on the siren and blue lights. Norman didn't think it was going to help much because the traffic in front of them was trapped with nowhere to go, but it couldn't do any harm, could it?
"Heap of rubbish," said Norman a few seconds later. "The damn radio doesn't work in this car. Why hasn't it been reported and fixed?"
In exasperation, he fumbled his mobile phone from his pocket and chose a number.
"Yo, it's Norman," he said. "I'm on the phone because the radio doesn't work in this damned car," he said after a pause. "I want to know why we're stuck in a traffic jam on the way into town."
He paused again for an answer.
"A fire. Yeah."
Norman sighed heavily.
"We guessed that much. Where is it?"
Another pause.
"You're kidding me," said Norman. "All of it."
He cut the call in disgust. "Where is the fire?" asked Biddeford.
"Sophia's tea shop," said Norman.
"But that's where we're going, isn't it?" asked Biddeford.
"Yeah."
Norman shook his head.
"Apparently the whole lot's gone up, even the flats above. I think someone must have known we were coming."
"That's a bit drastic, isn't it?" said Biddeford.
"That's the thing with these gangsters," said Norman. "They're not afraid to take drastic action if they think it's necessary. But at least because of that we can be pretty sure we know who murdered Sarah Townley."
"I guess that means our bird's flown then," Biddeford said.
"Vanished into thin air, no doubt," agreed Norman. "We'll do all that wanted for murder stuff all over Europe and we'll get zilch in return."
"So near to a good result," said Biddeford, "but we end up with sod all. Shite."
"Shite is right," agreed Norman.
Chapter 40. Slater was driving as fast as he could. He was in his own car, so he had no blue lights or siren to help him. But fortunately, there was little traffic about at this time of night. But would he get there in time? He cursed as he heard the sound of sirens and the almost blinding blue flashes of emergency vehicle lights heading his way, and he was forced to waste time pulling over as 2 fire engines roared down the road towards town. Then he was accelerating away again. Bresler had said, "Better luck next time," and he had also pointed out there was no one to report Cindy missing if she disappeared. He knew Bresler was up to no good, but would anyone else listen? What if he couldn't get to Cindy in time? Was Bresler planning to take her up to the haunted cop so he could murder her too? At last, he reached the small estate where Cindy lived. Now he slowed down and drove cautiously. Hers was the end house on the left. He could see her car parked outside, but there was no sign of Bresler's car. Was he too late? Had Bresler already carried her off? He killed his lights, switched off the engine, and climbed slowly and quietly from his car. In the house opposite, the curtained windows glowed warm and inviting. His stomach lurched as he realized Cindy's front door stood open. He became aware there was a sort of hush all around him. He crept up to the front door and peered inside. The hall light was on dimly, and everything appeared normal, except for the almost deathly quiet. Surely, if Cindy was here, there would be some noise, wouldn't there? A TV, maybe, or some music. Although the lights were off in the rooms at the front of the house, he could see a low light seeping from around the door that led into the lounge. The door was slightly ajar. He crept up to it as quietly as he could, scarcely daring to breathe. He stood outside the door and listened. He could just about make out something. Then he realized. It was someone quietly sobbing. All senses alert, he pushed the door open, not knowing what he might find in that room. She was kneeling on the floor before a low table, a bouquet of flowers laid out on the floor next to her. In the center of the table, a vase awaited the flowers. Her head was bowed over the flowers, and as Slater looked, a small sob shook her shoulders. "Cindy," he called softly, "are you all right?" She swung around, startled at first, but then she gave a small smile of recognition. "Hello," she said, hastily wiping her eyes. "I didn't hear you arrive. How did you get in?" "The front door was open," he said. "Why are you crying? Has Breslett—" "He brought me flowers," she said sadly, "just to say goodbye and good luck. Isn't that sweet?" "Flowers?" said Slater. "But I thought—" "You see," she interrupted him, "I told you Rudy was a nice man. He's always been good to me. I know he got them from the late-night supermarket, but it was very thoughtful of him. I'll miss that. Look, he even added a card." Slater was still not quite able to make sense of what he was seeing. He had expected an abduction, or worse, a murder. But flowers and a card. She reached forward and handed him the card. "To the one who got away," it read. "Thank you, and good luck for the future. Rudy." Epilogue. It was nearly time to go home. As they stood outside Bob Murray's office, Slater and Norman looked out onto a cold, dark November night. Slater knocked on the door and waited patiently. Standing alongside him, Norman had made the effort to look smart for this meeting. Slater thought he'd failed, as usual, but at least he'd made the effort. "Come," boomed the familiar, deep voice from the other side of the door. Norman looked at Slater. "Who goes first?" he whispered. Slater stepped aside and indicated for Norman to lead the way. "Age before beauty?" He smiled at Norman, knowing there was no time for a retort. As they entered the room, Murray rose from behind his desk to meet them, shaking each warmly by the hand. Then he led them across to 3 easy chairs well away from the formality imposed by his desk, and settled them down with tea and biscuits. "I thought we should meet so we all know what's going on and why," he explained. "I'm coming under a great deal of pressure to save money, and that could mean making some tough decisions. As senior members of my team, I'd welcome your views on 1 or 2 things." Slater nodded his appreciation of Murray's desire to make them feel included, but he also knew the old man well enough to know they were extremely unlikely to be able to change his mind if he'd already made it up. "Right," Murray began. "First thing to tell you is that PC Flight has finally chosen to resign. I can't say I'm disappointed she's going, but I can say I'm glad I didn't have to sack her." Slater had mixed feelings about this news. On the one hand, he knew she had to go, but he also thought it was a pity someone with so much potential had got herself into such a mess and caused so much trouble. He knew she had been referred for psychiatric help, and he hoped it helped sort her out. "You'll be pleased to know DC Biddeford has returned from leave, but he won't be returning to duty here." "But, boss," interrupted Slater, "you can't just push him out like that. He made a mistake. We've all done it." Slater and Norman had both lobbied on behalf of Biddeford being given a second chance. He had apologized to all of them, and there was no doubt he was genuinely sorry and not just paying lip service to save his job. "He made a grave error of judgment," said Murray firmly. "It was far more than a mistake." He let them absorb his opinion before he went on. "However, if you'll let me finish," he continued, "I can tell you that after listening to what you two had to say in his defense, it was very easy to see how highly you both regard him. I suggested he take some leave so he could think about his situation. We've had 2 meetings during that time, and we've come up with a solution that I think will work for everyone." He sat back and sipped at his tea. Slater waited, slightly irritated at the way Murray always liked to keep people in suspense. "He's an ambitious young man," he finally continued. "There's a limit to how far he can go in a place like Tinton, so he's going to have to move on eventually. In the meantime, I'm doing what I can to help him by sending him away for some further training. It's not forever, and he will be back." Slater and Norman shared a sigh of relief.
"That sounds like a good solution," said Norman. "He's definitely a bright kid. It'll be a shame to see him go, but you're right. He's going to need something more challenging than this to fulfill his full potential."
"He'll be a big miss if he goes for good," agreed Slater. "And now we come to you two," said Murray. "Us," said Slater. "What about us?" "I'm under a lot of pressure to split you two up," answered Murray. "It seems it doesn't matter how successful you are as a team. It's more important how my head count appears on a spreadsheet. Having such limited numbers, I'm not supposed to put 2 detective sergeants together." "But we don't work together all the time," argued Slater.
"Yeah," agreed Norman. "It's only when we get a big case, and you have to admit we've been pretty successful as a team."
"Oh, I agree with you completely." Murray sighed wearily. "But the people above me can't see beyond their budgets and spreadsheets, and that seems to be all that matters these days." Slater thought his boss sounded thoroughly sick and tired of the continual battle he seemed to be fighting against cost cuts forced on him from above. He certainly looked tired. "Talking of big cases," said Murray, "where are we with this missing murder suspect?"
"Still no sign," said Norman, looking glum. "She seems to have vanished into thin air. We've had all the borders under scrutiny. We've got Interpol on it, and we've even had the Serbian police looking out for her. But she's not turned up anywhere."
"What about the fire?" asked Murray.
"Definitely deliberate," said Norman. "They found traces of accelerant all over the place. According to the experts, the fire was set to destroy all traces of everything. It was designed to raise the building to the ground, and it did exactly that."
"I'm still not convinced she's murdered anyone," Slater chipped in. "And as for being an arsonist, and the 2 witness statements we have are so unreliable, they wouldn't stand up in court." "You're not totally impartial, though, are you?" asked Murray.
"It's not just me," said Slater. "Her aunt doesn't believe it, and nor does her aunt's boyfriend. They know her better than anyone."
"Maybe they didn't know her as well as they think," said Norman. "According to the Serbian police, this slick Tony guy definitely has a daughter who matches her description and is the right age."
"There are lots of nice-looking, dark-haired Serbian girls who will be the right age," argued Slater. "I still think you should be considering the possibility she was kidnapped or murdered."
"All right," snapped Murray. "Let me stop you right there. The fact is, we have 2 statements that suggest she was involved, and one of those also suggests she pushed a victim from an aeroplane. Taken at face value, and right now that's all we can do, she becomes murder suspect number 1. It appears she also set fire to her own home to destroy any evidence we might have found there, and then she fled. The problem is, it's been a month now, and we're still no further forward than we were on day 1. As from today, this inquiry is going to be scaled down. By the end of the week, it's going to be shelved as unsolved." Slater was appalled at the idea. He glanced at Norman, who looked annoyed, but nowhere near as shocked as Slater felt. But Norman had been around a lot longer, he reasoned. This probably wasn't the first time this had happened to Norman after all. But to Slater, it was a new experience, and he didn't like it one bit. I know you don't like it, said Murray to Slater. I'm not mad about it myself, but we can't afford to have our people tied up on this any longer. We're getting nowhere, and meanwhile we're building up a whole collection of smaller crimes that are going unsolved. The spreadsheet says we have to stop, like it or not.
But what do I tell her family here? Asked Slater.
Tell them the truth, said Murray.
But they won't give up on her, I can guarantee that, said Slater, hugely disappointed.
And if they come to us with any credible information, I'll be happy to reopen the case, said Murray. But for now, it's closed.
For a while, they sipped their tea in gloomy silence, until Murray spoke again.
Look, David, he said, in the space of a couple of weeks, you and your team solved a 15-year-old murder and stopped a smuggling ring in its tracks. You should be proud of yourself.
He's right, added Norman. OK, there's another murder that hasn't been solved, but the world still keeps turning. Some cases never get solved, no matter how much we want to find out what really happened. That's just the way it is.
I suppose you're right. Slater sighed resignedly.
Come on, said Norman. I think the boss has finished with us for now.
He looked across at Murray, who nodded his agreement.
I think maybe we could do with a couple of beers and a takeaway to celebrate, continued Norman.
Celebrate what? Asked Slater.
The boss forgot to mention it. Norman beamed at him. But I haven't forgotten how you also captured Dick Waver, the notorious Phantom Flasher.
Oh, yeah, said Slater, a smile threatening to break out on his face.
My best collar ever. Let's go.
Norman grinned as they stood ready to leave.
You know I'm right. I always am.
I guess I can drink to that. Slater grinned back, feeling immensely grateful for Norman's positivity. The end. You've been listening to Death by Plane by P.F. Ford, narrated by Andy Creswell. Published by Quest Audiobooks, an imprint of W.F. House Limited. This recording is copyrighted by W.F. House Limited.